Chapter 570. Sandy summoned water elements to wash her hands, and then stretched out her white and tender hand to dip some royal jelly from the glass jar, and handed it to Su Luan. She said with a sweet smile, "Fresh royal jelly. Others like it very much. Sulan, would you like to have a taste?" Looking at Sandy's white and tender hands and her expectant look, Sulan would not refuse her kindness. He licked the royal jelly on her fingers. The moment his tongue touched it, he tasted a hint of sweetness with a hint of sourness and floral fragrance. It was not as spicy as other royal jellies, so it tasted good. Seeing Sulan licking her fingers directly, Sandy blushed slightly. However, she recovered soon. "How's the taste? Do you like it?" "Great royal jelly." Sulan gave a thumbs up and said. Seeing Sulan's expression, Sandy also became happy. She said proudly, "The amethyst bees I cultivated and the amethyst bees' honey and royal jelly are the best. Oh, come and have a taste of the honey. Compared with royal jelly, honey tastes better." Sandy raised her head proudly and said, patting her chest. As she spoke, Sandy took out a jar of purple crystal honey from somewhere, as if she was performing a magic trick. Sulan took over the jar and smelled it. There was a faint floral fragrance with a hint of sweetness, which was very attractive. He dipped his finger into the jar, and put it into his mouth. A mellow floral fragrance with sweetness instantly filled his mouth. It was a feeling that made people satisfied from the bottom of their hearts. Sulan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and savor the taste. He could guarantee that this was definitely the best honey he had ever tasted since his previous life. The sweet honey had a hint of floral fragrance and a long aftertaste, which made people feel that they were in a sea of flowers. Even if other effects of the honey were ignored, it was the best honey only in terms of taste. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Sandy looked at Sulan expectantly. "It made me feel the taste of nature. It gave me a sense of happiness and satisfaction. It was great," Sulan said. "Ehe, as long as you like it. I spent a lot of time getting these amethyst wasps to collect different flowers and make this honey according to a special ratio," Sandy said proudly. Sulan had a whole new level of respect for Sandy. Originally, he just wanted to raise a mascot. He didn't expect that Sandy would bring him a surprise. "Thank you for your hard work." The effect of royal jelly was better than honey. It was a very rare and precious medicinal material. Even if it was not mixed into a magic potion, it could slowly strengthen a person's physique and increase their lifespan through daily consumption. At the same time, it could speed up the effect of meditation and slow down aging. This was a hot commodity for most magi. Unfortunately, the production rate was even lower than the amethyst honey. Basically, it was digested as soon as it was produced, and very rarely would it be sold. Sulan used appraisal on the 2 jars in his hands, and a large amount of data appeared before his eyes. Item name: purple crystal honey. Quality: excellent. Description: honey carefully brewed by the amethyst wasps using the pollen of dozens of magical plants. It tastes sweet and has the effect of improving physique, slowing down aging, detoxifying, and increasing poison resistance. It's a rare honey. Amethyst honey, sweet and delicious plus 42, pleasant fragrance plus 37, detoxifying plus 34, aging plus 25, energy recovery plus 40, mana recovery plus 35. Note: long-term consumption will give you a weak poison resistance. More than 1 liter must be consumed continuously. Item name: amethyst royal jelly. Quality: excellent. Description: liquid secreted by the young amethyst wasps from various flowers collected by the young amethyst wasps. It is the food for the queen bee and also the food for the larvae. It has the effect of strengthening physique, slowing down aging, increasing lifespan, enhancing meditation, and many other effects. Amethyst royal jelly. Strengthening physique plus 30, maximum 3 points of physique per person. Maximum physique is 35. More than 300 milliliters must be consumed continuously. Rapid growth plus 26, life increase plus 35, aging plus 35, permanent youth plus 35, energy recovery plus 50, mana recovery plus 45, meditation efficiency plus 30. Looking at the attributes of the amethyst honey and the amethyst royal jelly, the quality was not surprising. The price of this quality was directly doubled, and everyone was fighting over it. How much honey is produced? Sulen asked. Xanthi's small white hand supported her head. She thought for a while and said, "There are a total of 10 amethyst wasps here. The production of honey is 120 liters per month. The royal jelly is less, only 30 liters. Of course, the number of amethyst wasps here has not reached saturation yet. If there is a need, we can continue to increase it." "Looks like Xanthi is also a little rich lady," Sulen said with a smile. "Let's go. Your sisters must be waiting anxiously." Sulen and Xanthi came to the center of the Sea of Flowers. In the middle of the Sea of Flowers was a 50-meter-tall tree. This tree was naturally the Wisdom Ancient Tree. As soon as he came here, the aura of nature around him became even stronger. In this environment, he also felt as if his body had been purified. The giant ancient tree was lush and green. It was like a giant umbrella. In the open space under the tree, there were a dozen tree houses of different shapes. As soon as Sulen appeared, a white figure rushed over. The loud neigh of a horse sounded. An extraordinary horse appeared beside Sulen. It was his Pegasus. It lowered its head and rubbed against Sulen's body. Sulen reached out and rubbed the mane of the horse. He smiled and said, "You've gained a lot of weight recently." The Pegasus snorted at Sulen and excitedly circled around Sulen and Xanthi. The Pegasus had been living a much more comfortable life recently. It ran around happily every day. After Sulen brought it to the nature oak, it treated this place as its home. "Sulen, you're here." Alex greeted Sulen. "Come and try the afternoon tea that Sister Hathaway made. It's delicious." Hathaway and Karina smiled at him. At this time they were sitting under the wisdom tree and chatting. There was a tea set on the coffee table next to them, and there were some cream biscuits and fruits on each of their seats. It was obvious that they were having a gathering here. "Hathaway's afternoon tea? I have to try it," Sulen said as he sat down on the empty seat next to him. He picked up a delicate teacup and poured a cup of black tea. The black tea in Northern Town was different from the black tea popular in Florence. There were no milk, sugar, or other ingredients in the black tea. It was just boiled water, and Hathaway added some mint leaves to taste. This kind of black tea was more in line with Sulen's habits. "Are you used to living here?" Sulen put down the teacup and asked. Hathaway stretched lazily, her loose wizard robe outlining an astonishing curve. "It's too comfortable, too comfortable. It's nice to stay here for a few days every month to relax, but staying here for a long time will make me lose my drive." "You're too self-disciplined." Sulen shook his head and said helplessly. "Self-discipline is the only way I can go further on the path of arcana." Hathaway smiled. "But other than the comfort, the pollution index here is very good. I've only stayed here for a few days, and the pollution index on me has already decreased by half. It'll all be gone in 3 days at most." Sulen looked at Alex and said, "What do you think, Alex?" "It's great. I think this place can help me purify my bloodline," Alex said excitedly. "I'm already at the edge of becoming a legendary wizard. I think I can become a legendary wizard if I have more time." "Alex, I think you should hurry up and increase your wizard rank. Legendary wizards are powerful, but your wizard rank is still too low," Hathaway suddenly reminded. "The power of your bloodline has a source. You can use it to increase your strength, but it's best not to rely on it too much." "I know, Sister Hathaway." Alex nodded. She used to be a dedicated wizard, and her wizard rank was not that high. After listening to Hathaway's advice, she decided to focus on becoming a wizard. "Alright, you guys can think about it yourselves, but I'll support you in learning all kinds of knowledge about wizards. It'll be very beneficial for you guys," Suluan said to them. "Although the knowledge of wizards is very boring, and the spell models are a headache to look at, the benefits are beyond your imagination." "Alright, I will." Alex slumped on the table like a deflated balloon. "There's one more thing I want to ask you guys." Sulen put a cream biscuit in his mouth and swallowed it after a few chews. "What is it?" Hathaway asked strangely. "The Furious Dragon is ready to go. I'm planning to build a fleet to go to the Eastern Continent. Who wants to go with me?" Sulen said. "The Eastern Continent? I want to take a look." I've only heard a lot about the Eastern continent, and now I have a chance. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she heard Sulen was planning to go to the Eastern continent. She was very interested in the idea. Sulen nodded. Sure, we'll go together. He then looked at Alex and the others. I'm not going. A lot of kids have reached the boundary of evolution. I can't leave. Alex shook his head regretfully. Ever since they started living in the eagle's nest, some of the harpies had evolved into winged people every year. The evolution of the eagle's nest bloodline had been constantly changing the harpies. Sulen heard from Alex that the evolution of the harpies' bloodline had sped up after they suppressed their biological instincts. The winged people in Northern Town City had grown from 20 to 60. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the winged people would become a new race on the continent. Sulen was looking forward to this race. The Air Force in Northern Town City would be even more powerful. Chapter 571. In the Northern Wilderness. When Suluan returned here again, the summer was gradually coming to an end. The summer in the Northern Wilderness was not hot. Perhaps because it was close to the north, it was far less hot than the south. The wheat planted outside the city had turned yellow in a large area. It was a golden scene outside the city of Northtown. Needless to say, it was another good harvest. Sulen went to the city hall first to check how the work was going. It was almost time for the serfs to gain the status of free people. It was a very important day for the city. More than 90% of the residents in the city were serfs. Last year, when the first batch of serfs reached the end of their service, they gained the status of commoners. They owned land and houses and became real owners of property. It was a great stimulation for the other serfs. Therefore, in the following year, those serfs burst out with amazing enthusiasm. It was also on that day that Sulen's promise was not an empty lie. In order to gain a better life, those serfs burst out with amazing enthusiasm. Amazing changes had taken place in the city in the past year. The most obvious change was the farmland. Last year, there were 500,000 mu of farmland outside the city. However, only 1 year later, there were 800,000 mu of farmland outside the city. That was an extra 300,000 mu of farmland. It took them 4 or 5 years to cultivate the first 500,000 mu of farmland. Although there was a lack of manpower in the beginning, and a large amount of manpower was used to build the city, it was still an amazing achievement to cultivate 300,000 mu of farmland in just 1 year. Last year, about 1,000 serfs were granted civilian status. At that time, they were granted more than 6,000 acres of land and houses. This year, the number of serfs increased by more than 10,000. Moreover, because they worked hard, their labor points were much higher than the previous batch of serfs who were freed. According to the calculation of the officials in the city hall, each serf could exchange for 8 mu of land. Therefore, the city needed to provide at least 80,000 mu of land. Of course, this land was not cultivated. Some of it had been cultivated, and some of it had not yet been. This way the land could be quickly increased. This time, Sulen took out 40,000 mu of cultivated land, and another 40,000 mu of barren land for them. Your Majesty, this is the list of the freed serfs and the land they will be given. A rather beautiful and mature female official smiled at Sulen, and handed a document to Sulen. These female officials were actually the family members of the nobles who had been exiled to Northern Town. There were a lot of nobles who had been exiled here. Most of them were lazy. It could be said that 70% of them were rice worms. Sulen would not feed them and directly throw them to the farm. As for those who were capable, they were sent to work in various places. Compared to the men, many of the noble women were doing much better. They quickly adapted to the rules of Northgard City. Most of the noble women were literate, and had received a certain degree of education. These women were assigned to various positions in Northwind Principality, such as female officials, clerks, and archivists. So far, they were doing quite well. Most of the work has been completed. There's still a small part left to check. Sulen flipped through the list and asked, "Where are the farmlands that will be given to them?" "It's all here," the female official said as she took out a map. Suluan flipped through the map, and found that all the farmlands around the northern town were marked, including the locations of all kinds of canals, water wheels, and wells. Sulen was checking to see if anyone was playing tricks on the land distribution this time. Sulen only said to distribute the land, but did not say whether it would be high-grade or low-grade farmlands. The difference was huge. If it was high-grade farmlands, not only would they have a higher yield after planting, but they would also have access to water nearby. The yield would be 2 to 3 times higher than the newly cultivated farmlands. The price of this kind of superior farmland was far higher than that of newly cultivated farmland. Who knew what kind of tricks those officials would play? Although these officials would go to prison every year for political training, there was no one who could be 100% sure about this kind of thing. In fact, this was a loophole that Sulen purposely left. He was using this method to fish and see if any of the officials would take the bait. As expected, after checking for a while, Sulen quickly found some high-grade farmlands that had been given out. He then compared them with the list. Sulen easily found out who it was. After discovering the problem, Sulen did not say anything. Instead, he directly notified the genie guards and asked them to continue the investigation. Looking at the genie guards who were a little panicked, Sulen just threw the information to them. They naturally knew how to deal with it. If they could not even do this well, Sulen would have to consider replacing them. After dealing with the matter, Sulen left the city hall. Northern Town was developing a little fast. Many functions of the departments had not been perfected yet. This time, he was here to knock on the officials of Northern Town. Back in the inner city, Su Luan's followers lived in the entire inner city. There were also several factories in the northern city, where outsiders would be discovered as soon as they entered. When Su Luan arrived, a large number of workers were busy, and some people were giving orders. After walking in, what appeared in front of him was a square box. These were the goods that were going to be shipped to Deepwater City. Sulen was going to open up a new route, so naturally, he had to bring the goods. This time, he prepared various specialties of Northern Town: paper, sugar, some magic potions and magic items. There was also some wine, but not much. The main reason was the difference in diet between the East and the West. Sulen did not know if rum and vodka were suitable for the Eastern continent. After a few years of development, Northern Town had started to sell military supplies in addition to producing these things. For example, war horses and weapons. With the centaurs, the war horses produced in Northern Town were very popular in the human kingdoms. The war horses produced here were some of the best in the entire Western continent. As for the weapons, the quality of Northern Town's weapons had skyrocketed after the dwarven blacksmiths were hired. Not only were they durable, but they were also sharp and tough. The price was not too high either. Some of the high-quality weapons were even enchanted. In this era, the weapons produced by the dwarves were equivalent to the high-end weapons produced by the big kingdoms in his previous life. As for the enchanted weapons, they were equivalent to the most advanced weapons, such as the Dongfeng Express and the F-22. The profits of the arms trade were very high. After all, how could the arms trade not make money? The countries in the south were very strict about the arms trade. Normal military weapons were restricted because of the rampant pirates. Many nobles were worried that the pirates would get their hands on weapons that were too good. As for the enchanted weapons, it was even more difficult. 1 or 2 of these weapons were fine, but Northern Town had no such restrictions. After all, these weapons were not used in the Northwind Principality or the Kingdom of Florence. Of course, Northern Town had strict restrictions on the sale of weapons locally. After all, Northern Town was located in the northern wasteland. There were too many goblins, orcs, and gnolls around. If these weapons fell into the hands of the goblins, it would be a threat to Northern Town. Sulen nodded after checking the goods again. Since they had the furious dragon with them, they could carry more goods. Therefore, they had to prepare all kinds of supplies. Hathaway was also here. She was also preparing the goods for the trade. At the same time, she was also recording the things she wanted to buy. Many of them were unique to the Eastern continent. She was planning to buy them in bulk. It would be great if we had a magic airship. Airship? You have the technology? Sulen raised his eyebrows. I'm missing some key information, Hathaway shrugged. The planet Sulen and the others were on was huge. It was many times the size of Earth. The distance between the Eastern continent and the Western continent was relatively close, but the western continent was very far away from the other continents. It would take almost a year for them to travel back and forth with ships. It was also difficult to travel in the endless ocean with ships alone. In the shallow seas, there were not many monsters. However, in the deep seas there were countless sea monsters. Many of these sea monsters were as strong as dragons. If an ordinary ship encountered these sea monsters, the ship would be destroyed. Hence, communication between these continents was usually done through magic airships or long-distance teleportation arrays. Long-distance teleportation circles could not transport large amounts of goods, so airships were the main trade tool between the continents. These magic airships were owned by a few large wizard organizations. They had completely monopolized the trade between the continents. They had made a lot of money by relying on these airships. Airships are not that difficult. You just need to cast a levitation spell or a space expansion spell. However, you still need to deal with the defensive rune circle and energy source, Hathaway explained. Another thing was the means of attack. Although airships could avoid the monsters in the ocean, they would sometimes encounter some monsters in the sky. Therefore, counterattacks were indispensable. Another thing was the energy source. An airship needed to consume a large amount of energy. Elemental pools could not be made on the airship. Therefore, it was crucial to make an energy source for the airship. In fact, airship technology first appeared in the early days of the Arcane Empire. It was phased out in the later days of the Arcane Empire. However, there were many gaps in the wizard civilization. Many of the skill trees lacked key points. It could not be helped. Although airship technology was phased out in the era of the Arcane Empire, the technology was still very good. It was cheap and cost-effective. Otherwise, the Arcane Empire would not have used it for so long. Chapter 572. Kingdom of Florence, City of San Filto. Phyllis was awakened by a ray of sunlight at dawn. She first opened her eyes, and then felt a sense of powerlessness coming from the corpse. The battle last night lasted until late at night. Even if she had awakened the dragon bloodline, she still could not bear it. The power of the plasma cannon was too strong. Fighting alone, she quickly threw away her armor and completely gave up resistance. Sulen seemed to feel something and woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Phyllis's flawless jade-like body seem to be glowing under the morning light. She looked lazy and sleepy, and there was still a touch of last night's lust between her eyebrows. After a night of release, Sulen stood up straight. However, considering Phyllis's ability to bear it, Sulen could only let her go for now. The velvet bed was very soft. Sulen stretched and got up from the bed. The maids outside the door seemed to have heard the movement inside. Soon, two pretty maids came in with clothes. After seeing Sulen's body, the two pretty faces blushed, but they still helped Sulen put on his clothes respectfully. The temperature in the room was suitable. Hathaway had set up a large rune circle around the entire palace. Not only could it protect the palace, but it could also adjust the temperature of the palace area. Sulen stretched, then yawned, and let the maids behind him put on his clothes one by one. The queen needs to continue to rest. You will guard the door later. Don't let anyone disturb her. By the way, remember to prepare breakfast for her. After a simple wash, Sulen ordered the two maids beside him. After giving the order, Sulen went to the dining room to have a simple breakfast. As the king of the Kingdom of Florence, he rarely lived in this kingdom. Although the Kingdom of Florence had been purged several times by Sulen, and a large number of nobles had been eliminated, there were still many rotten rules here, and there was a lot of resistance to reform. After all, these nobles had been living on this land for thousands of years. It was unrealistic to get rid of them all. Besides, there were gods in this world. If these nobles were forced into a corner and turned to the temple, Sulen's efforts would be in vain. After thousands of years of struggle, the human nobles finally reached a relative tacit understanding with the temple. That was, the temple would not interfere in the internal affairs of the country. In their words, the king belonged to the king, and the gods belonged to the gods. The king represented secular rights, while the gods retained the right to worship. However, if someone really wanted to uproot their roots, these nobles would not just sit there and do nothing. They would definitely go to the temple and the temple would have an excuse to intervene in their internal affairs. At that time, there would be a lot of trouble. Sulen didn't have the power to suppress the shrine, but the shrine couldn't deal with Sulen either. In the end, they could only compromise, so Sulen didn't care much about the Kingdom of Florence. He only made requirements for the slums, the dark side of the city, and the appearance of the city. He also restricted the officials in power, and at the same time, reformed the tax collection. The interests of the nobles were also affected. After a series of attacks and exiles by Sulen, the nobles who refused to comply were already dead. The rest of the nobles could only hold their noses and accept it. Of course, this was also because these losses were within the acceptable range of those nobles. In the palace, Sulen was wearing a hunting suit and was about to go for a walk in the city. At this time, he suddenly saw the captain of the guards rushing over. Sulen frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" The captain bowed slightly and replied, "Your Majesty, a group of refugees just arrived outside the city. The city hall asked if they should be stopped outside the city." Refugees? Sulen was a little surprised. It was almost the autumn harvest. Why would there be refugees at this time? Ask the city hall to send people to settle all the refugees outside the city. Although he didn't know the specific situation of these refugees, Sulen quickly issued an order. Deal with them according to the refugee resettlement regulations. Yes, the captain said respectfully, then bowed and took 2 steps back to prepare to leave. Wait, go and find out where these refugees came from, Sulen suddenly said. Yes, Your Majesty. The captain turned and left. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then a burly man with a scar on his face walked in. He obviously had the blood of a barbarian. He was wearing a fine iron armor and didn't carry any weapons. When he saw Sulen, he immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty, you were looking for me?" "A group of refugees outside the city. Bring some people to maintain order. Let the refugees clean themselves and receive food according to the rules. Remember to kill anyone who dares to cause trouble and rob the food," Sulen said without raising his head. "Yes, Your Majesty." The burly man bowed slightly, then turned and left. There was an effective way to deal with refugees in the northern city. First, the refugees would be isolated, disinfected, and cleaned. Then they would be given food. When the food was distributed, all kinds of information about the refugees would be recorded and organized into a book. Then the refugees would be allocated houses according to the book. Sulen wouldn't directly take care of these refugees. The most common way was to provide them with relief. This way, not only could the refugees find something to do, but they could also be used to build some infrastructure. When the refugees left, they would also be paid. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At noon, the captain of the guards hurried over to report that the refugees had been settled. "Your Majesty, everything is settled? Where did these refugees come from?" Sulen asked directly. "I've asked clearly. They came from the city of Wallachia in the north. Their city was attacked by a giant dragon. The dragon stole the treasures in the city and left. However, a group of barbarians from the north came and attacked the city. Because the city had just been attacked by the giant dragon, the barbarians easily took over the city." "Barbarians from the north?" Sulen immediately turned around and frowned slightly. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes. "The barbarians from the north actually dared to attack my city. What are the surrounding nobles doing?" Sulen didn't strip the nobles of their military power at the northern border. These nobles who were responsible for the invasion of the north had a strong military force. The barbarians who didn't even have metal weapons were no match for them. Even if Wallachia city was attacked, the nobles could still easily drive the barbarians out with their strength. Now that there were so many refugees in Sanfilto city, it was obvious that the nobles didn't do their best. Sulen naturally knew the reason for this situation. It was obvious that the nobles were unhappy that Sulen's reforms had damaged their interests. "Order the First Legion to head out and kill the northern barbarians as soon as possible. We'll reclaim Wuxia city. Oh, and bring the surrounding nobles' armies along as well. Teach them a lesson," Sulen said coldly. "Yes, sir." The barbarians of the northern region were a general term that included the barbarians, the Vrykul, and other races. Because of the harsh environment and cold climate, these barbarians were usually tall and hairy. Many of them had the bloodline of the frost giants. Most of these barbarians had brain cramps. If a normal human's IQ was 12 points, then their IQ was at most 10 points. They were also stubborn, and could be compared to dwarves. Because they were often cheated by southern merchants in their transactions, they were very unfriendly to the surrounding countries. Although these people were reckless, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. Sulen didn't care about the barbarians who attacked Wallachia city. He was more interested in the dragon that dared to rob the city. A dragon that was active in the north and took the initiative to rob the city. This was most likely done by the white dragon of the Pentashade. Sulen estimated that a white dragon that could easily take down a city was at least in its prime. It might even be an old white dragon. Just because white dragons were the weakest of the Pentashade didn't mean that they were easy to deal with. In fact, white dragons were weak only relative to other Pentashade dragons. They were also very powerful to humans. White dragons that had entered adulthood were already legendary creatures. White dragons of this age were not as brainless as the previous white dragons. If it was an old white dragon, it would be even stronger. Its frost dragon breath could instantly freeze a person into an ice sculpture, and then shatter them into ice shards with a gentle tap. Dragons were born with dragon's aura. Human wave tactics were ineffective against them. Many people couldn't even stand under the dragon's aura. At the same time, they had tough dragon skin and dragon scales. Ordinary weapons couldn't even break through their skin. Many people used to think that white dragons were the weakest of the Pentashade dragons and looked down on them. When they really fought, they realized that even the weakest of the Pentashade dragons was still very dangerous. In addition, the white dragon's innate ability to cast spells was not friendly to adventurers at all. 99% of the adventurers who wanted to make a name for themselves by slaying dragons were killed by the dragons like bugs. Their weapons and armor also became the collection of the dragons. Sulen was very interested in dragons. Slaying dragons not only had extraordinary significance and fame, but also represented amazing returns. Moreover, this was a white dragon that had just robbed an entire city. Other than the white dragon's treasure, the most important thing was the white dragon's body materials. From its blood, dragon meat, dragon scales, dragon horns, claws, dragon skin, and even dragon crystals. These were all precious magic materials. It was not impossible to create one or two legendary magic items from a dragon's body. There were many Euron species in the northern wastelands, but there weren't many pure-blood dragons. White dragons were also rare. They were mainly distributed in the depths of the glacial mountains and the cold islands overseas. This time, the white dragon attacked the city of Wallachia. Based on the dragon's habits, it was very likely that its nest was near the city. Dragons rarely strayed far from their nests. This white dragon had most likely just moved its nest here. Chapter 573. A white dragon that had migrated to the northern wastelands. This was good news for Sulen. If the dragon had lived in the depths of the glaciers, Sulen would have had a hard time finding it. However, if the dragon had come to the northern wastelands, it would be much easier to slay it. The problem now was that the northern wastelands was so vast with so many mountain ranges. Where could the dragon's lair be? A white dragon's hunting range was very wide. Usually, a giant dragon's hunting range would be centered around its lair. It would not be easy to find the dragon's lair in such a large area. Sulen tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. He was thinking as he listened to the guard's explanation. Do any of the refugees know where the dragon's lair is? Sulen asked. According to the news from the refugees, the dragon is flying northeast. I think its nest should be in the northeast. The guard captain said respectfully. Northeast. Sulen closed his eyes for a moment. He opened the system map and found the location of Wallachia city. He then began to look for a suitable location for the dragon's lair on the strategic map. There were many mountain ranges to the north of Wallachia city. The Granwell mountain range was to the northeast. This mountain range was not big, and was part of the Sierra de Lotus. The Ganders mountain range was to the northwest of Wallachia city. There was also the Helbo mountain range further north. If the white dragon had really flown northeast, then the Granwell mountain range was the most likely place to be the dragon's lair. Of course, it could also be the Helbo mountain range. These northern mountain ranges were basically covered in ice and snow. Normal people would not be able to get close to them at all. It would not be easy to find the exact location of the dragon's lair. The next day, the First Legion of San Filto City had finished its preparations and was ready to set off at any time. After bidding farewell to Phyllis, Suluan led the army out of San Filto City and rushed towards Wuxia City. Wallachia City was about 700 kilometers away from San Filto City. They would have to pass by several cities along the way, so the First Legion did not need to prepare too much food. They only needed to bring some food for the journey and buy the rest from the cities. When they arrived at these cities, Sulen could clearly see the temporary residences outside the cities. These temporary residences were filled with refugees. Not all of the refugees from Wuxia City had rushed to the capital. Many of them were scattered to other cities, and only a portion of them made it to the capital. It had been at least a week since the fall of Wallachia, but Sulen had only just received the news. Sulen knew very well that there was something fishy going on. It was nothing more than the work of the nobles. Sulen had secretly made up his mind to increase the scale of the brocade guard when he returned. Before this, Sulen had always let the embroidered uniform guards develop in the southern provinces. At that time, the northern provinces did not have much resistance to Sulen, so they did not pay much attention to the northern provinces. Many northern cities did not have embroidered uniform guards. Now, it seemed that they had been too lenient on them. The embroidered uniform guards in Eagle's Nest had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible to monitor all the provinces in the north. It took 10 days for the army to travel from San Filto to Wuxia City. Nothing happened along the way. Finally, on the 10th day, Sulen's army arrived at Wuxia City. However, unlike what he had expected, the northern barbarians had already abandoned the city and left. At that moment, Wuxia City looked like a ghost town. Broken walls were everywhere in the city, and one of the city gates had collapsed. The city was in a mess, as if it had been raided by the Japanese. The city gates had been torn down, and there were a few stray dogs running around in the city. If it had not been for the words of Wuxia City on the city walls, Sulen would have thought that he had arrived at the ruins. Seeing the situation, Sulen immediately gave the order to set up camp, and then sent people to search the city. At the same time, he began to gather the refugees. At its peak, Wuxia City had a permanent population of more than 50,000 people, and was one of the largest cities in the north. The city belonged to the royal family, and was not in theft by the nobles. Therefore, Sulen had to spend a lot of money to repair the city after it was destroyed. With the arrival of the army, Wuxia City began to recover. Coincidentally, Sulen was not satisfied with the city's planning, and began to make changes. While repairing the city, he sent people to gather the refugees. After Wuxia City fell, some people did not escape, but hid in the wilderness. Now that the king's army had arrived, these people began to return. Sulen also began to ask the refugees about the dragon, and where the northern barbarians had retreated. Sulen was not the kind of person who would take a beating without retaliating. He would not let the northern barbarians who had broken into his city and pillaged it. Many scouts were sent out to search. In the next few days, Sulen received a lot of information. Because the northern barbarians had taken a lot of resources with them when they retreated, they left behind a lot of traces. The scouts were able to find them easily by following the traces. The northern barbarians had brought a lot of spoils back to Gander's Mountains in the northwest. What surprised Sulen even more was that the scouts had found traces of the white dragon while they were hiding. What did you say? The white dragon's lair is in Gander's Mountains? Sulen looked at the scout in front of him in surprise. Yes, your majesty. When I was following the northern barbarians, I found the white dragon. The white dragon was hunting when it was discovered. After it was done, it brought its prey back to Gander's Mountains. Sulen's expression darkened. What a cunning dragon, he cursed in his mind. There wasn't much information from the refugees. Almost all of them said that the white dragon was heading towards the northeast. However, the truth was that the white dragon's lair was in another direction. The white dragon had purposely flown northeast to mislead the others, so that they would not be able to find the dragon's lair. After figuring out the situation, Suluan left the city of Valencia and headed for the Ganders Mountains. This time, he was looking for the white dragon's whereabouts and killing it. With the help of the strategic map, Suluan had a clear view of his surroundings. He planned to find the white dragon's exact location first before killing it. There were a dozen mountains around Ganders Mountains. There could be a white dragon on any one of them. The mountains were not very big. Some were steep, while others were as low as mounds. However, there were a few mountains that were very tall. Suluan also noticed that the environment was a little strange. There was a mountain in the south that was actually a volcano. When Suluan went to check it out, he found that it was a dormant volcano that was far from erupting. Volcanoes were very attractive to dragons. However, only red dragons like to build their lair in volcanoes. White dragons did not like this kind of environment. Suluan did not understand why a white dragon would build its lair in such a place. Suluan slowly approached the place. There was another mountain near the volcano. Suluan finally found some clues on the mountain. As soon as he arrived at the mountain, Suluan realized that something was wrong. The reason was simple. There were very few animals here. The entire mountain was very quiet. There were not many birds in the dense forest. Under normal circumstances, there should be many animals living here. Then birds would like to build their nests here. But now, it seemed that there was nothing here. Animals were far more sensitive to auras and danger than humans. Since there were so few animals here, it could only mean one thing. There should be a terrifying creature nearby, most likely a dragon. The dragon's natural aura would drive away the animals around it. Any creature that got close to it would have to go through a test of will to not be affected. Otherwise, they would be shrouded in fear and shock. The dragon's aura would drive away other creatures near the dragon's lair. Other creatures would not dare to get close unless they were enslaved servants. There did not seem to be any animals or birds here. It was probably because the dragons flew by from time to time, scaring the animals away. At the same time, he also found the tribe of the northern barbarians. Suluan did not expect that the barbarians lived here too. After getting the information, Suluan did not rush to attack. Instead, he brought a part of his army. There were many people in the tribe. Since they dared to attack the city of Valencia, they naturally had to pay the price. Suluan did not let the army attack when they arrived at the outskirts of the tribe. This place was not far from the dragon's lair. If a battle broke out, the white dragon would be easily alerted. If the white dragon ran away, it would be difficult to catch it. Suluan let the army lie in ambush, then prepared to go around the tribe and continue up the mountain. He planned to deal with the white dragon first. After he dealt with the dragon, the army hidden below could then attack. Just as Suluan was about to go around the tribe, he suddenly realized that the barbarians were worshipping the white dragon. Many of the barbarians had signs of dragonization. Suluan even found a few dragon descendants. The dragon must have used its power to turn the barbarians into dragon descendants. The dragon could bestow power to its followers. Generally speaking, the more dragon descendants there were, the more powerful the dragon would be. Suluan observed carefully just now. There were 3 small groups of dragon descendants in the camp. There were some that Suluan did not see, but there were probably more of them. With so many dragon descendants, this white dragon might have broken through its prime and entered old age. An old white dragon. Needless to say, it was very powerful. Moreover, an old white dragon's intelligence was not inferior to that of other dragons. Suluan needed a perfect plan before he could act. Chapter 574. Suluan hid in the bushes, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Suluan had already sentenced the barbarian tribe to death in his heart. They would definitely be punished for daring to attack his city. But before that, he needed to seal off the area. He looked up at the top of the mountain, which was covered in snow. That was the white dragon's lair. He couldn't alarm the white dragon when dealing with these barbarians. A faint magic power came from Suluan, but the barbarians in the camp didn't notice it at all. They were still busy with their own tasks. A few barbarian warriors were wrestling in the open space, while the Dragonkin warriors sat beside them and ate meat. Because they had conquered Valencia City, the The barbarians' harvest was beyond imagination. Originally, most of the barbarians used bone and stone weapons. Now they had all changed to metal weapons. Some of the barbarian warriors even wore full body armor. No one knew which unlucky knight had left it behind, but it was obviously a size too small for the barbarian warrior. But he didn't care and walked through the crowd with his head held high. It was difficult to cast a spell to cover the entire camp, and it was even more difficult to cast it in order to prevent the white dragon from discovering the magic waves. In order to suppress the magic waves, Sulen lengthened the casting time by several times. Finally, a dim and weak light flashed, and the spell was finally released. Silent Domain. Maximum spell plus silent spell cast. A transparent barrier descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire campsite. The original clamor disappeared in an instant, and the foot of the mountain became silent in an instant. After observing for a while, Sulen sighed in relief when he saw that there was no movement in the white dragon's lair. He then waved at the soldiers behind him, and the soldiers who were already prepared immediately began to attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The archers of the sound shooting battalion instantly burst forth with astonishing speed. Only 30 archers of the sound shooting battalion activated rapid shooting, and directly shot out a wave of arrows. The unprepared barbarians of the northern region were instantly turned into porcupines by the rain of arrows. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. After being attacked, the barbarians of the northern region reacted very quickly. As a tribe that lived in the wilderness, if they didn't react quickly enough, they wouldn't have the right to survive. A dozen barbarian warriors formed an arrowhead and charged forward. These top-level axe-wielding barbarian warriors roared and activated Berserk, then charged forward with their axes. Whirlwind/charge chop, whirlwind/charge chop. Although the moves were simple and crude, corpses were everywhere they passed. The axes of the barbarians' axes broke bones and tore tendons. Although the northern barbarians were strong, they were no better than little chicks when facing this group of berserkers. With a flash of lightning, the storm halberd appeared in Su Luan's hand. Then, with a flash of lightning, the two barbarian warriors who had just rushed up were instantly turned into charcoal. Chop! Sullen's storm war halberd swept across. The blade of the halberd shone with a cold light, and pierced through the scales of another dragon barbarian. Blood splattered everywhere. A hideous wound appeared on the dragon barbarian's chest. The sharp blade of the halberd had cut through the dragon barbarian's ribs. The white bone stubble made one's scalp tingle. The colorful internal organs were steaming and falling out. Battle cries rang out everywhere. Facing the well-prepared army of Florence, the barbarians of the northern region were forced to retreat. Although the battle had been developing in their favor, Sullen's army had also suffered a lot of losses. The barbarians of the northern region had obtained a large amount of resources and various weapons after conquering Valatia City. They were 10 times stronger than the broken weapons they originally had. The steel weapons were naturally lethal. Fortunately, Sulen had brought elite troops this time. Although the First Legion of Sanfelto City had recruited a lot of new soldiers, the main force of the army was Sullen's men from the northern city. They were powerful and were the backbone of the army. Get out of the way! At this time, a scorching hot fireball instantly smashed towards the charging crowd. The orange-red flame carried a scorching hot aura as it flew over. At this time, a tall figure instantly jumped up and swept the giant axe in his hand. A chi blade swept out from the axe blade, and instantly split the basketball-sized fireball into 2 halves. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball exploded. It was as if a ball of red-hot molten iron had exploded. Golden-red scorching flames flew all over the sky. The tall figure was blown far away. The giant axe in his hand was blown to pieces, and the iron armor on his body was scorched red by the flames. Fortunately, the quality of the armor was good, and it was not damaged by the explosion. Otherwise, this would have been enough to take his life. Sulen casually sent a green aura into the barbarian's body. The barbarian's injuries from the explosion began to heal quickly. After the fireball was blown up by the axe, the flames splashed everywhere. The most unlucky ones were the barbarians who lacked armor. Sullen's troops were all wearing armor. Although the flames splashed by the fireball were hot, the armor didn't affect them too much. However, the barbarians were not so lucky. A rain of fire splashed out, and the dirty furs on their bodies quickly burned. These barbarians in the northern wasteland didn't know how to make leather. Moreover, most of the leather on their bodies was covered in oil. When the sparks landed on them, a raging fire immediately rose. Before those barbarians could react, the fire had spread to their bodies. Many of them directly turned into human-shaped fireballs. The morale of the northern barbarians, who had been defeated, was even lower. Soren's hand flashed, and a lightning spear appeared in an instant. With a flash of lightning, it flew out in an instant. Lightning spear. The dragon sorcerer, who had just released the fireball, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The next second, boundless darkness shrouded him. After killing the dragon sorcerer, the resistance of the northern barbarians began to weaken. Many of them had begun to sneak away, but Sulen, who had already surrounded the whole camp, would not let any enemy go. The barbarians who had fallen into a desperate situation fought madly with bloodshot eyes. They wanted to rush out a path of survival, but it was destined to be futile. The archers who had been guarding the perimeter had long stopped the rain of arrows and started to target the barbarians. These archers were all godly archers. They directly sniped the barbarians who resisted fiercely. With the continuous killing, the resistance of the northern barbarians became weaker and weaker. This tribe of 2,000 people had completely lost the ability to resist. The whole camp was full of barbarians' corpses. About half an hour later, the cries in the camp gradually disappeared. All the rebels were killed, and the rest were captured. It could be said that this battle was a total victory. Your Majesty, all the northern barbarians are here. In addition to those who were killed, there are more than 1,300 people captured. Among them, 230 were seriously injured, and the rest were lightly injured or uninjured. None of them escaped. In this battle, our army lost 37 people, 120 were seriously injured, and no light injuries were taken into account. It was a total victory. A servant said respectfully. Clean up the battlefield and escort the captives back to the city of Vadia. Kill those who are seriously injured, Sulen said coldly. It was as if the more than 200 seriously injured people were just some cold numbers. Take care of the injured brothers properly. Bring the seriously injured here for medical treatment. Soon, all the seriously injured were sent to Sulen's tent. To Sulen, as long as they were not dead, even if they had lost an arm or a leg, he could just put the arm back and use the living healing spell to save them. More than 100 seriously injured people were quickly treated. Sulen could not bear to see these people die or become disabled and retire. These seriously injured people were all excellent soldiers, much stronger than the newly recruited ones. Sulen's healing spell allowed his army to grow rapidly. Every veteran who had been on the battlefield and had rich experience in killing were very precious. As long as these veterans were there, they could quickly build up an army. Bring some of the surrendered barbarians here. I have something to ask them. Sulen said after casting the spell. Yes. The guard at the side hurriedly left. Soon, a few surrendered barbarians were brought over. Kneel. The guards behind him lifted their legs and kicked the barbarians' knees, pressing them to the ground. What is your position in the tribe? Sulen looked at the barbarians in front of him. The barbarians looked at each other and said, I am the tribe's priest. You should know about that dragon, right? Sulen asked directly. Yes. Where did it come from? How long has it been here? Why did it attack Vadia city? How strong is it? What are its hobbies? Sulen stared at the barbarian priest. Are you planning to attack the dragon god? I won't tell you. Don't think you can get any information about the dragon god from me. Hearing Sulen's words, the barbarian priest's expression changed and he shouted. Looks like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Sulen shook his head slightly. You think I can't do anything if you don't tell me? Naive. You don't understand the power of magic. Sulen sneered. The barbarian priest's expression changed. He struggled and tried to hit the sharp blade next to him, but he was too late. Dominate human. A ray of light flashed from Sulen's body. In the next second, the barbarian priest who was struggling stiffened. Then his gaze became dull. So what if you resisted? You still have to tell me, right? Sulen sneered. Then he began to ask the barbarian priest questions. After that, Sulen casually summoned a ray of light and controlled another barbarian to ask the same questions. Chapter 575. After some questioning, Sulen had a clearer understanding of the giant dragon. His guess was right. It was indeed an elderly white dragon. According to the barbarians, this elderly white dragon had come here from the north 2 years ago. After arriving, it immediately conquered a few surrounding tribes and united them into a tribe of about 2,000 people. After converting a group of dragon descendants, it went into a deep slumber. It was only a year ago that the white dragon woke up and began to move around. The white dragon had attacked the city of Wallachia because it wanted more wealth. After observing for a long time, it made its move. As expected, the city of Wallachia was conquered by the white dragon, and all the wealth in the city was plundered. His followers, on the other hand, obtained a large amount of weapons and resources. After understanding the situation of this white dragon, Sulen began to prepare to slay it. This white dragon was not considered strong among the giant dragons. Its followers had been wiped out by Sulen, and now only the dragon itself was left. According to various records, many giant dragons would enslave large numbers of servants and followers. The most successful example was the Red Dragon Queen in the south. Giant dragons could enslave most monsters as their servants, including all your own species, and even those weaker than them. Therefore, most of the time, when facing a giant dragon, it was not just a single dragon, but an entire army. Take the Red Dragon Queen for example. She had several red dragons under her command, as well as numerous dragon descendants. She relied on her powerful strength to suppress the southern countries and make them tremble in fear. Every year, they had to pay her taxes. Even the churches of the gods were not willing to provoke her. Many people thought that they could slay a dragon after reading some so-called strategy guides, but these people were usually killed by the dragon's servants at the first checkpoint. As for the bard stories of knights slaying dragons with the help of a group of companions, they were basically just rumors. If one wanted to slay a dragon, the first thing one had to face was its army of monsters. Dragons would not be stupid enough to fight one-on-one with you. They would use all their advantages to fight. For example, if a warrior were to fight a dragon, he would be in a passive state. The dragon could fly, but the warrior couldn't fly. Arrows couldn't reach the dragon either. Only when the dragon swooped down would the warrior have the opportunity to attack. However, this opportunity often represented a great risk. If the warrior wasn't careful, he would die on the spot. Moreover, compared to hand-to-hand combat, giant dragons preferred to use their dragon breath to destroy their enemies. For the winged dragons, they had complete strategic initiative. They could fight and leave as they pleased. When the dragons sensed danger, they would also flee. Therefore, when a warrior or knight fought a dragon, the first thing they should do was to make it unable to fly. If they couldn't do that, then they should retreat as soon as possible. Most melee classes were at a disadvantage in the air. There was no combat aura in this world that could allow warriors or sword saints to fight in the air, unless they raised their strength to advanced legendary and mastered the domain. All of you stay here. I'll go up alone, Sulen said. Your Majesty, let us go together. Isn't it just a dragon? We have a dragon-slaying weapon to deal with it, a barbarian warrior said while waving a dragon-slaying spear. This dragon-slaying spear was specially used to deal with giant creatures. The body of the spear was tough and sharp. There were barbs on the spearhead, and there was a blood groove on the side. When the spear stabbed down, the hook would latch onto the muscles and fascia. Once it was forcefully torn, it would cause an even more terrible wound. The blood groove on the spearhead would quickly drain the blood of the prey. Sulen thought for a moment, then said, "Those whose strength is below tier 3 don't need to go. Those whose strength is above tier 3 take the javelins. Remember, when facing a dragon, don't stand in a group. Spread out and pay attention to dodge. Don't fight the dragon head-on. You won't be able to win. It can tear you apart with a casual attack." Sulen picked up a javelin and held it in his hand. He continued, "Use these javelins to shoot. Don't think about attacking other places. Aim at its dragon wings. As long as it dives down, use the javelins to attack its dragon wings. Dragons had a layer of tough dragon scales, and under the dragon scales was a layer of dragon skin. Its defense was very strong. However, the only part of its body that did not have dragon scales was its wings. Of course, it was said that there were no dragon scales. In fact, it was a layer of very small scales. Its defense was far lower than other parts of its body. Of course, not all dragons relied on their wings to fly. They relied on a kind of spell-like ability. Many pure-blooded dragons' wings were only for auxiliary purposes. Even if their wings were injured, it would still not affect their ability to fly. However, the white dragon Sulen was preparing to deal with now was not one of them. Once the white dragon's wings were injured, it would definitely be unable to fly. At that time, the difficulty of killing the white dragon would be reduced by half. In fact, Sulen also had other ways to deal with the white dragon. For example, he had the Hydra's venom in his hands. Although the dragon's poison resistance was very amazing, the Hydra's venom was not ordinary. Even a dragon would not be able to withstand it. However, in this way, the blood in the white dragon's body would be contaminated and basically lose its value. Even the dragon's flesh and other parts of the dragon would be seriously affected. It could be said that even if the dragon was successfully killed, only the dragon scales and dragon skin would be of some use. To Sulen, this was basically a waste of 90% of the dragon's materials. The Hydra's venom was not that easy to remove. Sulen led the two teams of warriors and carefully climbed to the top of the mountain. The higher they went, the lower the temperature. Although part of it was due to the climate and environment, the more important part was the radiation of the dragon's body. Soon, the ground under their feet began to be covered with snow. The mountain peak became steep and slippery. A thick layer of ice covered the top of the mountain. This was not naturally formed. It was the effect of the white dragon's breath. The white dragon was born with the ability to walk on ice. It could walk on ice as if it was flat ground. On such a steep and slippery ice layer, if one was not careful, one would slip and fall. One should know that this was the top of the mountain. If one were to slide down from here, even the barbarian's physique would not be able to withstand it. You guys can stay here. Sulen looked around and said. The space at the top of the mountain was narrow, and there was almost no shelter. There was also a layer of ice covering the mountain. It was very unfriendly to others. Find a place to hide. If you have the chance, use the javelins to attack the white dragon's wings. At the same time, remember to protect yourselves. Sulen finished speaking and walked directly to the top of the mountain. Greater invisibility. A light flashed and Sulen's figure completely disappeared. Erased traces. Another light flashed and even Sulen's footprints and smell disappeared. After hiding, Sulen began to approach the white dragon's nest. The white dragon's nest was very steep and covered with a layer of ice. The entire mountain wall was very smooth. The cold wind whistled at the top of the mountain. It would be a problem for ordinary people to even stand, but for Sulen, it was not difficult at all. With a walk on the ice, Sulen walked on the ice as if it were flat ground. At the top of the mountain was an open platform that was smooth and flat. Dragons usually took off and landed on this platform. Because of their weight, dragons preferred to fly from high places. It was difficult for them to take off from flat ground. As soon as Sulen arrived, he felt something strange. An invisible pressure enveloped him. This pressure made his heart beat faster and made him nervous. The hair on his body stood on end, giving him a creepy feeling. Sulen had experienced this feeling before. That was when he was in the fire elemental plane, and the red dragon onyx via. Draconic aura. A word popped up in Sulen's mind. The draconic aura disappeared as quickly as it came. After a breath, this draconic aura had no effect on Sulen at all. This white dragon's draconic aura was not very strong. At best, it was similar to Onyxvia's. Onyxvia had just entered adulthood. Although it was 2 years younger than this white dragon, as the strongest red dragon among the pentashade dragons, its draconic aura was far stronger than that of a white dragon. The most troublesome thing about killing a dragon was its draconic aura. This was a natural ability that existed from birth. As time passed, the draconic aura would become stronger and stronger. Draconic aura was very important to a dragon. They could easily enslave a large number of monsters with their draconic aura. At the same time, when facing a large number of enemies, it could intimidate the enemies. Those creatures with weaker minds and weak wills would not even have the courage to attack. Ordinary people could not withstand draconic aura at all. Even professionals would have to go through a test of will. More than 80% of professionals would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, there was no need to think about using human wave tactics to deal with a dragon. In fact, the more powerful and high in the battle, the higher the requirement for will. In a battle of this level, there would often be a need for a test of will. Many of the wizard's control spells also required a test of will. Once the test failed, the target would be controlled by the spell. The more powerful the monster or demon, the more likely it was to have this kind of control spell. For example, the succubus queen in the bottomless abyss. Her seduction spell could not be resisted even by high-grade legendary figures. Once the target failed the test, they would be controlled by the succubus queen. When he came to the platform, Sulen quickly found the white dragon's nest. Before he got close to the nest, the dragon's nest was not deep. Sulen saw the target at a glance. It was a huge white dragon. This white dragon was at least 30 meters long. Its scales were smooth and had a layer of mirror-like silver white. It had sharp claws, sharp bone spurs, and a small mountain of gold treasures under its body. It was very similar to a powerful dragon. The wealth possessed by a dragon also represented the dragon's strength. Chapter 576. A cold wind blew, and a few snowflakes drifted down. It was snowing lightly in the sky. The white dragon in the center of the dragon's nest was still sleeping. Long and drawn-out breathing sounds could be heard. As the white dragon breathed, countless small pieces of ice flew out of the dragon's mouth and nose. Sulen moved slowly and lowered his footsteps as he approached the sleeping white dragon. Although the white dragon was sleeping, as long as Sulen made the slightest noise, it would immediately wake up. Under normal circumstances, the white dragon's nest was guarded by its kin, but this white dragon was very lucky. Its kin had all been killed at the foot of the mountain, so there were no guards around the nest at all. Sulen carefully moved forward, carefully observing the surrounding ground. Sure enough, he found a few hidden magic traps near the nest. Fortunately, the white dragon's magic ability was average, so these magic traps were not difficult enough. Sulen spent some time and successfully removed the magic traps. Sulen carefully followed the small path and continued to move deeper into the nest. He was less than 30 meters away from the white dragon. At this distance, he could clearly see the white dragon. It was more than 30 meters in size, with white scales and sharp claws. Below the white dragon's body, there was a dazzling light. That was the white dragon's treasure. In addition to gold and silver, there were many magic gems here. In addition, it had just ransacked a city. The number of treasures in front of him was astonishing. Sulen did not continue to approach. He was not a professional thief, and he was not confident that he could continue to approach without waking the white dragon. However, this distance was enough. If he wanted to, he could close the distance in the blink of an eye. Sulen's figure immediately pounced on the white dragon. The moment he moved, the white dragon seemed to sense something. Its body moved slightly, and in an instant, it opened its huge eyes. Roar! The white dragon's painful roar instantly resounded in the dragon's nest. Sulen only felt his ears rumbling. The storm war halberd with infinite lightning instantly slashed on the white dragon's wing bone. A sound of fine iron colliding rang out, and the hard dragon bone was directly broken. The dragon, who had just woken up, immediately felt the excruciating pain. It immediately spat out a mouthful of dragon breath at Sulen. A bone-piercing chill spread out. Sulen's body stiffened, and the ice dragon breath gushed out. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, and Sulen's figure disappeared. The extremely cold ice dragon breath instantly enveloped the place where he had been. Even the air seemed to have frozen. Although the white dragon's breath was the weakest of the chromatic dragons, and its damage was only half of that of the red dragons, the slightest contact with it would cause one's body to stiffen, which was very unfavorable for melee professions. Sulen's figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. He waved his hand, and a lightning spear appeared in his hand. He then threw it at the giant dragon and ran out of the dragon's nest without looking back. Rumble. Muffled thunder came from the dragon's nest. Despicable ambusher! How dare you ambush the great king of the north? I will freeze you into an ice sculpture and smash you into powder. The giant dragon roared angrily, followed by the sound of flapping wings. In the next second, the white dragon's huge body rushed out of the dragon's nest. The dragon race's agility was not high. Adult giant dragons could be said to be clumsy on the ground, but their speed was not slow. The white dragon rushed out of the dragon's nest and swooped down. It spread its huge dragon wings and flew up in an instant. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath, wanting to freeze Sulen into an ice sculpture. The white dragon breath flashed with countless ice crystals in an instant. Sulen's body flashed again, and the moment before the dragon breath arrived, he disappeared and reappeared above the white dragon. War roar! The huge roar resounded through the sky, and a powerful sound wave spread out from Sulen's body. The terrifying sound wave spread out like a wave, accompanied by an intense energy fluctuation. With Sulen as the center, the sound wave spread out rapidly within a 500-meter radius. The hard ice on the mountaintop was directly shattered by the loud sound. The white dragon felt as if its head was hit by a hammer. A wave of dizziness came over it, and its huge body began to fall. At the same time, the soldiers who were already prepared appeared. The valiant soldiers who were already prepared wore earmuffs and were a little far away. In addition, their physical fitness was good. Although they were also affected by the war roar, they did not feel dizzy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the white dragon was falling, the soldiers threw out heavy javelins. The gleaming javelins cut through the air and instantly hit the white dragon's body. Some of the javelins hit the dragon's scales, but most of them were bounced away. Only a small number of javelins barely broke through the dragon's scales, but some of them hit the dragon's wings. The defense of the dragon's wings was not as strong as the other parts of the dragon. Many javelins directly penetrated the dragon's wings, and then the barbs pierced the muscles and fascia and hung on the dragon's wings. After the white dragon was attacked, it immediately woke up from the dizziness. It endured the pain and struggled to fly up. However, how could Sulen let go of this opportunity? Thunder slash. Dazzling lightning burst out from the storm halberd, and then slashed at the white dragon's wings again. The halberd cut through the air, and a sharp whistling sound was heard. The storm halberd once again hit the white dragon's wing bone. Roar. The white dragon roared in anger and pain. Sulen jumped and flipped onto the white dragon's back in an instant. He exerted force with his feet. Sulen ran quickly on the white dragon's back. At this moment, the white dragon noticed Sulen on its back. Its body rolled directly and crashed into the cliff beside it. It looked like it was going to smash Sulen into meat paste. Sulen exerted force with the tip of his foot and jumped directly from the white dragon's back. Then he tilted his body and kicked hard on the cliff with his right foot. Once again, he rushed toward the white dragon. Frost breath. Seeing Sulen rushing toward it, the white dragon showed a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. Seeing that Sulen was about to rush up, the white dragon suddenly turned its head and opened its ferocious mouth. A bone-chilling frost breath was instantly spat out. Sulen, who was charging at a high speed, could not dodge at all. The lightning on his body flashed instantly, and a shield made of lightning appeared in front of him. In the next second, the frost breath collided with the thunder shield. The bone-chilling coldness was felt, and a thick ice sculpture was formed on the thunder shield. Seeing that the ice sculpture was formed in an instant, the white dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of violence. However, before it could do anything, countless lightning bolts exploded from the ice sculpture. Sulen swung the storm halberd from the sky and pounced on the white dragon's neck like an eagle. Roar. The white dragon's dull roar was heard, and it was in great pain. The white dragon's huge body could not help but tremble. Then its thick dragon tail swept toward Sulen. Scorching blood gushed out. The storm halberd left a deep wound on the white dragon's neck. The dragon's scales were broken, and the wound was 30 centimeters long. Through the wound, one could even see the bones inside. The dragon's tail came with a whistling wind. Sulen did not even look back. With a flash of light, His figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared in midair in the next second. The white dragon's huge body made it difficult for it to turn around. Moreover, its huge body also provided plenty of attacking positions. Its body could even become a tool for Sulen to dodge. Lightning flashed, and the storm halberd in Sulen's hand danced quickly. Cold light slashed continuously on the white dragon's body. The white dragon's hard dragon scales could not block these attacks at all. Soon, a large number of wounds appeared on the white dragon's body. However, these wounds were not serious. They were just some superficial wounds. Relying on the white dragon's strong recovery ability, the bleeding would soon stop. The damage caused by Sulen's rapid and continuous attacks was limited. Perhaps the white dragon was tired of Sulen jumping up and down beside it, so it directly breathed dragon's breath on its body. For the white dragon who was immune to frost damage, the dragon's breath only made it feel a little cold, and did not cause any damage. However, Sulen had to dodge to other places. Seeing that the attack was effective, the white dragon did not stop. A strong wind covered its head. The white dragon flapped its wings. The wind whistled. Sulen stuck close to the white dragon's wings and dodged. After dodging Sulen, the white dragon immediately flapped its wings to attack. The javelins on the white dragon's wings played a role in this violent movement. After the white dragon flapped its wings, it directly tore a hole more than half a meter in the white dragon's wings. Bright red dragon blood gushed out. Not only did the attack not hit Sulen, but it also caused more serious injuries. The white dragon's flying ability was completely destroyed. This kind of injury would prevent the white dragon from flying for a long time. Of course, with the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race, this kind of injury would be completely healed in a month at most. The immense pain from the white dragon's wings caused its body to tremble. Its movements also became stiff for a moment. After seeing this flaw, Sulen did not hesitate at all, and instantly rushed forward. The powerful power of thunder quickly gathered in Sulen's hands. The storm battle halberd once again bloomed with dazzling thunder. Sulen's halberd swept horizontally and once again slashed at the white dragon's neck. At this moment, 50 points of strength exploded. The storm battle halberd directly broke through the white dragon's scales, then cut through the tough muscles and fascia, and deeply cut into the white dragon's neck bone. A mournful dragon's roar sounded out, and the immense pain made the white dragon even crazier. It tried to throw Suluin away, but Suluin used this force to put away the storm war halberd. Although the white dragon's neck was not cut off, the injury was also very serious. Sulen knew very well how hard the white dragon's bones were. Unless he was holding the silver sword of Gith or an artifact of the same level, it was basically impossible for him to cut off the white dragon's neck with one strike. The sharp pain from the white dragon's neck caused a trace of fear to rise in its heart. At that moment, it felt the fear of death. The fear in the white dragon's heart began to spread. After seeing Sulen, the white dragon spat out a bone-chilling dragon's breath again. At the same time, a strange energy appeared in an instant. Ice fog spell. A large amount of ice fog rose in an instant and enveloped the white dragon. The ice fog spread quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it covered an area of a few hundred meters. Sulen's vision blurred, and the surroundings instantly turned into a white world. At the same time, a large amount of ice began to condense on Sulen's body. A flash of lightning flashed, and the surface of Sulen's body was instantly wrapped in lightning. All the ice fog around him was dispersed. It's hiding in the ice fog. Seeing the scene in front of him, Sulen's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. However, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he could not see the white dragon's shadow at all. And as time passed, the surrounding coldness became stronger and stronger. Sulen's body flashed, and then he rushed out of the range of the ice fog spell in the next second. The white dragon hid in the ice fog, and the white scales on its body became the best camouflage color. There was no trace of it at all. Seeing this situation, Sulen turned his palm, and in the next second, a flag appeared in his hand. Wind tornado. A powerful spell fluctuation came, and the wind elements quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, 2 tornadoes that reached the sky appeared in front of him. The tornadoes moved quickly around, and the originally white ice fog was instantly blown away by the tornadoes, and the scene inside was completely exposed. To Sullen's surprise, the white dragon was not preparing to launch a sneak attack, but was preparing to run away. All the javelins on the dragon's wings had been pulled out, and the dragon's wings were broken and bloody. However, the white dragon did not care and directly breathed dragon's breath on the dragon's wings. The original holes and wounds were instantly frozen. Although it was still somewhat inconvenient to move, it could now fly again. Seeing this situation, Sullen was a little surprised. At that time, it was reasonable. Although dragons were arrogant, they were not brainless. After confirming that they could not beat them, they would also run away. One must know that dragons often ran away in the affairs of dragon whelps, and even dragon whelps, but they would usually remember these things. Dragons were very vengeful creatures. They would even be attacked when they were young, and then when they were strong, they would directly fly over to retaliate. Seeing that the dragon was about to run away, Sullen rushed up without thinking. He did not want to be remembered by a dragon in the future. Thunder Spear. The dazzling thunder flashed in Sullen's hand, and in the next second, a spear completely composed of thunder and lightning flew out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it hit the dragon's body. The infinite power of thunder and lightning exploded on the dragon's body, and the white dragon, who was about to escape, was stunned for a moment. Sullen's figure flashed, and in the next second, he appeared beside the white dragon. The storm halberd swept across, and the sharp halberd blade instantly cut the dragon's wing bones. The dragon's wing bones, which were already overwhelmed, could not withstand the pressure and directly broke. Roar! The cold dragon's breath came, and Sullen moved his feet. His body instantly went around the dragon's side, and the storm halberd in his hand quickly attacked. After losing the dragon's wings, the white dragon could not fly, and their movement speed was even slower. They could not keep up with Sullen's rhythm at all. They were beaten by Sullen, who was at full strength and could not fight back. Chapter 577. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed around the top of the mountain. The snow had stopped, but the air was getting colder. The white dragon became crazier after realizing that it had no hope of escaping. It wanted to kill Sullen at all costs. The white dragon's wings, neck, and back were torn apart. Dragon blood kept dripping onto the ice. Although the dragon looked like it was in a sorry state, it was only on the surface. The dragon's strong vitality gave them an extraordinary tolerance for injuries. Even now, the white dragon's injuries did not cause it to enter a state of serious injury. The white dragon's eyes were red. It had just used the frost dragon's breath to freeze its wounds, and then relied on its rapid recovery ability to recover. Seeing this ferocious beast in such a sorry state, a few barbarian warriors not far away also became eager. In their eyes, this dragon was about to die. As long as they could leave a wound on it, it would be enough for these barbarians to brag about for the rest of their lives. Finally, after seeing the hideous wounds on the dragon's body, the barbarian warrior waved his giant axe and chopped at it with all his strength. Don't attack, retreat. Sullen's expression changed when he saw the barbarians break the rules and attack the dragon. He immediately reminded them loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. A bloodthirsty look appeared in the white dragon's eyes. Its originally slow movements sped up in an instant. Its huge body was unexpectedly agile at this moment. The barbarians who had just rushed up did not have time to react. They were instantly slapped down by the dragon's huge claws like flies, and then stepped on with force. The white dragon's body was more than 30 meters long, and its weight was at least 20 to 30 tons or more. One could imagine the explosive pressure when all this weight was used on its feet. The armor made of fine steel was completely useless under this pressure. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on it. Bang! A dull thud sounded, followed by the sound of metal rubbing against each other. The armor made by the dwarven master was flattened like a can. The barbarian warrior was stepped on like a ripe tomato. Bright red juice splashed out, and the hard ice cracked like a spider web. The surrounding ground was instantly blood red. In this situation, no matter how powerful Sullen's physical healing technique was, it wouldn't be able to save him. Unless he upgraded his physical healing technique to the highest level and learned the 7-star life-prolonging lamp, he would be able to revive him. "Back off, everyone, back off," Sulen said with an ugly expression. Then lightning appeared on his body again. After the white dragon finished its attack, it didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Those people were too close to it just now, and there was no time to dodge. The white dragon's huge body twisted slightly, its ferocious head stretched forward, and its mouth full of sharp teeth opened slightly. Sullen's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Dodge, it's the dragon's breath." "Who?" The piercing cold shrouded in an instant, and countless ice crystals were spat out from the white dragon's mouth. Everything in its path turned into ice sculptures. The range of the dragon's breath was more than 15 meters. Those who didn't dodge in time were directly frozen. Countless ice crystals quickly condensed on their bodies. Almost at this moment, their bodies were frozen into hard ice sculptures. The dragon's breath dissipated, and 3 lifelike ice sculptures flickered under the sun. Through the layer of ice on the ice sculptures, one could clearly see the expressions of those people before they were frozen. Bang! The huge dragon claw suddenly slammed forward, and the 3 ice sculptures in front of them were like crystal glass, instantly shattering into countless pieces. The other barbarian warriors around them were furious. Their brothers died in the blink of an eye, and they wanted to rush up to avenge them. However, under Sullen's command, they all pushed away. In this battle, those barbarian warriors could only harass from a distance. Those who dared to intervene directly were all killed by the dragon. In this level of battle, even a grade 4 profession could only be a bystander. The difference between the body of a human and a dragon was too big. The dragon weighed more than 20 tons, and it would be crushed easily. Flash! With a flash of lightning, Sullen's figure instantly appeared beside the dragon, and he quickly swung the storm war halberd in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The white dragon blocked with its claws, and the storm war halberd left a deep mark on its claws. A piercing pain came from the claws, and the white dragon opened its mouth and spat out another mouthful of dragon's breath. Sulen tiptoed, and his body changed direction in an instant with a strange posture. He narrowly dodged the dragon's breath, and then quickly circled to the dragon's feet. The storm war halberd in his hand cut along the dragon's scales, and then pierced into the muscle tissue under the dragon's skin. With a fierce twist, the white dragon's fascia was directly cut off. Dragon's blood sprayed out. Sullen's body was also drenched in dragon's blood, and a burning sensation came from his body. The dragon's blood was very corrosive, and its nature was like a strong acid. If one didn't have a strong enough constitution, just the dragon's blood alone could burn a person to death. In the songs of many bards, a dragon-slaying hero bathed in dragon's blood would become invulnerable, and his strength would increase rapidly. This saying was not accurate. Dragon's blood didn't have such a powerful effect. As for bathing in dragon's blood, it could indeed increase one's strength. There was a type of dragon's blood baptism ceremony that could enhance one's physical fitness, but this kind of enhancement was only effective for people whose constitution was below 40. Moreover, the dragon's blood baptism was divided into 5 levels, corresponding to the 5 types of dragons: red, blue, green, black, and white. 5 levels of dragon's blood baptism could directly promote a warrior below the legendary rank to the legendary rank. However, the dragon's blood baptism ceremony was obviously of little value to Sulen. After cutting off one of the tendons, Sulen didn't stop at all. He moved his feet and rushed out in an instant. The moment he rushed out, a thick and powerful dragon's tail swept directly at him. Sulen exerted force on his feet, and his body instantly leaped onto the white dragon's back again. Without any hesitation, Sulen quickly ran up the dragon's spine and quickly arrived at the dragon's neck again. At this time, the white dragon also noticed Sullen's intention. At the thought of the attack that almost cut off its neck not long ago, the white dragon didn't even think about it. It didn't care about the dragon's pride and directly rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey. Its huge body rolled on the ground like a small mountain. Sensing that something was wrong, Sulen didn't have time to attack, and instantly jumped down from the dragon's back. Boom! The 30-meter-long giant rolled on the ground, and the movement was very loud. The barbarian warriors who were originally around ran as far as they could. If they didn't dodge in time, they would end up being crushed into a meat patty. After the white dragon rolled and shook off Sulen, its long tail swept over. The dragon's tail swept across, and wherever it passed, the rocks and branches in front of it were all swept away. With a flash of lightning, Sulen's figure disappeared in an instant, and then reappeared beside the dragon. As soon as he appeared, Sulen felt a piercing chill. Before he could react, the frost dragon's breath covered his head. Sulen had just used flash, so he didn't have time to dodge again and was directly hit. The cold chill shrouded Sulen, and the surface of his body began to condense ice. After this period of battle, the white dragon had discovered a pattern. Every time Sulen flashed, he would appear around it. So when it saw Sulen flash, it directly used Frost Dragon's breath to cover the surrounding area in an instant. This was also the reason why Sulen collided with the Frost Dragon's breath as soon as he appeared. Feeling the stiffness of his body, Sulen's expression changed greatly. The lightning power in his body exploded in an instant, and the ice on the surface of his body quickly shattered. In the blink of an eye, Sulen was about to break free, but it was too late. The huge dragon's tail swept over with a whistling sound. Sulen's vision turned black and he felt a sharp pain. His body flew backward involuntarily, and the lightning shield on the surface of his body collapsed under this huge force. Bang! With a loud sound, Sulen crashed heavily on the rock, and the hard rock was directly smashed into cracks. After the white dragon sent Sulen flying, it didn't stop at all. It rushed up, ready to completely tear this guy who had caused it so much damage into pieces. Sensing the danger approaching, the lightning power in Sulen's body surged out instantly, and countless lightning bolts burst out. Sulen's figure was like lightning, and he quickly rushed toward the white dragon. This time, his burst of power was extremely shocking. In short distances, he was even faster than when he flashed. The moment he clashed with the dragon, Sulen instantly turned over and jumped on the dragon's back again. The storm battle halberd in his hand carried infinite lightning bolts as it swung down fiercely. Thunder slash. This time, Sulen used all his strength to attack the dragon's head. The blade of the halberd slashed at the white dragon's neck, and the huge force directly pressed the white dragon's head down, but it still didn't cut off its head. Sulen didn't care. The storm battle halberd in his hand slashed at the white dragon again, this time at the same position as before. The white dragon let out a mournful cry, and its huge body fell to the ground. The storm battle halberd sank deep into the dragon's neck bone. With a soft crack, the white dragon couldn't bear the huge wound. The dragon's neck bone was directly broken, and its breath of life was quickly fading away. The white dragon in front of him was finally dead. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed an old white dragon. You have received 378,600 experience points. You have won the battle. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a powerful dragon. You have received the title of Dragon Slayer. Your name has been widely spread throughout the continent. Your name has been sung by bards. You have successfully killed a dragon. Your own creatures will fear your aura, and pentashade dragons will loathe you. The chances of evil dragons attacking you have increased. You have received the favor of the metallic dragon. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a powerful dragon. You have received 1 legendary skill point as a reward. You have received 3 diamond treasure chests as a reward. You have received the item Dragon Bone. Chapter 578. The battle is over. You have obtained the dragon blood baptism that you obtained in the battle. You have obtained a partial ability bonus. Because your strength has exceeded the range of the dragon blood baptism, you can't increase your strength. Baptism complete. You have obtained a special talent, Dragon Blood Baptism, White. Dragon Blood Baptism, White. You have successfully killed an old white dragon. After this dragon slaying, you have undergone a Dragon Blood Baptism and obtained a partial ability bonus. The dragon blood makes you stronger. At the same time, your skin becomes tougher. You have permanently obtained a natural armor point. Your toughness has increased by 1 point. This ability can be improved with the number of dragon blood baptisms. Scarlet blood slid down from Sulen's body. The dragon blood had lost its magic power, but there was still a lot of blood in the dragon's body. Sulen only used a small part of it. He snapped his fingers and a flash of light appeared. The dragon's huge body was directly sealed. This kind of sealing spell could temporarily preserve the dragon's body, so that it would not lose its magic power over time. Then the dragon's body could be stored in the storage space. The dragon's body was a very precious treasure. After special treatment, the dragon's meat could be used to increase attributes. At the same time, many nobles were eager to buy the dragon's meat, because dragon meat generally had the effect of enhancing sex drive, especially the dragon's penis. As long as this thing appeared, nobles would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. A dragon was about 20 tons. After excluding the scales, bones, claws, teeth, and internal organs, about 8 tons of meat could be obtained. The hard dragon scales were a good magic material. They could be made into dragon scale armor or other things. After processing and enchantment, dragon scale armor had amazing resistance to physical and magical attacks. The best way to make a dragon skin robe was to make a dragon skin robe. This kind of dragon skin robe was not made from the skin of a lesser dragon. A dragon skin robe made from the skin of a true dragon was at the legendary level. Since Hathaway became a legendary, her wizard robe could no longer keep up with her. Now was the time to change it. White dragons had enough dragon skin. Of course, the best quality was the dragon skin on their abdomen. It was soft, tough, and had a high magic conductivity. The dragon skin on other parts of the body was slightly inferior. Not only did the dragon skin robes have powerful magic resistance, but they also had decent physical defense. They were basically comparable to ordinary armor. Although the remaining parts couldn't be used to craft dragon robes, they could still be used to craft magic scrolls. Due to its excellent magic conductivity and amazing tenacity, dragon skin was an excellent material for crafting advanced magic scrolls. After all, there was a level 9 magic scroll in White Raven Tower that was made of dragon skin. In addition to these items, there was another important item, the dragon crystal. Not all dragons had dragon crystals. Only a few dragons would form dragon crystals. This was a powerful magic material. It was the condensation of a dragon's mana. It could be used to make many things. Most of the innards of dragons were poisonous, but they were still good magic materials. Hathaway had many recipes that required these materials. As for the dragon heart, Sulen planned to give it to Phyllis. As a dragon blood sorcerer, Phyllis's bloodline power was not high. This time, Sulen obtained the white dragon heart. He could completely purify her blood and strengthen the effect of the dragon blood in her body. Before killing the dragon, Sulen had already prepared the various parts of the dragon's body. Seeing that Sulen had killed the giant creature, the surrounding barbarian warriors slowly approached. Sulen directly asked them to clean up the battlefield. The dead soldiers needed to be collected again. Although they had been shattered into ice shards, the 2 barbarian warriors still collected all the corpses, including the one that was trampled flat. Slaying a dragon not only represented the highest honor, but also represented wealth. After the dragon was killed, the huge wealth left behind would all belong to Sulen. This white dragon's wealth was not small. This time, although a few barbarian warriors were killed or injured, the harvest was also good. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. Dragon slaying successful. You have successfully slain a white dragon. The barbarian warriors under your command have followed you into battle. In the process of fighting the dragon, they have gained additional will. Survivors will permanently +1. All survivors morale +5. Dragon slaying battle, White Dragon, legendary battle June 1689 of the Radiant Moon calendar. You learned that a city in San Filto had been conquered by a dragon. Then, you formed an army and advanced into the distance, preparing to use them in the upcoming battle. You discovered the white dragon's tracks and cleared out its descendants in advance. Then, you started a battle with the white dragon. You successfully killed an old white dragon. As the battle ended, more and more people learned of your prowess, and your name began to spread across the continent. The dragon's nest was very big. After storing the dragon's body, Sulen began to collect wealth. After entering the dragon's nest, Sulen saw a small mountain of gold sand. So much gold. It's dazzling my eyes, a barbarian warrior murmured. Compared to normal humans, the barbarians were not very interested in money. They were more interested in eating and fighting. Pack up all the gold. Sulen glanced around and said, so many gems. There must be hundreds of them. A warrior beside him could not help but gulp. Sulen had brought his trusted subordinates with him this time. Most of them were from the northern city, so he could rest assured that they would fill up the treasure chests. Most of the treasures in front of them were looted by the White Dragon from Valatia City. At that time, the White Dragon had moved all the treasures in the city. This White Dragon's wealth was more than many red dragons and gold dragons. Pack up all the treasures and bring them back. No one is allowed to hide them. If anyone dares to hide them, you know the consequences. When we return to Sanfilto City, I will reward you according to your contributions. Sulen quickly finished the task. He let the soldiers collect the gold products while he checked the various magic materials and gems in the treasure chests. There were more common gems, such as rubies, sapphires, agates, emeralds, and so on. There were about hundreds of them. These gems were less valuable. Perhaps it was because this world was rich in minerals. Finally, there were about 100 diamonds, which the White Dragon liked to collect. These diamonds collected by the White Dragon were of high quality and large in size. They were very good magic materials. One of the diamonds was bigger than an egg. It was a crystal clear rose diamond. It was oval in shape and had not been polished at all. Soren held the beautiful rose pink diamond in his hand and estimated that it weighed about 60 grams. If this weight was in his previous world, it would probably be a rare treasure. If it was polished carefully, the price of this diamond would be very high. Of course, even in this world it was quite rare. Basically, only the top nobles could have it. Sulen planned to give this rose pink diamond to the dwarven craftsman to polish. A pink diamond of this quality could be made into jewelry or sold at a very high price. Of course, Sulen guessed that Hathaway and the others would not let him sell this gem. Sulen put away the rose pink diamond, and then continued to search the treasure chests. He wanted to see if there were any rare grade equipment as trophies. Unfortunately, he only found some low and mid-grade magic equipment. It seemed that the dragon did not care much about it. Dragons had very rich appraisal skills. The value of an item could be accurately estimated to the level of 1 copper in AR. Most of the time, the dragon would know the specific price at a glance. A successful dragon was usually a top-notch valuer. As this dragon had not been here for a long time, it rarely encountered adventurers, and naturally, it was difficult for it to collect high-value rare-grade equipment. Sulen estimated that these rare-grade equipment were most likely obtained from the city of Vadia. Normally, the more frequently a dragon was challenged, the more it would have. The more loot it collected, the more valuable it would be. The White Dragon, which was directly killed by Su Luen, didn't collect many rare-grade equipment. After all, the Pentashade dragons did not know how to make equipment. Most of the equipment in the dragon nest was left behind by adventurers who wanted to be dragon slayers. Of course, the gold dragons and silver dragons of the metal dragons liked magic, so they also mastered the ability to make rare-grade equipment. Many of the gold dragons' collections were very shocking. As for the red dragon queen of the southern seas, Sulen estimated that she should be the richest person in this realm. No, a dragon. As for those who dared to have designs on this treasure chest, they were either burned to ashes or thrown to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. In addition to these treasures, Su Luen also collected magic plants around the dragon's nest. Due to the special environment in the dragon's nest, some dragonized plants would grow, the most famous of which was the dragon's saliva. It was said that this plant was mutated when the dragon's saliva dripped on the ground while it was sleeping. The dragon grass could be used to calm the nerves. The ambergris made from this material was very effective. For wizards, it could increase the efficiency of their meditation and increase the duration of their meditation. Other than the dragon grass, there was also the dragon scale grass. This plant was also mutated by the radiation around the dragon nest. The dragon scale grass was also a precious magic material. It could be used to make many potions. Sulen planned to try growing it in the mysterious realm. Although there was no white dragon, Sulen had a red dragon as his mount. After collecting everything, the entire battlefield was cleaned up. Even some of the dragon blood that had been sprayed out was collected and prepared to be used as fertilizer. Chapter 579. Under normal circumstances, the red dragon was the wealthiest among the chromatic dragons. The red dragon was powerful, arrogant, and liked to rob. An old red dragon usually had a shocking amount of wealth, so it attracted many adventurers to go and slay the red dragon. Of course, most of the time, they would give the red dragon equipment. An hour later, the dragon nest was finally cleaned up. All the gold and jewels were put into leather bags. Sulen's storage space was limited. It was already difficult to fit a dragon's body, let alone all the gold and jewels. He had to let the barbarian warriors carry them. Fortunately, the barbarian warriors were as strong as bulls. Each bag of gold weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. Ordinary people would not be able to carry it, but they could easily carry it along the mountain path. Boss, there's about 6,000 pounds of gold, thousands of jewels and diamonds, and 12,000 pounds of silver. We haven't tallied up the rest, but we made a lot of money this time. A warrior quickly calculated their gains. The white dragon Sulen had killed was an old one. It was about 800 to 1,000 years old. All the treasures in front of them were accumulated over 800 years. If a white dragon was so rich, one could imagine how rich the other dragons were. No wonder so many people wanted to be dragon-slaying heroes. The Kinner coins minted in Northern Town were 80% gold. One Kinner weighed 5 grams, which required 4 grams of gold. 6,000 pounds of gold could be used to make 750,000 Kinner coins. Together with 12,000 pounds of silver, there were about 1,000,000 Kinner coins. There were even more jewels and jewels. After everything was packed up, Sulen left the dragon nest with the army and returned to Wallachia City. Wallachia City would be rebuilt in the coming days. It was located at the northern border and was the gateway to the northwest. Sulen could not give it up. Although the city had been breached not long ago, the city's population had suffered heavy casualties, and even more people had fled to other cities. However, as long as the city was rebuilt, those refugees would quickly return. After all, not everyone could abandon the land here. After returning to the city, there were about 4,000 refugees in addition to the soldiers of Sanfelto's First Legion. These refugees were scattered in the wilderness after the fall of the city. Now that the city had been rebuilt, they had returned. After Sulen returned to the city, he immediately took out the white dragon's corpse and prepared to dispose of it. Leaving it there for too long would affect its quality. When the refugees saw the huge white dragon's corpse in the square, they instantly exploded. These refugees had personally witnessed the might of the white dragon when it broke through the city. Now that such a terrifying beast had been slain by the king, Sulen's prestige in the hearts of these refugees rose to the peak. News of Sulen's dragon slaying also spread like wildfire. The nobles near Wuxia City were the first to receive the news. When they heard that Sulen had killed a dragon, their faces turned pale, and they hurried to Wuxia City with all sorts of resources and treasures. Disposing of the white dragon's corpse was not an easy task. Sulen immediately contacted Hathaway and asked her to bring some things to help. When Hathaway heard that Sulen had successfully slain a dragon, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She immediately abandoned the enigmatic lock technology that she was perfecting and used the teleportation circle to teleport to Wuxia City. It's so big. It really is an old white dragon. Hathaway's eyes lit up as she looked at the white dragon's corpse. Save this white dragon's skin for me. I want to make a sorcerer's robe with it. Don't worry, I've saved the best for you, Sulen said with a smile. Hathaway walked around the corpse and said, "What do you plan to do with this white dragon's corpse?" "I haven't thought about it yet. You're a sorcerer, so you have more say about this material. You tell me," Sulen said. "Okay, I'll tell you first. If you have other ideas, you can add them." Hathaway nodded and said, "Dragon scales and skin can be used to make dragon scale armor and dragon hide armor. The skin on the belly and wings is soft and tough, so it can be used to make sorcerer's robes. The rest of the dragon's skin can be used to make dragon hide armor. After enchantment, the worst of the dragon hide armor will be Transcendent Grade 3. The better ones can be Grade 4, or even Legendary. Even if you don't need it, it's not bad to give it to your core subordinates. The rest can be made into magic scrolls. Dragon scales can also be used to make armor. Compared to dragon hide armor, dragon scale armor has stronger defense. I checked the dragon's blood just now. There's still a lot left, and it's been preserved well. It's very active and can be used to make dragon blood potions. Of course, it can also be used to carry out dragon blood baptism. As for the dragon's heart, I suggest you give it to Sister Phyllis. Although she's a dragon disciple now, her bloodline purity and aptitude are average. This white dragon's heart can at least raise her bloodline to excellent. The innards of the white dragon can also be used to make lesser dragon blood potions. It can be sold or used as a reward. Hathaway quickly distributed the white dragon's heart. Let's do that. Sulen had no objections. He then started to deal with the body. Although the white dragon was dead, its skin was still very tough. In order to keep the skin intact, Sulen personally led a dozen barbarian skinning masters to work. It took a lot of effort to peel off the dragon's skin. The dragon's skin was so tough that dozens of skinning knives were broken. Dragon meat was poisonous to a certain extent, so it couldn't be eaten directly. It had to be processed first. Therefore, the dragon meat was preserved for now. There was also a long and thick dragon penis. This was good stuff. Perhaps Northtown could produce dragon dick wine in the future. Next were the dragon's tendons, teeth, and bones. Sulen planned to use the dragon tendon to make a whip for Phyllis, the teeth to make a scimitar or dagger, and the bones to make a dragon bone staff. Of course, there were plenty of dragon bones in a dragon's body. However, not all of them were suitable for crafting magic staffs. These dragon bones were excellent materials for crafting legendary battleships. When the time came for crafting a legendary dragonbone battleship, it would be a surefire way to fight naval battles. Although a part of the dragon's wings would be used to make dragon robes, the rest would be enough to make sails. Since the dragon skeleton was used to make the dragon bones of a warship, the sails would be a good choice. All of the dragon's blood was extracted. The dragon's blood filled 7 large water tanks. Hathaway used a special crystal ball to preserve the dragon's blood. After all the parts of the dragon's body were cut up, only a complete dragon's head was left. Sulen didn't plan to make the dragon's head into a magical tool. It was better to keep it as a collector's item. Sulen planned to hang the dragon's head on a warship or the city walls of Northtown. Of course, he also took out the dragon crystal from the dragon's head. The dragon crystal had many uses. It could be used as a high-tier legendary soul crystal. It could also be used as a magical tool. In the hands of a lich, it could even be used to summon an undead dragon. Sulen planned to make the dragon crystal into a legendary construct. After spending an entire day, the white dragon was finally completely dissected. Hathaway didn't stay any longer. After dissecting the dragon, she took some of the materials back to Northwind Tower. Sulen still had matters to attend to in Vadia City. Today, the nobles of several cities around Vadia City hurried over. As soon as they saw Sulen, they prepared gifts without saying a word. These nobles were very smart. They knew that Sulen wanted to rebuild Vadia City, so they sent all kinds of materials. After delivering the materials, they requested an audience with Sulen. Sulen wasn't happy with these nobles, but he still received them on account of the materials. Your Majesty. 6 nobles bowed respectfully. The leader of the nobles was called Westernado. He was the dungeon lord of the nearby Chilly Winterfell. Chilly Winterfell was the most powerful city in the surrounding area. It had a resident population of 70,000. Westernado, dungeon lord of Chilly Winterfell. I remember that your city is only 50 kilometers away from Vadia City. Sulen stood up from his seat and said to Westernado. Westernado's expression changed. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. You took half a month to travel 50 kilometers. I rushed over from San Filto City, but you weren't there. Can you tell me the reason?" Sulen said without emotion. I'm very sorry, Your Majesty. Western Otto broke out in cold sweat. Vadia City fell too quickly. I immediately mobilized my men after receiving their request for reinforcements, but by the time I gathered my men and prepared to depart, the city had already fallen. That's why you didn't go to the rescue? Sulen looked coldly at the middle-aged noble. To be fair, the Western Australian did not look like those nobles in the South who were fat, greedy, and stingy like pigs. On the contrary, he should have been very handsome when he was young. The hardships in the North had given him an iron-blooded temperament. Coupled with his noble temperament, he looked somewhat valiant. However, his behavior was more like a veteran. Your Majesty, shut up. Suluan forcefully interrupted their next words. A powerful aura erupted from his body in an instant, and the faces of the nobles on the other side instantly turned pale. The powerful aura made it hard for them to breathe. At this moment, they felt as if they were about to die. Sulen noticed that the nobles were about to collapse, so he retracted his aura. The nobles gasped for air with their mouths wide open like fish out of water. I was going to strip all of you of your titles, Sulen said in a low voice, and the nobles froze. However, it's too much to ask you to face the dragon. Since you don't dare to face the dragon, you can at least provide resources and manpower. Now that Vadia City is undergoing reconstruction, each of you must provide 5,000 men to replenish the city, as well as resources. Sulen didn't plan to kill the nobles, but he wouldn't let them off easy either. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to extort them. He wanted resources and other things, and at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to reform the city. Rebuilding Vadia City would cost almost nothing, and the surrounding nobles would have to accept the reform. This was killing several birds with one stone for Sulen. After hearing Sulen's words, the nobles nodded in agreement, as if they had been pardoned. Sulen waved his hand expressionlessly, and told them to go back and prepare. Sulen was very experienced in rebuilding a city, and there was a large group of experienced craftsmen in northern town city. After giving orders, Sulen found a quiet room, and went into seclusion. He hadn't used the system reward he received from killing the white dragon, and Sulen wanted to use it now. Although he received a lot of EXP from killing the white dragon, he didn't level up. However, he still received one legendary attribute point. Opening the system panel, Sulen chose to use it on Advanced Iron Will. A golden light shone, and Sulen's eyes turned golden. His Advanced Iron Will had become Legendary Iron Will. Sulen felt his mind become very clear at this moment. After upgrading Iron Will, Sulen opened his inventory and checked the system reward. Apart from the 3 diamond treasure chests, Sulen also received a dragon bone. This dragon bone was different from the one he received from cutting up the white dragon's body. The dragon bone in front of him was only a section of the spine. Sulen used appraisal on the dragon bone. With a flash of light, the dragon bone's attributes appeared before his eyes. Dragon bone, the most essential part of the dragon's body. It contains the dragon's power. Wearing it will grant the wearer dragon's aura, red dragon in its prime. The wearer's strength will increase by 5, up to 50. At the same time, it can be used as a supplementary material to upgrade weapons. Sulen's eyes lit up. This dragon bone could be used as a weapon upgrade material. In addition to the materials he received last time, he was one step closer to upgrading the Storm Battle Halberd. He planned to upgrade the Storm Battle Halberd to a divine artifact. After putting away the dragon bone, Sulen took out the 3 diamond treasure chests and prepared to open them. A gorgeous light flashed, and Suluan heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Navy Camp Blueprint. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Moonlight Dew. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Ecosystem Information Technology. The Navy Camp Blueprint? Sulen's eyes lit up. This thing came at the right time. He was developing the trade route in Deepwater City. He was lacking a navy. Originally, he relied on Barbassa for training. Now that he had the Navy Camp Blueprint, he could train a navy on a large scale. Of course, this navy could also be considered a navy. With a stable source of soldiers, Sulen would soon have a powerful navy. Chapter 580. The Navy camp needed to be built in Deepwater City. Sulen put away the blueprint and looked at the rest of the things. There was a crystal bottle and a scroll of information. Sulen took out the crystal bottle. There was a shining silver liquid in the crystal bottle, and the whole room was instantly illuminated with a layer of silver light. It looked as beautiful as the moonlight at night. Countless starlight swayed in the crystal bottle. This small crystal bottle seemed to have contained the entire galaxy. It looked very beautiful. Moonlight dew. The legendary magical dew condensed from the moon. It gathers a large amount of moonlight power. It has the magical effect of removing evil power, pollution, purifying blood, improving physical fitness, and speeding up the fusion of various energies. Sulen checked the attributes of the moonlight dew with identification. This bottle of moonlight dew could remove pollution, which was good news for Sulen. He had not absorbed the divinity crystal stone he got after killing the abomination, mainly because of the pollution and evil power on it. Now that he had the moonlight dew, he could remove the pollution and evil power on it, and speed up the fusion of energy, which could save him a lot of time. When he returned to Northern City, he was ready to integrate the divinity into his body. Although the crystal bottle looked only the size of a palm, the space inside was still very large. On the surface, it seemed to only contain 50 milliliters of moonlight dew, but in fact, its capacity was 1 cubic meter, which was enough for a bath. Not only was it enough for Sulen, but it was also enough for Hathaway, Phyllis, and the others. After putting away the crystal bottle, Sulen picked up the scroll next to it. The scroll looked like it was made of a material similar to gold foil. Its texture was soft like paper, but it was very tough. Sulen clearly felt that this scroll contained a strange magic power. This scroll was actually a magic item. Using a magic item to record knowledge, Sulen was suddenly very interested in this scroll. The most famous magic scrolls in history were the artifacts, the Nether Secret Scrolls. There were a total of 108 Nether Secret Scrolls, which recorded the knowledge of almost all schools. This set of artifacts created a glorious era, and even the Arcane Empire was established on the basis of these scrolls. It was the source of the rise of the Age of Thorium, and the cornerstone of the birth of the great Arcanists. In the Age of Thorium, almost all spellcasters gained a lot of knowledge from this ancient scroll. The ancient Arcane Empire civilization started from here. Even now, Hathaway used a large number of spells that originated from the knowledge in the Nether Scrolls. The complete Netherese scrolls were divided into 2 parts, with a total of 108 golden scrolls. Legend had it that this scroll was written by the combined efforts of many ancient gods of order. The upper half of the Netherer scrolls had been destroyed during the Age of Thorium, while the lower half had been stolen. Their whereabouts were still unknown. Only a few scattered Netherer scrolls were preserved in the entire multiverse. This divine artifact contained the knowledge of the creation of the Mice Energy Core. Even the original floating city was built with the knowledge contained in it. In the Age of Thorium, the great Arcanists even felt that as long as they read enough knowledge in the Netherer scrolls, it could help them directly become gods. It could be said that this was the origin of a powerful civilization. The Netherer scrolls not only contained a variety of mysterious and powerful knowledge, but these scrolls themselves were also powerful artifacts. When reading these scrolls, they could also obtain many powerful supreme magic abilities and talents, and even directly upgrade one's profession level. Of course, this artifact was so powerful, but not everyone could read it. After the experiments of the ancient arcane mathematicians, every time a scroll was read, one could upgrade one's level. The threshold for reading the scroll was very low, but most people could only read the first page. Generally, people with strong minds and developed brains could read up to the 8th page, while most wizards could only read up to the 5th page. As for reading all the Netherer scrolls, since the discovery of the Netherer scrolls until now, no human had accomplished this feat. As for those who thought they were clever and wanted to read more knowledge, they were either crazy or their brains exploded from the knowledge. Of course, there were also ways for humans to read more Netherer scrolls without going crazy, such as divinity, or becoming a favorite of the gods. Divinity could rebirth matter, and naturally, it could also increase the limits of the human brain. If someone claimed to have read the entire set of Netherese scrolls, they were either bragging, or they were reading fake scrolls. There was a limit to how much a mortal could read, because the mortal brain could no longer contain this knowledge. It was impossible to continue reading after digesting it for a few years. Only gods could read a lot of them. The existing Netherer scrolls were basically incomplete, and the knowledge recorded in them was not very important. The scroll in Sullen's hand was a remnant of the Netherer scrolls. It recorded the knowledge of using spells to create a complete biosphere. As long as this knowledge was mastered, one could build a complete biosphere even in the astral plane. This technology seemed useless, but in fact it was an essential technology for the floating city. It was fine for the floating city in the prime material plane, as it did not require overly complicated ecosphere technology, and could be replenished at any time and place, but once it entered the astral plane, or went to other planes for interstellar colonization, this technology was too important. There were many planes whose environments were not suitable for human survival. There was no air, no gravity, no water, and no sunlight in the astral plane. Without the support of a biosphere system, except for powerful wizards, ordinary people would die if they entered. Therefore, biosphere technology was very important to the floating city. Only with a complete biosphere technology could the floating city drift in the astral plane for thousands of years without any supplies. Sulen picked up the scroll and looked at it. This scroll was made of gold leaf and was 8 inches wide. There was a large amount of silver magic writing on the golden scroll. These magic words were constantly flowing slowly, as if they were alive. Sullen's Netherer scroll was incomplete. It was only 6 inches long, and the knowledge recorded on it was only about the construction of biospheres. Even so, this Netherer scroll was a very precious tool. One had to know that there might not be a complete Netherer scroll in the entire continent now. Sulen simply looked at the Netherer scroll. He could basically understand the knowledge recorded on it. Magic words were a very magical language. Even if you were completely illiterate, you would know the meaning of these magic scrolls when you saw them. However, it was not so easy to understand. It would take at least a few months for an ordinary person to read a Netherer scroll. How much knowledge they could master in the end depended on their own talent. Sullen's Netherer scroll could not increase one's talent or metamagic abilities. It could only allow one to master some spells and knowledge. It was not very useful for increasing one's strength, but it was very helpful for improving one's control of energy. After looking through the scroll, Sulen put it away. Now was not the time to study these things. There was still no sign of the floating city. However, when he returned, he could first open up a demiplane to experiment. Even if he built the floating city in the future, this demiplane could be connected to the floating city. After putting the scroll away again, Sulen began to deal with the affairs of the city. After being taught a lesson by Sulen, the surrounding nobles all became well-behaved. All kinds of resources were sent to the city, and the refugees who had escaped from the city were sent back. The reconstruction of the city required a lot of manpower. Sulen could not let the army rebuild the city, so he could only rely on the refugees. After receiving a lot of resources, Sulen directly used the method of providing relief through work. Most of the refugees were poor. After Sulen promised to work hard and give them houses after the city was built, the refugees became very enthusiastic. In order to rebuild the city, Sulen transferred a group of grassroots officials from San Filto. These officials had basically just completed their training in the academy. They were also a bit flustered when they were brought here to work. However, with the army around and Sullen's guidance, there were no problems. These people had been trained and had a good foundation. Although they were a bit flustered at first, they quickly adapted, and all kinds of work were on the right track. Northern Citadel already had enough experience with this method of providing relief through work. As long as there were enough resources and grassroots officials with good work efficiency and execution, it could be done easily. This method of providing relief through work had been proposed in ancient times. It was first implemented during the reign of Duke Jinggong of the Kingdom of Qi in the spring and autumn period. There was a story in the spring and autumn annals of Yanzi that said, due to the hunger of the Kingdom of Qi, Yanzi was forced to provide relief to the people because of the battle at Lu Mu. To put it bluntly, this method had long been used by the ancestors. It was not a bad method, but why wasn't it popularized? The key was the problem of governance. As long as the problem of governance was not solved, even the best policies would be useless. Many times, the country would allocate a lot of food during disaster years, but in the end, it would be good if even a tenth of it reached the hands of the common people. People were very familiar with all kinds of tricks like burning the granaries and borrowing food from the soldiers. Sulen had the political education of the prison and the powerful supervision of the embroidered uniform guard. Those who dared to commit corruption were directly sent to the Eagle Castle to breed with the harpies. Only such a strict system allowed the officials of Northern Citadel to fulfill the conditions of providing relief through work. Otherwise, according to the nature of the nobles of this era, they would be lucky if they did not sell the refugees as slaves. Chapter 581. The damage to the walls of the city wasn't too severe. Only the city gates and part of the walls were damaged. The dragon had flown straight in when it first attacked the city, and the gates were destroyed by it. Fortunately, it was a white dragon that attacked the city. The white dragon's breath was a breath of ice. Although it was powerful, it wouldn't have caused a fire. If it had been a red dragon, the city probably wouldn't have needed to be repaired. They could have just rebuilt it somewhere else. The houses in the city were more severely damaged. After all, the northern barbarians had plundered the city without restraint. Sulen had demolished all the severely damaged areas and flattened the slums in the city. The city was rebuilt according to the model Sulen had used to rebuild the other cities in the Kingdom of Florence. This saved a lot of work. As the city's restoration work began, the refugees who had escaped from the city began to return to their homes. Originally, there were 50,000 to 60,000 residents in the city. After a series of natural and man-made disasters such as war and fleeing, Suluan estimated that at most 30,000 people could return from the city. In addition to the people Sulen had forced from the surrounding nobles' territories, the final population of the city could reach 50,000 people. The city had basically recovered to its pre-war level. Apart from the refugees, Sulen also selected 500 able-bodied refugees to train the militia. The First Legion of Samferto couldn't be stationed here for long. The soldiers in the city had either died or escaped, and there weren't many left. As a border city, it couldn't do without a sufficient army to defend it. Sulen had no choice but to start the training from scratch. Training a militia of 500 people wasn't difficult. Sulen's veterans could easily do the job. After the training, Sulen ordered the barbarian warriors to bring the militia to the wilderness as soon as possible, so that they could become capable of fighting. Because the city had been conquered, the surrounding land was completely out of control. Many kobolds and goblins had become much more active in the wilderness. Now that a new army had been formed, these monsters could be used as practice. At the same time, the captives would be sent to the city's construction site to work. Restoring the city required a large amount of manpower, and the city of Valencia did not have enough manpower. Now that there were goblins and kobolds to provide the manpower, Sulen naturally did not mind. Those new recruits only needed to go through a few encirclement and suppression battles before they could be considered qualified soldiers. Then they would not be afraid to fight against the gnolls and northern barbarians of the wilderness. The battlefield was the best place to train new recruits. After a few battles, these people would become elites. Of course, only Sulen could do this. As long as the army under his command did not reach the upper limit, killing enemies would give experience. As long as they didn't die in battle, they would level up after a few uses. As a border city, 500 soldiers were far from enough. Sulen planned to station 5,000 soldiers in the city. Of course, Valencia alone would not be able to support so many soldiers, so the soldiers' pay and food were provided by the kingdom. The army was also directly under the kingdom's command. Sulen planned to expand the city to 100,000 people. Valencia City had many mines such as copper, iron and coal. While it was not very big, it would be enough to supply the surrounding cities. Sulen had also checked the land outside the city. It was considered fertile, and the surrounding water was abundant. Just the plains near the city would be enough to support 100,000 people. Wallachia City was also the only way from the Northwest Desert Kingdom to Northgard City. As long as there were no problems, the city would soon prosper. After taking control of the city, the surrounding nobles would have no choice but to obey the king's orders. Sulen stayed in Wallachia City for half a month, then handed everything over to the newly appointed consul before returning to Northgard City. Northwind Tower, astrology platform. A beam of light rose, and Sulen's figure appeared on the astrology platform. Master, welcome back. Half-elf maid Angela quickly appeared. Sulen patted Angela's head and asked, "Where are the others?" "Sister Hathaway is in the lab. Sister Alex has returned to Eagle Castle. Sister Karina and Sister Xanthi are in the mystic realm," Angela said softly. "By the way, how's the development in the city recently?" Sulen asked as he took off his cloak. "Nothing has happened in the city recently. A while ago, we gave the serfs the status of commoners according to your orders. The other serfs were stimulated and worked very hard recently. Also, the number of people who came to settle down in Northgard City has been increasing rapidly. According to the City Hall statistics, the permanent population of Northgard City has exceeded 170,000 people. If this trend continues, it's very likely to exceed 200,000 people this year. Looks like they're working well." Sulen nodded with satisfaction. He took a sip of the black tea Angela handed to him. "Master, the goods that you instructed us to prepare have all been completed. Do you want to take a look?" Angela reminded. "They're all ready so quickly." Sulen was a little surprised. He prepared these goods to open up the sea trade route. They were going to be transported to the eastern continent to be sold. Now that the goods were ready, it was time to open up the new sea route. However, some preparatory work had to be done. The Navy camp Sulen obtained this time had to be built as soon as possible. At the same time, the divinity had to be absorbed and integrated. Not long ago, Suren had absorbed 2 divinity crystals obtained from the abomination. There were still 6 divinity crystals in his own divinity crystal, 7 in Hathaway's divinity crystal, and a lot in the god's corpse sealed in the basement. With so much divinity added up, the divinity of a god with weak divine power was more than enough. Soon, Sulen arrived at Hathaway's laboratory and poured a part of the moonlight dew into a crystal bottle. The entire laboratory was instantly illuminated in a silvery white color. "It really is moonlight dew." Hathaway looked at the liquid in surprise. "This thing is not easy to find. It's a waste to use it to remove the pollution and evil power on the divinity crystals directly." "It's okay, I still have a lot. Besides, it's not safe to keep the divinity crystals in your hands. It's better to integrate them into your body quickly and convert them into strength directly." "That's true." Hathaway thought for a moment and agreed. The next step was to set up the runic magic circle. Although it was possible to use the moonlight dew to remove the pollution and evil power directly, it required more moonlight dew to do so. The requirements for the purification runic magic circle were not high, and Hathaway completed it quickly. Sulen poured the moonlight dew into the center of the magic circle, and a silvery white aura shrouded it. With the surge of magic, the moonlight dew was quickly integrated into the magic circle, and the whole magic circle shone with a sense of holiness. Hathaway waved her hand gently, and a wave of magic emerged. Then the whole runic magic circle began to operate. Sulen took out a black stone. As soon as the palm-sized stone appeared, an evil and chaotic aura suddenly spread out. The whole laboratory was filled with this chaotic and evil power. Soon Sulen put the stone into the runic magic circle. After the silvery white energy sensed the stone, it immediately released a dazzling brilliance. A sizzling sound was constantly heard, and waves of black evil energy and pollution power were constantly purified by the silver light. As the silver light continued to flicker, the pollution power on the stone became weaker and weaker. The originally black stone gradually changed from black to purple gold. When all the pollution power was removed, the aura of the runic magic circle also dimmed. Sulen picked up the divinity crystal from the runic magic circle, and then released some soul power to examine it. Soon, Sulen opened his eyes with satisfaction. All the evil power and pollution power on the divinity crystal had been removed. Not only that, even the original soul consciousness of the abomination had been directly erased. In other words, this divinity crystal could be directly extracted and integrated with. After seeing that the purification was successful, Hathaway also took out the divinity crystal in her hand and put it into the runic magic circle. Then, she activated the magic circle once again. The silvery white aura lit up, and the two completely opposite energies continued to fight. The silver energy constantly removed the chaotic and evil aura on the divinity crystal. Sizzling sounds were constantly heard, and finally, all the evil aura was completely removed. The aura of the runic magic circle slowly dissipated. The moonlight dew in the runic magic circle had turned into a colorless and transparent liquid. The energy in the moonlight dew had been completely consumed. Sulen took out some moonlight dew again and gave it to Hathaway to integrate with the divinity. The power of divinity could directly change her body from the original mortal to a divine creature. Her physical fitness would be improved, and at the same time, her soul would become more powerful. Although it did not increase her magic knowledge, it would improve her learning, understanding, and control in all aspects. This was equivalent to directly increasing her upper limit. By the way, the goods to the eastern continent have been prepared. We will set off in a while. You can arrange the time when the time comes, Sulen reminded her. I know. I will arrange everything when the time comes. In addition, I will directly set up a teleportation circle on the magic ship. I can rush back anytime, anywhere. Hathaway waved her hand and carefully put away the divinity crystal and moonlight dew. That's good. Sulen nodded and said, by the way, I also got another scroll this time. What did you say? Where is it? Show it to me. Before Sulen finished speaking, Hathaway instantly grabbed Sulen's arm excitedly and asked. Chapter 582. What's the rush? Sulen grabbed Hathaway and pinched her nose. You're the chief wizard of the Northwind Tower. Who else can I give it to? Sulen took out a golden scroll from his inventory and handed it to Hathaway. This is the legendary treasure trove of knowledge, the Nether Secret Scroll? Hathaway looked at the golden scroll in front of her with curiosity. Legend has it that you only need to learn the knowledge in this scroll to level up your profession and obtain talents. So this is what the Nether Secret Scroll looks like. This is a remnant scroll. The knowledge in it is not a powerful spell. It's biosphere technology. If you have time, you can learn it. Anyway, you'll definitely need it to build the floating city in the future, Sulen said directly. Biosphere technology. Hathaway was a little disappointed. I was wondering if it was the technology to create the mice energy core. Are you dreaming? Sulen reached out and pinched Hathaway's bouncy cheeks, then put her down. The mice energy core can be said to be the top technology in the Nether Secret Scroll. How can it be so easy to get it? Sulen shook his head. Hathaway wrinkled her nose. Then what will be the energy core of the floating city in the future? Let's use the elemental fission furnace first, Sulen said after thinking for a moment. The energy produced by the elemental fission furnace is not enough to let the floating city leave the main material plane. Hathaway said, only when the elemental fusion furnace can the floating city be supported to roam the astral plane. Don't we have a full set of information on elemental fission and elemental fusion? We can slowly level it up, Sulen said with a smile. There's no sign of the floating city yet. There's no need to rush. That's true. Then I'll go fuse with the divinity first. Hathaway picked up the Nether Secret Scroll and left the room. After leaving the Northwind Tower, Sulen went to the Arcanum to prepare to fuse with the divinity. He now had 7 divinity in the divinity crystal in his hand. Not long ago, he had extracted the Baylor's divinity crystal, and also extracted the Abomination's divinity crystal. If he fused all the remaining divinity, his divinity power would reach an astonishing 20 points. Although 20 divinity points could not trigger a transformation from the soul to the body, it would still improve Sulen's power. After Sulen asked the Tower Spirit Tower Genie, he began fusing with the divinity crystal. Compared to the previous times he fusing with divinity, the fusion this time was much easier. A large amount of divinity was fused into Sulen's body. He had transformed from a human to a demigod. His body also had some divinity characteristics. For example, it was easier to fuse with divinity. After being purified by the moonlight dew, the divinity crystal was no longer black like before. It was purple with a golden glow. It looked very beautiful. Sulen gently pointed, and the divinity crystal flew into the air. A strange energy field instantly enveloped the entire room. Soul Wander. A powerful spell flashed, and a shadow walked out of Sulen's body. It was his soul. After absorbing a large amount of divinity, Sulen's soul had become pale gold. His soul did not feel illusory at all. Instead, it looked solid. Sulen's soul had surpassed the mortal, and had a trace of immortality. After the soul left the body, Sulen suddenly had a light feeling. It was as if all the shackles had been removed in an instant. The soul would have this feeling after leaving the body. After entering the soul state, Sulen became more sensitive to energy. After adapting to the soul state, he began to cast spells. A golden light flashed. Divinity extraction. The golden light was extracted from the divinity crystal, and then poured into Sulen's body. The golden light on his soul began to increase. A large amount of golden light was extracted. The golden light in the divinity crystal was extracted little by little. As time passed, the golden light in the divinity crystal became less and less. Soon all the divinity was extracted. Sulen burped. His soul felt bloated. Then, with a flash of light, his soul returned to the body. Just now he had only swallowed the divinity. It would take some time for him to completely integrate it. However, this was already many times more efficient than before. From the storage space, he took out the moonlight dew that he had already prepared. The room was filled with moonlight. Sulen gently flicked the bottle of moonlight dew. Countless water droplets with starlight instantly floated up. A strange energy spread out from Sulen's body. These water droplets with starlight slowly integrated into Sulen's body. The moonlight dew passed through the body and directly entered the soul. A cool feeling spread out from the soul. It was as if Sulen was purified from the inside out, from the soul to the body. The speed of the integration of the divinity instantly increased several times. In the depths of Sulen's soul, a ray of moonlight illuminated the entire spiritual world. As the moonlight continued to enter the body, some of the impurities in Sulen's body were also slowly cleaned out. These impurities were the residue in the soul. After cleaning up these residue, Sulen's soul became clearer, and the integration of the divinity became more perfect. In the end, when all the moonlight entered the body, the integration of the divinity in Sulen's soul was complete. With the help of the moonlight dew, Sulen finally completed the integration of the divinity. However, this had temporarily reached a limit. He could not continue the integration for a short period of time. Sulen slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed from the bottom of his eyes. The entire room was illuminated at this moment. Just after the integration of the divinity, Sulen moved his body. A powerful force emerged from his body, and he regained control of his body. After coming out of the room and asking the tower spirit, Sulen learned that 2 days had passed. Sulen did not stay any longer. He directly went to Deepwater City, through the teleportation formation. He would soon go to the eastern continent. He needed to finish the construction of the Navy camp as soon as possible. Deepwater City's construction speed was very fast during this period. After the barbarians continuously cleared the surrounding monsters, a large number of kobolds, goblins, and gnolls were caught as laborers. The city could be said to be different every day. When Sulen came to Deepwater City again, the city walls were almost finished. Because Deepwater City was a trading port, the scale of the city was very large from the beginning. Sulen directly designed the city according to the scale of 100,000 people. After this period of migration, Deepwater City now had about 12,000 people. Most of these people were refugees who migrated to the northern city. Sulen directly arranged for them to board the ships in the northern city, and then they went along the Red Sand River to Deepwater City. At the same time, the northern city also transported a large number of bricks and other building materials by water. After several years of development, The northern city's production of various building materials was very high. With enough materials and abundant manpower, the city's construction speed was different every day. Sulen had a simple understanding of the affairs of Deepwater City. Consul Holland did a very good job. All kinds of things were arranged in an orderly manner. The whole city was busy but not chaotic. Everything was in order. Everyone was working at their respective posts. The port of Deepwater City had been completed. The whole port was wide and flat, and the berths were neatly arranged. There was even a specially built shelter. The port's water depth was 12 meters, and it could dock all the ships of this era. It was an excellent deepwater port. However, the breakwater of the port had not been built yet. The amount of work required to build a breakwater was very high, and a lot of rocks were needed. Now that the deepwater port had just been built, there was not enough manpower to build a breakwater. Fortunately, the deepwater port was near the Red Sand River. If there was a storm on the sea, the ships could sail into the river or dock at the island in the middle of the river. Sulen looked for Holland after checking the construction sites in the city. He asked him to send some people to the island in the middle of the river to build a navy camp. The navy camp could not be built anywhere. After looking for a while, Sulen finally decided to build it on the island in the middle of the river. Although the island was close to the sea, the wind and waves were not too strong. It was very suitable for new recruits to train. Moreover, it was surrounded by water and separated from the outside world. It was not easy to be disturbed. It was very good for training troops. After hearing Sulen's request, Holland immediately sent two 100-man teams to Sulen to build the navy camp. All kinds of materials were directly transported to the island in the middle of the river. These two 100-man teams were all experienced craftsmen. In the past few years, the construction of the northern town city had never stopped. Therefore, there were a lot of experienced craftsmen in the city. Sulen directly gave them the blueprint of the camp and told them to build it according to the blueprint. The construction of the navy camp did not need to be too complicated. There were all kinds of materials, and it would not take long to build it. After making the arrangements, Sulen asked people to keep an eye on the place, and then went to the shipyard. At this time, the shipyard was very busy. Since Sulen announced the opening of the new waterway, the shipyard had worked overtime to build ships. Although the shipbuilders were a little rusty in the beginning, after building a sailboat, a training warship, and an armed merchant ship, they were very experienced. Next, they began to build real warships and merchant ships. Sulen planned to build a navy in Deepwater City. It would be used to maintain the safety of the waterway, protect the port, eliminate pirates, and crack down on smuggling. This warship was allowed to carry out commercial activities, so the ships were built to be slender. This appearance could increase the speed of the ships, and they could be used to chase pirates or provide quick support. The ships were made of iron oak wood. This wood was slightly heavier than ordinary wood, but its defensive power was not inferior to steel. At the same time, it was also resistant to corrosion. It was a very good shipbuilding material. The only problem was that it was very expensive. The output of iron oak wood was not high, and the price was high. Fortunately, it was also produced in the northern wilderness. Chapter 583. After Sulen came to this world, he experimented with making gunpowder, but to his disappointment, gunpowder couldn't explode at all. Cannons could only stay on the drawing board. Sulen heard that the mountain dwarves had something similar to gunpowder, which was used to split rocks and excavate mineral deposits, but the material was very expensive. The dwarves called this gunpowder-like thing fire crystal powder, and the main material was a kind of fire crystal stone. After the fire crystal stone was ground and mixed with several other materials, it would produce an effect similar to that of gunpowder. However, this kind of thing was much more expensive than gunpowder. Even in the southern seas, there were very few ships equipped with this kind of fire crystal powder weapon. Suluan intended to build some fire crystal cannons and install them on his warships. The first batch of Marines trained by Barbassa returned to Deepwater City. Although this batch of Marines had only been trained for 3 months, their strength had reached the requirements. After all, in order to train qualified Marines as soon as possible, Barbossa directly took these people on the ocean voyage. If Sulen hadn't prepared a lot of underwater breathing potions for them, half of this batch of Marines would have died. After 3 months of intensive training, these people had experienced the baptism of several storms on the ocean. Under such cruel conditions, these people's level naturally improved rapidly. This training method was basically to directly let the recruits take weapons to the battlefield, and let the battlefield educate them. This method was cruel, but as long as they survived, they would soon transform into elites. However, this situation usually happened among pirates. Pirates didn't give you time to train and adapt. They fought and sailed again and again. Pirates trained in this way could compete with Marines on the sea. Although underwater breathing potions and other protective measures had been prepared, there were still a few deaths in this batch of Marines. This was something that couldn't be helped. After the first batch of Marines, Deepwater City's first warship could be used. The next batch of Marines would be trained in the Navy camp. The training cycle of the Navy camp was 9 months. Although it seemed to be a long time, it was several times faster than the training of Marines in other countries. It took at least 2 years for a Marine to become proficient in operating a warship from a recruit. Compared with them, Sulen only needed 9 months, which was more than twice as fast. After checking the Marines, Sulen was satisfied with them, and then announced that their salary would be increased. Those who unfortunately died in the training would be compensated according to the standards of martyrs, and various supplies would be given to them by Northern Town City. After hearing that they had passed the test, all the soldiers cheered excitedly. These soldiers directly received citizenship in Northern Town City, and their families also received land and houses. Sulen was very generous to the army. After the completion of the training, Sulen gave the Marines a few days off, and then waited until the construction of the new warship was completed to officially establish the Navy. Barbossa was the Deepwater City's Navy. Deepwater City now had 2 ships. One was a training warship, and the other was an armed merchant ship. These 2 ships would not join the Navy. After all, these 2 ships were the practice works of Deepwater City's shipyard, and there were many problems in them. Of course, these problems were not serious, and it was not a problem to use them as merchant ships, but it was not possible to use them as warships. Sulen's Deepwater City Navy was about 2,500 people, with 15 to 20 main warships, as well as a number of scout ships and supply ships. Such a fleet was naturally incomparable to the navies of the southern countries, but the combat effectiveness of the Deepwater City Navy was not weak. Although the navies of the southern countries were powerful, few of their ships were built with iron oak wood. Iron oak wood had a very good firepower, and the hull was very hard. After installing a ram, it could easily destroy a ship made of teak at full speed. Even in his previous life, the ram was not completely retired from the stage of battle until the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The reason was that the ram was very powerful. Many times, when there were naval battles at sea, both sides would fire hundreds of shells, and the result would be that although the 2 ships would be damaged, there would still be no signs of sinking. However, a weapon like the ram could kill the enemy in one hit. Such a powerful weapon was the trump card of naval pirates. As long as it was hit, it could easily create a huge hole in the side of the ship, and seawater would immediately gush in. It would not take long for the ship to sink. In contrast, the fire crystal cannon's power was very limited. After all, the fire crystal cannon's hit rate was not high, and on the sea, the hit rate was even worse. In the era of navigation in his previous life, artillery battles were completely done when 2 warships were side by side, relying on numbers to solve the problem of hit rate. This required a lot of money. Sulen planned to equip some fire crystal cannons, and at the same time prepare to study alchemy cannons. Alchemy cannons had been produced for a long time, but there was also a problem, and that was that the operators were wizards. Sulen wanted to let Hathaway modify the alchemy cannons to see if they could be used by ordinary people. If the modification was successful, then the army of Deepwater City would be able to sweep the sea. Alchemy cannons used mana, and directly injected mana into them to form a spell attack similar to a fireball spell. However, not long after this alchemy cannon was developed, It was thrown into a corner. The main reason was that wizards could already use fireballs, so why would they use alchemy cannons to attack? As a result, this alchemy cannon directly became a joke among wizards. Sulen helplessly shook his head about this idea of alchemy cannons. This thing had been going in the wrong direction from the beginning. He should have made alchemy cannons that ordinary people could use, not wizards. The blueprint of this alchemy cannon was collected in some wizard books as a negative example. Hathaway naturally knew about it, but it was not easy to modify it into a magic tool that could be used by ordinary people. The magic tools that wizards made were basically for wizards to use, and they rarely considered the use of ordinary people. However, it was not impossible. After all, some magic tools that could be triggered could be used by ordinary people. If alchemy cannons could be successfully made, Sulen planned to replace the ballistas on the magic ship with alchemy cannons. The ballistas on the magic ship had a range of 500 meters, and their shooting accuracy was very accurate. After the ballistas were modified with fire oil, the burning effect was very good. One salvo could set the ship on fire. However, compared to alchemy cannons, it was still a lot less powerful. Sulen was very clear about the power of fireballs. It was very threatening to wooden ships. A few fireballs could easily send a ship to the bottom of the sea. Sulen summoned the magic ship Raging Dragon. During this time, the ship had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea to accumulate energy. Now that the ship's energy was full, Sulen planned to take this magic ship to the eastern continent. This time, Sulen had prepared a large amount of resources for the trip to the eastern continent. At the same time, he would also take 2 merchant ships to form a fleet. The Raging Dragon had been tested a few times. No matter if it was sailing speed or defense, there were no problems. Under the curious gazes of the navy on the shore, the Raging Dragon slowly entered the port. The Raging Dragon was bigger than a warship or an armed merchant ship. Also, the Raging Dragon had cast a space spell, so the ship had a lot of space. It could carry a lot of goods. A lot of alchemy runes were added during the process of making the Raging Dragon. According to Hathaway's estimation, the ship's maximum speed could reach 80 nautical miles per hour. However, because the energy supply system was not mature, the Raging Dragon's current energy was charged by a magic circle. Usually, it needed to collect energy. Of course, wizards could also inject mana or place magic stones to extract energy, but the cost would be much higher. After collecting energy, the ship could sail at full speed for about a day. If it used cruising speed, the Raging Dragon could sail for about a month. Of course, if it only relied on sail power, it could sail at sea for a year if there was no war. Sulen boarded the Raging Dragon. There were also some merchants and scholars who were familiar with the eastern continent. Sulen was mainly going to do business this time. He did not want to cause any trouble. He wanted to open up a new channel to make money. The western continent was located in the north of the planet. It was quite a distance away from the eastern continent. In the southeast of the western continent, there was another continent near the equator. On the magic ship, the scholars who were familiar with the eastern continent were introducing the environment of the eastern continent to the merchants. There were a lot of poisonous creatures on this continent, so after arriving there, they must not eat anything in the wild. At the same time, they also talked about the local customs of the eastern continent. The proportion of poisonous creatures in the entire eastern continent was close to 1/10. That was to say, 1 in 10 species of creatures was poisonous. Therefore, the intelligent species of the entire eastern continent had gained additional poison resistance over the long period of biological evolution. Then, because the eastern continent was closer to the south, the environment there was hotter, and the climate changed more dramatically than here. It might be sunny in the morning, but it might become stormy in the afternoon. It was somewhat similar to a tropical rainforest. In addition to these, the eastern continent was also rich in products. Many specialties were completely unavailable in the western continent. In addition to these, the eastern continent was also the birthplace of the monks. Because of the serious accidents in the era of the Arcane Empire, there were many ancient evil creatures that were sealed on this continent. These evil creatures were basically suppressed by the monks' monasteries. Sulen was also very interested in these evil creatures. However, in this long time, many of them had been suppressed and killed. Maybe he could kill a few to earn some experience. Chapter 584. Sulen drove the furious dragon around the sea and returned to Deepwater City after satisfying his craving. The entire Deepwater City became extremely busy. Ships transporting goods from North Town City came one after another. All kinds of goods piled up in the warehouse of the dock. These goods would be loaded onto the furious dragon. In addition to these goods, more refugees were also sent here. Chris brought many refugees to Deepwater City. After this period of fusion, she had completely controlled her own power. With the help of the Soul Snatcher Church, she successfully absorbed the Baylor as nourishment and successfully advanced into a legendary demon. She had come this time to prevent the refugees from causing trouble. After all, these refugees who had just migrated from other places were being moved here again. This was different from the conditions they had previously promised. In order to prevent them from resisting, she had specifically asked Chris to handle it. With her charm that even legendary figures were extremely afraid of, these refugees had no complaints at all, and were very well behaved. After arriving at Deepwater City, these people were quickly assigned to various places. After not seeing her for a while, Chris became even more attractive. Sulen, who had been exposed to the sea breeze for a week, was also a little restless. He was completely unrestrained. Looking at the furious dragon docked at the port, Sulen directly pulled Chris onto the ship. The furious dragon started, and the ship quickly submerged into the sea. The furious dragon entered underwater mode. The entire ship was wrapped in seawater like a crystal palace. In this environment, the two were particularly excited. It could be said that they had met their match. In North Town City, the combat power of Hathaway, Karina, Xanthi, and the others added together could not compare to Chris. After all, the succubus had the talent bonus. However, facing Sullen's plasma cannon, they were still defeated. The furious dragon did not return to the port until the next day after going out to sea. After working overtime for this period of time, the construction of the Navy camp was finally completed. Next, Sulen recruited 2,000 refugees who were good at swimming to train. These people would be the Navy of Deepwater City in the future. At the same time, the shipyard on River Heart Island had also completed the construction of 2 armed merchant ships. The Deepwater City Chamber of Commerce, which had been established a long time ago, couldn't wait to take over the 2 merchant ships. After a simple trial run, the 2 merchant ships began to transport goods. After staying in Deepwater City for almost an hour, all the materials used for trading during this period of time had been transported here. The 2 armed merchant ships were quickly loaded. Hathaway also came to Deepwater City from the North Wind Tower. After everything was ready, the annual trade winds began to blow. Every year, this was the best season to trade with the Eastern continent. 2 days later, on a sunny morning, the furious dragon slowly sailed out of the Deepwater harbor with 2 armed merchant ships, and then sailed towards the Eastern continent. The exchanges between the Eastern and Western continents were quite frequent. In the past 2,000 years, the trade between the Eastern and Western continents had begun to flourish. With the frequent exchanges between the 2 continents, the 2 continents had begun to be influenced by each other. The most obvious example was the Sword Saint class. Sword Saints learned how to use Qi from monks, and then came the Qi Raising Slash, which became the signature skill of Sword Saints. As for the Sword Saint's ultimate skill, Bladestorm, it required specific conditions. Monks also evolved into a weapon master class because of the influence of the Western continent. Many high-grade mages were very wary of Sword Saints. After all, this class could break the energy shield of a high-grade wizard with a single slash. For high-grade wizards, Sword Saints were a greater threat than those rogues. However, although Sword Saints had powerful attack power, they also had obvious shortcomings. That was, their defense was very poor. Sword Saints couldn't wear armor, not to mention iron armor. They couldn't even wear leather armor. To put it bluntly, it was like a sword from the beginning to the end. Because they gave up all defense, Sword Saints gained unprecedented attack power, but this kind of power was fragile. On the battlefield, Sword saints were always the first to be targeted. They didn't have the strong defense of warriors, nor did they have the survival ability of rogues, so sword saints had the highest death rate of all classes. Of course, if a sword saint had the help of a wizard, then the destruction they could cause would be beyond belief. In history, there was once a legendary sword saint who killed 3 legendaries. Greater haste plus greater enchanted weapon plus aura / plus expose weakness plus whirlwind / equals bladestorm. Because there were 2 armed merchant ships, the speed of the raging dragon was reduced to the same level as them. With the help of the ocean currents and trade winds, the speed of the armed merchant ships could reach 15 nautical miles per hour. It only took a day for the merchant ships of Deepwater City to enter the deep sea. We've traveled almost 400 nautical miles. Hathaway sat beside Sulen with some boredom. If the raging dragon didn't slow down, it was estimated that the ships behind them would have long been left behind. After a day of sailing, all they could see was the blue sea. At first glance, there was nothing on the sea. At first, the scenery of the sea looked good, but if there was no change, it would be boring. This was one of the reasons why many people couldn't stand ocean sailing. Being in an empty environment for a long time and having the same scenery could drive people crazy. This was also why both pirates and navies liked to keep 1 or 2 animals. When they were bored, they could tease them to relieve their boredom. In addition to Sulen and Hathaway, there were some attendants on the Raging Dragon. The Raging Dragon didn't need anyone to drive it. When it was built, Hathaway gave the magic ship a basic consciousness, turning it into a magic life. It would sail according to the designated location. Compared to the other 2 armed merchant ships, the living conditions on the Raging Dragon were simply heaven. The power of magic was fully displayed here. In order to store goods, food, and water, the cabins of the other 2 merchant ships were very cramped. On this ship, not to mention Sulen, even the guards had a room of 50 square meters. There was no shortage of various materials. Compared to the other ships, this was a luxury cruise ship. Sulen stayed on the deck. At this time, he had already opened the system's strategic map and let the strategic map record their sailing route. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to expand the strategic map. Through the strategic map, Sulen could see the surrounding scene with a radius of 30 kilometers. Sailing in the sea was not a problem for him, but it was not so easy for the other ships. If they could find some islands to stop at on this route, it would be good news for this route. Warning! Warning! A large number of hostile creatures have been detected. The target is approaching the fleet. At this time, a large number of red dots suddenly appeared on the strategic map. These dots gathered densely in one place and were quickly approaching the fleet. What's that? Sulen frowned slightly. Investigating. In the next second, a flash of light appeared on the watchtower of the Furious Dragon. Soon some images appeared in front of them. A large number of similar monsters appeared in the images. These monsters had the head of a fish and their bodies were covered in green or blue scales. They looked ferocious and ugly, and their bodies were similar to humans. They had a thick crocodile tail behind their bodies and a dorsal fin that extended from the tail to the top of their heads. Their heads were wide and their exaggerated mouths were filled with saw-like teeth. Their limbs were strong and their fingers were covered with frog webs. Although it was the first time Sulen saw these creatures, he could recognize them at a glance. These were Sawajin, the natives of the sea. These evil creatures would attack all the creatures they saw in the water. The people who lived on the sea usually called them the demons of the sea. These Sawajin were a serious threat to the trade of the sea fleet. They were monsters that were more hated and feared by the merchants than the pirates. Soon, the guards in the cabin rushed to the deck. After seeing the Sawajin, they all pulled out their weapons. Send the signal to the merchant ships behind. Prepare for battle. Sulen looked at the Sawajin that was controlling the waves and approaching quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. A guard stepped forward and bowed. He then immediately climbed to the watchtower of the Furious Dragon and began to send the signal to the 2 ships behind. After receiving the signal, the 2 merchant ships immediately became active. All the sailors pulled out their weapons and were ready for battle. Soon, A large number of Sawajin appeared in the surrounding sea. As soon as these demons of the sea appeared, they could not wait to climb to the surrounding ships. Sulen did not attack these Sawajin. He wanted to see the strength of the sailors. Although these Sawajin looked ferocious, they were not very strong. If either Sulen or Hathaway attacked, these monsters would not last more than a breath. With him and Hathaway around, these Sawajin could not do anything. They were perfect for the sailors to sharpen their skills. After all, after forming the merchant fleet, they would often travel the sea in the future. There would be many situations like this. They would not be lucky enough to have Sulen with them every time, so they had to grow up as soon as possible. Soon, the Sawajin climbed to the deck. The well-prepared sailors immediately swung their long swords at them. The Sawajin were ferocious by nature. They would eat any creature that they caught. The sailors naturally knew their habits, so they did not hold back at all. A sailor swung his long sword. A cold light flashed, and a Sawajin that had just climbed up had its arm cut off. Then with another swing, the Sawajin was killed. Smelly blood splattered all over the deck. Pucci, like a water bag that was pierced, a Sawajin's body was thrown out with a flick of his wrist. The surrounding sailors cooperated with each other. The Sawajin could not climb onto the deck at all. Chapter 585. There were also a large number of Sawajin on the Furious Dragon ship, but they obviously chose the wrong opponent. Although there were not many guards on the ship, they were more than enough to deal with the Sawajin. Sullen's guards were all level 3 professions, and they could easily crush the Sawajin who were only level 1 or 2. Not a single Sawajin could get close. Perhaps it was because the Sawajin priest saw that the Sawajin had suffered heavy casualties, but the progress was limited. The Sawajin priest at the back could not wait any longer, and a wave of mana spread out from him. The Sawajin priest held a trident in his hand and chanted. His expression was one of madness, and the thick smell of blood in the surroundings made the Sawajin even crazier. Many Sawajin had already gone berserk. Hurricane whistled. When the last part of the chant was completed, the surrounding sea suddenly began to rise. This wave quickly approached the fleet, and it grew taller and taller. In just a few breaths, the wave had already exceeded 10 meters. The 10-meter-tall wave came crashing down on the fleet. It was obvious that the Sawajin priest wanted to sink the ship directly. However, its plan was quickly foiled. The experienced sailors skillfully maneuvered the ship, so that the bow of the ship was facing the huge wave. As soon as the ship adjusted its position, the next second, the huge wave surged over. The bow of the ship suddenly sank, and in the next second, it quickly floated up, and then the entire ship was lifted by the huge wave. The wave rushed over quickly, and the ship suddenly sank. Then it floated up again under the buoyancy of the sea. The whole process was smooth except for some bumps on the ship. The wave summoned by the Sawajin priest was easily handled by the sailors. On the Furious Dragon ship, Sulen looked at the operation of the 2 armed merchant ships and nodded with satisfaction. The sailors had done well in this test, and he was very satisfied. Since they had passed the test, there was no need to continue wasting time. A wave of lightning energy surged out from his body, and in the next second, countless lightning snakes appeared out of nowhere, and instantly covered the surrounding sea. The dazzling lightning flashed, and bolts of lightning fell continuously. The entire sea was covered by the power of lightning. The entire surface of the sea turned into a sea of lightning at this moment, and hundreds of Sawajin were drowned in the endless lightning. When the lightning dissipated, the entire sea surface was empty. After witnessing this miraculous power, the surrounding sailors looked at Sulen with even more reverence. After dealing with the Sawajin, the fleet continued to sail. After the battle, everyone was much more cautious. Sulen and Hathaway were also observing from the deck. There were a lot of creatures in the ocean. After sailing for some distance, a group of whales swam by not far away. People who saw such huge creatures for the first time were stunned. These huge whales had almost no natural enemies in the ocean, so they swam leisurely in the sea. As they ventured deeper into the sea, the fleet encountered many large sea monsters. Other than whales, Sulen also discovered some giant squid. The deep sea was the territory of these giant sea monsters. Most of these sea monsters had a challenge rating of 15 plus and above. However, most of these sea monsters were neutral. As long as they were not provoked, they would not attack the fleet. After discovering these sea monsters, the fleet did not get too close. Sulen was not interested in these sea monsters, and Sulen only took care of them when they were in the way. Hathaway, on the other hand, was interested in some of the sea monsters. She caught them and seemed to be checking and recording them. Then she drew their blood and collected some of their muscle tissue. She was going to bring these back for research. Many of these giant sea monsters were ancient species, so the chances of research were high. On the 5th day, the fleet encountered a storm. Fortunately, before the storm, Sulen found an island on the strategic map. The fleet arrived at the island in advance to rest and avoid the storm. A tornado that was hundreds of meters tall formed directly on the surface of the sea, forming a huge whirlpool. It was quite spectacular. If the fleet encountered any ordinary merchant ship other than the magic ship Raging Dragon, no matter if it was a warship or an armed merchant ship, it would be doomed. The fleet found an island with an area of 30 square kilometers. There were no humans living on it, only some wild beasts and seabirds. Although the island was not too big, there was fresh water on it. The trees on the island were lush, and there were various fruits. It could be used as a supply point. Sulen marked the location of the island, and planned to use it as a stronghold on the trade route. On the 13th day, Sulen found another island. The island was not big, only about 10 square kilometers. Fortunately, there was also a water source on the island. What surprised Sulen was that there were people living on the island. After occupying the island, Sulen knew that these people were a group of pirates. This island was the stronghold of these pirates. Sulen directly sent people to capture all the pirates and interrogate them. When it came to pirates, the most intriguing thing was the pirates' treasure. Basically, all the famous pirate leaders had saved up a shocking amount of wealth. Most pirates would hide their treasures, and Sulen was very interested in treasure hunting. After occupying the island, Sulen began to ask these people about the surrounding shipping routes and marked them. Soon Sulen knew the surrounding situation. After subduing these pirates, this pirate island also became an important point of the trade route. As time passed, the number of islands seemed to have increased. After sailing for 8 days, Sulen and the others finally saw the outline of the continental shelf. This place was very close to the eastern continent. Due to the warm climate of the eastern continent, this ocean could be said to be rich in resources. There were a lot of fish, lobsters, abalones, and so on. There were several lobsters alone. The most common lobsters were 3 kinds. The first was the king shrimp, which was a fierce creature. It could reach a maximum length of more than 5 meters. Its claws and teeth were sharp, and its diet was very varied. Its lower limbs were thin and strong, and it was a very fierce sea creature. The second kind was the giant lobster, which was an ordinary marine product. There were a lot of them, and the lobsters were not small. They tasted good. The last kind was called the splendid lobster, which was a very expensive lobster. It tasted the best among all the lobsters. However, the production was generally low. After arriving at this area, Sulen had people catch some lobsters of all kinds. He wanted to taste these delicacies first. Chapter 586. Now that he had decided to try it, Suluan directly stopped the ship in this area, and then went into the sea to catch some seafood himself. A 1-meter-long ornate embroidered lobster was caught. Such a big ornate embroidered lobster waved its 2 big pincers, and looked very intimidating. However, it was not facing the sea creatures this time. Sulen snapped his fingers and a tiny lightning flashed. The lobster was electrocuted and twitched all over. After handing the lobster to the chef, Sulen was ready to go to the sea again. He saw a clamshell in the sea just now. Maybe there were pearls inside. The underwater world was very beautiful. Suluan found many beautiful corals and colorful fish swimming back and forth in the corals. The coral reef was unexpectedly lively. On the surrounding rocks, there were a large number of shells, oysters, shrimps and crabs living. A few turtles the size of millstones were leisurely paddling in the water. At this time, a little blue fluorescent light flashed in the sea not far away. Soon the fluorescent light swam over. When it got closer, it was discovered that the fluorescent light was actually a large number of jellyfish. Jellyfish were widely distributed in the sea. These beautiful creatures that looked almost transparent were very dangerous. 90% of jellyfish were highly poisonous. Although they looked beautiful, they were actually carnivorous. A large group of light blue fluorescent jellyfish appeared in front of them. There were hundreds of jellyfish in this group. The small fish around the coral reef were all scared and hid in the crevices. A few turtles that were paddling nearby immediately became spirited after seeing the large number of jellyfish. They quickly swam over. These jellyfish that were very dangerous to other creatures were the best food for the turtles. The usually slow-moving turtles quickly caught up with the jellyfish. Then they bit down on one of the jellyfish as if they were drinking water. In an instant, more than half of the jellyfish were sucked in. Then, with another bite, the jellyfish was eaten by the turtles. The group of jellyfish that were showing off suddenly panicked. Hundreds of jellyfish fled in panic under the onslaught of the turtles. Sulen watched for a while and lost interest. He was going to look around for the giant clams. The pearls of the Eastern Sea were very popular in the Western continent. These pearls were not only beautiful, but also had magic power. They were important materials for enchantment. The most precious one was a kind of pearl called mermaid pearl. It was said that this pearl could only be cultivated by mermaids in the Eastern continent. It was very rare and very precious. Sulen quickly found a giant clam in the sea. The giant clam seemed to feel danger, and closed its shell tightly. Sulen gently knocked on the clam's shell. The clam's shell was as hard as iron. A flash of lightning flashed on Sulen's hand, and then it instantly disappeared to enter the shell. A burst of thunder and lightning sounded. Soon, a gap opened up on the clam's shell. The thunder and lightning just now had paralyzed the giant clam's body. Sulen easily opened the clam's shell. A pearl swayed slightly in the clam's shell. The pearl had a diameter of 10 centimeters, and its color was light blue. It was very beautiful. Sulen directly took out the pearl. After taking out the pearl, Sulen let go of the giant clam, and then looked around for more clams. When Hathaway called him for lunch, he had already found more than 10 pearls. However, other than the first pearl, the rest of the pearls were not big. Lunch was very sumptuous. The chef that Sulen brought this time was the best student of the halfling Frodo. His cooking skills were very good. The 1-meter-long splendid brocade lobster was made into a full lobster feast. The crystal-clear lobster meat was neatly cut on the plate, and there was a layer of ice below. The ice was emitting a faint chill, which made the lobster meat even more chewy. Together with the carefully prepared dipping sauce, the lobster meat was delicious. Of course, other than this way of eating, there was also a serving of stir-fried lobster meat. The lobster meat was stir-fried with onion, bell pepper, and pepper. Every bite was blissful. On the side, there was also a serving of lobster soup. The lobster meat was braised with some seaweed and seaweed. It was delicious. After enjoying the delicious meal, Sulen gave the pearls that he had just collected to Hathaway. After seeing the big pearl that was more than 10 centimeters long, Hathaway's eyes lit up. She could not wait to snatch the pearl. It's so beautiful. Is there more? Hathaway asked while holding the big pearl with both hands. There are still some small pearls. If you like them, you can have them all. Sulen took out the rest of the pearls and gave them to Hathaway. By the way, Sulen, did you find the magic pearl clam below? Hathaway suddenly asked. The magic pearl clam? I didn't see it. Sulen shrugged. It's hard to find that thing. Oh. Hathaway looked disappointed. I remember that the magic pearl clam is the product of the ancient arcanist's transformation. If you want it, you can try to cultivate it. Sulen said. We can open up a water area in the wizard tower to cultivate the magic pearl clam. That's worth a try. Hathaway thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then the two went into the sea again, and searched for many different kinds of shells and clams. Then they opened up a room on the Furious Dragon, poured seawater into it, and put the clams in. Under the effect of magic, the environment here would be the same as the ocean, and the giant clams could live normally in it. The ancient wizards carried out some bloodline transformation experiments. These experiments were developed to the peak during the Witch King era. But after the Witch King era was destroyed, there were fewer such experiments. The Arcane Empire also did a lot of research on bloodline transformation experiments. I'm going to try to transform a magic pearl clam. Well, if the transformation is successful, we can continue to get the magic pearl clam. If you need anything, I'll ask someone to find it. Sulen nodded and said. The most successful example of bloodline transformation was the warlocks. Hathaway's idea of transforming the magic pearl clam was not whimsical. There was a creature that was very successful in bloodline transformation in the North Town, the Crystal Beast. The Crystal Beast was originally just an ordinary beast. It might swallow rocks to increase the hardness of its scales, but it would not produce crystals. It was the product of the Arcanist's bloodline transformation. Similar creatures were the mining worm, the metal eater, and so on. It was difficult to transform a kind of magic pearl clam out of thin air, but it was much easier to do research when there was a complete information. Moreover, the transformation of the magic pearl clam was much easier than that of the crystal beast. In modern terms, the Witch King era was a time when biological modification technology was very important. During the Witch King era, every powerful wizard controlled a country. They were called Witch Kings. The country controlled by a Witch King usually lasted for hundreds, or even thousands of years until the Witch King died. In the Witch King era, the wizards were very powerful, but their skills were skewed. They put too much energy into biological bloodline transformation technology. In the end, the Witch King era did not enter the interstellar era. Of course, part of the reason was that the Witch King era was interrupted by the Arcane Empire. It was unknown if the Witch King era could enter the interstellar era without the Arcane Empire's interruption. Of course, the feasibility was very low. The Witch King era was very rigid and technological progress was slow. Sulen estimated that even after a few thousand years, the Witch King era could not enter the interstellar era. The biological bloodline transformation technology was still very advanced, and it was also studied during the Arcane Empire. The Beastmen were the products of the Arcane Empire. During the Arcane Empire, the Arcanists had almost no respect for life, and in the end, they even regarded themselves as gods. There were even many Arcanists who would create intelligent life by themselves. They carefully cultivated it through genetic transformation technology, and then used enlightenment to unlock the intelligence of the finished product. After confirming that the product had the ability to reproduce, it was basically a success. However, this kind of modified creature was not screened by nature. Without other interference, it was easy to be eliminated by nature, such as reproductive degradation, natural enemies, environmental adaptation, genetic defects, and so on. Most of the intelligent creatures created by the Arcanists had gone extinct. Only a small number of them had slowly reproduced after natural evolution. Of course, the intelligent creatures created in this way were far from comparable to human beings. The reason why human beings could reproduce and prosper in the multiverse, in addition to their strong reproductive ability, the most important thing was that their brain structure was excellent. Basically, all intelligent creatures that could really reproduce a civilization had a better brain structure than other life forms. After staying in the sea for a day, the fleet set off again. In fact, the fleet was not far from the eastern continent. Along the way, Sulen used the strategic map to draw a more complete nautical chart. At the same time, the route was also marked. The surrounding islands, sea monsters, reefs, and ocean currents were also marked. According to the route on the nautical chart, they could sail to the eastern continent. After sailing for a few more days, the fleet finally approached the eastern continent. In the distance, the withered earth appeared, the towering mountains rose and fell, and the wind rolled up sand and dust to cover the sky. Sulen did not need to be close to know that the environment here was very bad. The eastern continent was severely damaged in the war. Nearly half of the originally fertile continent had become desert. Even after thousands of years, the environment here was still very bad. The eastern continent was 4 to 5 times the size of the western continent, But the population here was only half of that of the Western continent. Most of the population here was concentrated in the southern plains and coastal areas. The other areas had a very bad environment and were not suitable for living. The fleet continued to sail south along the coastline. After about 2 days of sailing, other ships began to appear on the surrounding sea, indicating that they had arrived at a busy shipping route and were very close to the nearest port. When the sun rose again, a lighthouse appeared on the distant coastline. They had arrived at their destination this time. Chapter 587. A huge port appeared in front of them. A large number of merchant ships were constantly entering and exiting the port, and the whole port looked very busy. As soon as Sullen's fleet approached the port, a small boat came to guide them. Following the small boat, the 3 ships soon docked at the berth. After arriving at the port, the manager of the caravan immediately went to negotiate with the port personnel. As one of the most frequent ports with the Western continent, the various procedures of Salt City Harbor were handled very quickly. After paying taxes on the goods transported this time, the fleet could find someone to unload the goods and trade. Sullen did not trade directly. It was his first time coming to Salt City Harbor. He was not clear about the prices here, so it was best to observe first before making a decision. At the same time, Sullen came to open up a new channel, so he needed to negotiate with the manager of this port. Of course, these worlds were in charge of professionals. Sullen did not need to come forward. After handing over the matter to the officials who came with him this time, Sullen took Hathaway to visit the city. Sullen and Hathaway kept looking at the surrounding environment. This was an unusually prosperous port city with a permanent population estimated to be more than 200,000. A large ship was docked at the dock, and thousands of coolies were transporting goods. The surrounding people's clothes were very different from those of the Western continent. A large number of armed warriors could be seen everywhere. Hathaway went straight in after seeing a magic shop. Her purpose this time was to buy various magic materials produced in the Eastern continent. Although there were many places in the Eastern continent with harsh environments, some good magic materials were often produced in these areas. This Salt City Harbor first rose because of salt drying. Later, it prospered because of trade with the Western continent. The buildings here also integrated the characteristics of the 2 civilizations. Sullen and Hathaway spent a day touring the city, and at the same time bought a lot of specialties here. The officials of Deepwater City also had a discussion with the officials of Salt City Harbor about the opening of a new channel, and finally reached a cooperation. With official support, this channel would develop more smoothly in the early stages. When the merchants found out that this trade route could make a lot of money, they would be like sharks that smelled blood, flocking to it. Salt City Harbor also had a wizard organization. Such a bustling commercial port could bring in a lot of money every day. This was impossible for the wizards who were always short of money to give up. Unlike the Western continent, the cities in the Eastern continent were highly autonomous. The cities would form a loose alliance. There were not many countries on this continent. Many cities were controlled by monasteries or wizard organizations. The business atmosphere here was more prosperous than the Western continent. After learning about the wizard organization behind this city, Sullen and Hathaway went to visit. The wizard organization in this city was very surprised that a legendary wizard came to visit. Then they warmly welcomed them. The great wizard of the city's wizard organization personally welcomed them. What surprised Surin and Hathaway was that this great wizard was also a legendary wizard. But thinking about it, if it weren't for his great power, they wouldn't have been able to occupy this treasured land. After all, the annual income of this Salt City Harbor could be converted into millions, or even tens of millions of gold nars. The income of this city was almost equal to the income of a kingdom of Florence. The area of Salt City Harbor was very large. There were also a lot of farmland around the city. In addition to the population of the city, there were a lot of towns and villages around the city. The surrounding resources were all used to support the development of this harbor. Sullen and Hathaway had a discussion with the wizard organization in Salt Lake City. At the same time, the 2 sides also exchanged some knowledge. Of course, the knowledge exchange was not very precious, but it was still not bad. This knowledge would also play a big role in the Northwind Tower. After completing the knowledge exchange, the two sides had a discussion. It was good for wizards to communicate frequently. Sometimes, when an experiment was difficult, they would often get inspiration from the exchange. Unfortunately, the wizard organization did not open the library to Sulen and Hathaway, which disappointed Sulen. However, the exchange of materials was still very good. Sulen used some of the materials produced in the Northern Secret Realm to exchange for a lot of magic materials produced in the Eastern continent. Although they did not have access to the library, they could enter the Salt Lake City Library at will. Of course, the library in Salt Lake City did not store much wizard knowledge. There were a lot of history books and some myths and legends, as well as poetry and some literary works. Sulen was very interested in the history and mythology books here. History books could let them understand the evolution of the civilization in the Eastern continent, as well as some major events. As for myths and legends, although there were many exaggerated rhetoric, many myths and legends were actually related to wizards. In terms of history, there were many differences between this place and the Western continent. Before the period of the Arcane Empire, this place was called the Dark Age. The entire Eastern continent at that time did not have so many deserts and dangerous environments. On the contrary, there was plenty of rain, fertile land, and rich products. It was a prosperous continent. At that time, the kingdom that ruled this place practiced blood sacrifice. The god that they believed in should be the god that was born here. Every blood sacrifice would kill thousands of slaves. This cruel blood sacrifice quickly led to a rebellion, and was eventually overthrown by the wizards. The god who accepted the blood sacrifice was eventually defeated by the Arcanists. Because the native god accepted the blood sacrifice, he had long been eroded by the power of the blood sacrifice and became crazy. In addition to these, Sulen also found some places where monsters were sealed. However, most of these places were monasteries of monks. These monasteries were there to suppress the monsters. Sulen found some familiar monsters from these myths and legends, such as the demigod mummy, the dream chrysalis, and other ancient evil creatures. One of the ancient books also drew an ancient pyramid with a creature with wings that looked like a snake or a dragon. Sulen recognized it at a glance. It was a Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatl was a powerful divine creature. Their challenge level was similar to that of the dragons, but they were rare. Since the beginning of the Arcane Empire, the Quetzalcoatl rarely appeared. Similar to them was the Eastern Condor. The Eastern Condor was a powerful creature that served the ancient god, the Sun God. After the fall of the Sun God, it went to the legendary Eagle Mountain, and no longer served the resurrected King of Dawn. Chapter 588. Sulen opened the book and looked at it. The book recorded a race that had disappeared. There were many buildings left by this race in the book. These buildings gave Sulen a feeling that they were similar to the Mayan civilization in his previous life. The same worship of blood sacrifice, the same style of architecture, and the same gods were believed in. The book in front of him had a strange totem pole with an unknown god on it. The whole totem pole was covered with blood, and blood seemed to have seeped into it in many places. Under the totem pole were countless slaves who had been killed. These slaves were beheaded, and their blood flowed on the pyramid. The gaps of the pyramid seemed to have been filled with blood, and under the pyramid, a large number of humans in simple clothes like primitive people were constantly kneeling. There was also the symbol of wind and rain on the totem pole, which meant that they believed in a rain god. There were no written records of the rain god on other continents, but in this civilization, it was very revered. It symbolized the harvest. From ancient times to the present, people had always been in awe of the gods who were in charge of the harvest. Sulen was not very interested in these gods. These gods who had accepted the blood sacrifice did not end well. According to the division of the Arcane Kingdom, these gods belonged to the nature gods. There was no good or evil, and they were very susceptible to the influence of believers. These gods had a high chance of becoming evil gods. Now the gods recorded in these libraries were likely to have become evil gods. In addition to these materials, there were also records of many disasters and various monsters that happened in ancient times. After looking at some more, Sulen found that these monsters seemed to be the ancient evil that had been sealed. It seemed that although these mortals did not know the origin of these monsters, it did not prevent them from recording these disasters. However, these records had now been regarded as myths by ordinary people. Sulen still got a lot of useful information from these stories, such as where these monsters were killed or defeated. Combined with the map, it was easy to find the approximate location of these monsters that were sealed. In addition to these, there were also many ruins of ancient cities, but it was not known what these ruins had left after thousands of years. Because the main purpose of this trip to the eastern continent was to open up new shipping routes and trade, Sulen did not go to these places to search. Searching for ruins sometimes depended on luck. If they were lucky, they could just dig a hole. If they were unlucky, it was not unusual to spend a year and a half. After staying in the library for 2 days, the fleet also completed the transaction during this time, and was ready to return with various goods from Salt City Port. Most of the goods they purchased from the eastern continent this time were tea leaves, cotton, silk, porcelain, spices, pearls, and some enchanted materials. According to the calculations of the manager of the caravan, the profits of this trip were between 200,000 to 250,000 gold nars. Originally, Hathaway wanted to purchase some mermaid pearls, but there were no mermaids living in Salt City Port. Of the sea pearls were only produced in small quantities in the southern part of the continent. After all, mermen were too few in number. Because of the hydrological environment and other factors, the eastern continent was rich in pearls, and the quality was better than the pearls in the western continent. Although they did not buy any mermaid pearls, they purchased a large number of pearls this time, and some of them were magical pearls. Low to medium quality magical pearls could purify some potions, remove the side effects of potions, or neutralize toxins. High-quality magical pearls could be used to make magical items, rare-grade equipment, and could also be used to store spells. They were very popular among wizards. There were also a lot of silk in the eastern continent. It was also the best silk production area besides the elves. After all, the elven forest had been closed for more than 1,000 years. The number of half-elves was too small, and the production of silk was limited. Many silk were sold from the eastern continent, and of course, some were sold by the drows in the underground world. However, the drows sold silk stockings more often. Almost all the nobles went crazy for them. Even the witches could not resist the temptation of silk stockings. This thing was expensive. On the surface world was very hostile to the drows and claimed to cut off all trade with them. However, most of them were just words. It was easy to know if they were trading with the underground world. Just look at the women, and see if they were wearing silk stockings. In addition to these, 5 of the people who came this time stayed in Salt City Harbor to build a warehouse. The warehouse would buy materials from Salt City Steel, and at the same time, sell various materials from Northern City. Northern City's paper, purple crystal honey, and white sugar were very popular here. The sales of vodka could only be said to be average, but the sales of rum were not bad. Purple crystal honey was the most popular. The wizard organization in Salt City Port directly expressed that they wanted to buy all the purple crystal honey. Although Sulen was tempted, he still rejected them. After all, the warehouse in Salt Lake City still needed money and honey to make a name for itself. There were still many advantages to building a warehouse in Salt Lake Port. When the fleet came again, they could directly transport it back to the mainland. This way, a lot of time could be saved, and at the same time, they could also collect information about the eastern continent. It took a few days for the fleet to complete the supplies and set sail again. This time, in addition to the 3 ships from Deepwater City, Salt City Port also sent 2 armed merchant ships to follow. These people were going to Deepwater City to trade. At the same time, they also planned to build a warehouse in Deepwater City. The return journey was slower than before. After all, when they came, the wind was with them, but now it was against them. Fortunately, the sailing technology of this era was very good. They could still sail against the wind, but the return journey was much slower than when they were with the wind. The 5 ships were lucky this time. They did not encounter those Sawajin. It was also possible that they were badly damaged in the last battle, and could not continue to live here. The Sawajin also had many enemies in the sea. Once they declined, their enemies would not let go of this good opportunity. There were also a large number of intelligent races living in the sea. They must be the Kotao Sawajin, mermaids, Naga, Sawajin, sirens, and so on. These races were not friendly and harmonious with each other. In the depths of the sea, there were also some extremely terrifying sea monsters, and even the children of Dagon. Dagon was also a very dangerous creature. Even the gods were afraid of him. He represented evil, chaos, madness, and blasphemy. It was said that his existence could be traced back to the time of the ancient gods. He was a very powerful and evil creature. He was one of the most powerful demon lords. He was known as the King of the Deep, the god of sea monsters, the shadow of the ocean, and was the nemesis of the god of the sea. Dagon was not a name that was fixed in stone. According to the research of wizards, Dagon was originally a subordinate of an ancient god. This name was more like a title, and only the most powerful of them could be called Dagon. It looked like a creature mixed with fish, mollusks, and eels. Although Dagon was evil, chaotic, and very dangerous, there were still his cult in the coastal area. Many pirates believed in this creature. Legend said that a pirate leader was favored by him, and became his follower. He gained great power, and the ability to command sea monsters. However, this ability came at a great cost. Dagon's power would change the appearance of humans, and make them look like sea monsters. For example, they would grow tentacles like an octopus, or shells like mollusks, sharp claws, and so on. Because they accepted Dagon's power, they would be ostracized by other gods. They would never be able to land and could only drift in the sea forever. Even so, there were still people who were willing to accept Dagon's power. On many islands, many indigenous savages still worshipped Dagon as a god. This worship had lasted for thousands of years. The current Dagon lived in the dark sea of the bottomless abyss. In the records left by the sorcerers, this powerful demon lord was recorded. Some natives would mate with other creatures, mainly swamp giants and half-fish creatures, in order to obtain rich fish and rare treasures. They believed that this ritual could give their offspring great power. Of course, not all sea monsters believed in Dagon. The ancient arcanists had studied and classified the sea monsters. They could be roughly divided into several types. The first type was the tentacle-type sea monsters. These sea monsters looked like giant octopuses. Most of them were Dagon's followers. The second type was the fish-type sea monsters, such as the dragon whale, giant kraken, dragon turtle, and so on. These sea monsters were special demigods. They were neutral sea monsters. Under normal circumstances, as long as you did not get close to them, they would not take the initiative to attack. The third type was the multi-headed sea monsters. The most representative of these was the Hydra. These sea monsters were usually the servants of the goddess of the ocean. The fourth type of sea monster was the dinosaur. This sea monster originated from the father of dinosaurs. This powerful god created a giant beast to expand his power into the sea. This monster was also called the Abomination. The fleet repaired and replenished some water on the islands marked by Sulen before they continued to sail in the direction of the deep water port. Sulen had decided to send people to build transit stations on the islands when they returned. These stations would provide water and food for the fleet, and shelter the ships from storms. After all, apart from pirates and sea monsters, the biggest risk of sailing at sea was getting lost, storms, and other shipwrecks. With these islands, they could at least provide a shelter for the fleet in the event of a storm. This would reduce the occurrence of shipwrecks. This was very important for maritime trade. In this era, there was almost a 1/5 chance of losing one's life. Every time they went out to sea, they would be prepared for the worst. Sailors in this era were brave men. They returned to the deep water port without a hitch. At this time, it had been more than 2 months since the fleet left. Deepwater City had also undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 589. Deepwater City. Since the last time they left, it had completely changed. The original wooden fences had been replaced by bricks. The city wall was about 8 meters high and 6 meters thick. There were also arrow towers built on top of it, which were used to guard against pirates. There was an arrow tower every 20 meters on the city wall. The scale of the whole city was comparable to a medium-sized city. The residents here had reached more than 30,000 people, and there were even more kobolds and goblin slaves. The whole city was very busy. The east gate of the city was facing the port. It was about 1 kilometer away from the port to the city. The road connecting the port and the city was paved with bluestone. It was 8 meters wide, and there were drainage canals on both sides of the road. Teams of patrolling soldiers were patrolling back and forth, and there were even some half-elf archers among them. This surprised the people of Salt City Harbor. The half-elves were also a very xenophobic race. In the beginning, the half-elves were discriminated against by both elves and humans. This led to the half-elves only being close to each other for warmth. They were not close to other races, and it was not easy to hire them. Musen looked at Sulen with eyes full of surprise. Originally, in their view, this so-called deepwater port should be just a small city. They came here because of Hathaway, the legendary witch. They did not have much hope for Deepwater City. Their original plan was to set up a warehouse and send a few ships every year to buy some paper, white sugar and purple crystal honey back. They did not expect to be shocked by the scene in front of them as soon as they arrived. The wide port, the flat road, and the elite soldiers. Although the city was still a bit simple, it looked lively. After entering the city, Musen found that the city was so neat and clean. The streets were straight and flat, and there was no debris on the ground. The scene of sewage and feces in other cities did not happen. It could be said that this was the cleanest city he had ever seen. There were neat houses on both sides of the street. The style of the houses was almost identical. Although they did not look exquisite, they were durable and easy to build. There were many pedestrians on the street, but there was no congestion. The pedestrians all walked to the right. Just as they walked into the city, several people who looked like officials hurried over. When they came close, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, welcome back. Get up." Sulen waved his hand to let Holland come over. He then pointed to Musen next to him and said, "This is the steward sent by Salt City Harbor. We have reached an agreement with Salt City Harbor to officially open the channel. They will set up an office here. You have to communicate more about the business in the future." "Yes, Your Majesty." Holland nodded and agreed. "I'll leave the rest to you." After a brief introduction, Su Luen left with Hathaway. Now that the city's route had been opened, the rest of the things were left to them. Sulen then patrolled Deepwater City. The construction of the city was progressing very quickly. Carts of bricks and tiles were transported from the west gate. The surrounding land had been divided and was full of busy craftsmen. There were also well-equipped soldiers patrolling around. A large number of kobolds, goblins, and gnolls were working under whips. On the island in the middle of the river outside the city, warships and armed merchant ships were under construction in the shipyard. According to Sulen's requirements, the fleet of Deepwater Port needed at least 12 merchant ships. Half of them would be used for the eastern route, and the other half would be used for the southern route. At the same time, the city's navy needed to be completed as soon as possible. In the south of the city was a newly opened farmland. Some crops would be planted here to maintain the food supply of Deepwater City. In fact, the land here was not fertile. It was close to the sea, so the farmland was not suitable for farming. The first year's harvest would be poor, so it needed high-quality fertilizer. Not far away, a fertilizer processing plant had been built. All the feces in the city had been sent here to be fermented. At the same time, 3 fishing boats went out to sea to catch fish and replenish their food supply. Deepwater Port could now replenish some of the food consumption. After patrolling the city, Sulen and Hathaway returned to Northwind Tower with the various enchanted items they had bought from the eastern continent. A teleportation light descended from the sky, and Sulen and Hathaway appeared on the astrology platform. It took more than 2 months to travel to the eastern continent. Hathaway had accumulated many experimental projects to complete. After saying goodbye to Sulen, she hurriedly left. Just as Sulen was about to check on the northern city, Chris came into the room. Sulen, let me tell you a piece of good news. Alex has successfully advanced. Chris was very happy to see Sulen return. Alex has advanced? Sulen was pleasantly surprised. The northern city now had 3 legendary figures, Sulen, Hathaway, and Chris. Now there was Alex. If you only counted the top fighters, the northern city could easily beat some small countries. Furthermore, another important reason why Alex had successfully advanced to the legendary rank was that he could now prepare to construct the Northwind Tower's mystery. Hathaway had already studied the puzzle thoroughly. The reason why the northern city had not built it was because they did not have enough manpower. A large puzzle required the cooperation of at least 3 legendary wizards. Although the northern city had 3 legendary figures, Hathaway was the only one who was a proper wizard. Sulen and Chris were both a warrior and a succubus sorcerer. Although they could cast spells, they were still far from being a proper wizard. Alex and Chris were different. Alex was also a wizard and a sorcerer. He did not rely on the power of his bloodline to become a legendary sorcerer. Instead, he relied on his wizard profession to become a legendary sorcerer. Otherwise, with her qualifications, she would have already advanced. After all, she had divine energy in her body. Now that Alex had become a legend, it was the same as having 2 legendary wizards. Although Suren and Chris weren't legendary wizards yet, the 2 of them together were barely enough. Great, let her prepare. We will build the puzzle of the Northwind Tower together, Sulen said excitedly. Hathaway has already prepared all the information. Take a look at it. When the time comes, you'll need our cooperation. Don't worry, I will prepare these. Chris nodded and took the information. Riddles were learned by the ancient arcanists from the High Elves. At first, the human riddles could only cover a radius of 200 meters, but the elves' riddles could easily cover the entire city. The elves' riddles were very powerful because they had the help of the elven gods. The human puzzle waited until the end of the Silver Age, when the emergence of the mice energy nucleus achieved an explosive breakthrough. Since then, the human puzzle technology could be relied on to the floating city, and became an indispensable defensive rune. The puzzle also underwent rapid development during the Arcane Empire. It was said that when the Arcane Empire was at its peak, the puzzle of the floating city had been upgraded to an artificial magic net. With the artificial magic net technology, ordinary people in the floating city could also cast some low-level spells. The artificial magic net was made by imitating the magic net woven by the goddess of magic. Of course, it could not be compared with the magic net of the goddess of magic that covered the whole world. The artificial magic net could usually only cover an area of more than 10 square kilometers, which was usually slightly larger than a floating city. The puzzle that Sulen and Hathaway intended to weave was not that big. It mainly covered the range of the Tower of the North Wind. After all, the bigger the puzzle, the more energy it would need to consume. When he saw Alex again, Sulen's eyes lit up. After successfully advancing to the legendary realm, Alex's appearance had also undergone some slight changes. At the same time, after advancing to the legendary realm, her bloodline had also advanced. After completely integrating with the divinity, she had now become more beautiful, and had a noble and holy aura. She was wearing a pure white dress with gorgeous patterns embroidered with silver silk thread on the cuffs. The silk thread simply outlined a few strokes on the dress, but it outlined a bellflower, which was very vivid. Her wine-red hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore an exquisite crown on her head. She had a slender waist, a full and plump buttocks, and a pair of long and slender legs that were far more beautiful than the average person's. The pair of wings on her back had been put away, and she looked like a goddess who had fallen into the mortal world. Her delicate facial features, beautiful face, and elegant temperament made Sulen feel that she was even more beautiful than before. Congratulations on successfully stepping into the legendary realm, Sulen said with a smile. Sulen. Alex's beautiful face smiled like a blooming flower. She stepped forward and gave Sulen a warm hug. Her white hands gently wrapped around Sulen's neck, and she tiptoed and gently kissed his forehead. My king, Thank you for your help. If you hadn't brought me out of the underground world and provided me with all kinds of resources and even divinity, I wouldn't have been able to reach where I am today." Feeling the warmth on his forehead, Sulen smiled and said, "The resources I provided were only a part of it. The main reason is your own hard work. However, you slacked off after advancing to the legendary realm. You must know that the legendary realm is only the beginning of the real world." "I know. Don't worry, I will catch up with you as soon as possible," Alex said affectionately. "By the way, I have all the information about the puzzle that Sister Hathaway prepared. When do you think we should start weaving the puzzle?" "In the next few days. There are some other preparations to be done. When Hathaway is ready, we will start," Sulen said. Chapter 590. In the North Wind Tower, Sulen was looking through the information on elemental fission. The principle of elemental fission was not too difficult. He had almost finished the research. The theory was already mature, and he only needed to put it into practice. Even the theory of elemental fusion reaction had been successful. However, because elemental fission required high strength of materials, Sulen was a little hesitant. Elemental fission reaction would release unimaginable energy. If the elemental fission furnace was not strong enough, or if the elemental fission reaction was too fast, it was likely to cause a violent explosion. If elemental fission explosion occurred, the power could be said to be far more powerful than a level 9 spell, so he had to be careful. Making elemental fission furnace required a lot of materials from the astral world. Fortunately, Sulen and Hathaway had collected a lot of materials in the astral world. It was enough. Elemental fission furnaces were usually used on floating space towers. Although the elemental pool could also support the floating space tower, at this point, the elemental pool needed to accumulate enough energy to support the floating space tower for a period of time. Only the elemental fission furnace could support the floating space tower for a long time to fight in the air. Last time, he got an intact floating space ring. With the information left in the wizard tower, the technology of the floating space ring was completely understood. As long as he had the materials, he could produce it. In addition to the special materials of the floating space ring, the most important thing was the 28 types of anti-gravity runes inscribed on it. These runes were the crystallization of the command during the Arcane Empire era. Only such a carefully made floating space ring could support the wizard tower, which weighed thousands of tons. "Master, the elemental pool of the wizard tower is full of energy," Tower Spirit Een suddenly said while Sulen was thinking. Sulen stopped thinking. It was useless to think too much now. He had to do the thing in front of him first. The elemental pool was full of energy. He could consider weaving the puzzle. On the astrology platform, Sulen, Hathaway, Chrissy, and Alex stood in the center with serious faces. Phyllis, Sandy, Karina, Angela, and Anna stood not far away. Several other wizards of the wizard tower were all there. They looked at Sulen and the others with excitement. They were looking forward to what would happen next. "Let's start," Sulen asked. "Begin." Hathaway nodded and said. Hathaway walked to the center of the astrology platform and waved the staff in her hand. "Milky Way, prepare to activate the energy connection channel." Light blue elemental energy gushed out from the elemental pool, and the entire runic magic circle slowly lit up. In the center of the runic magic circle, an engraved puzzle core slowly lit up. A large number of runes were engraved on the core of the mystery lock. Under the influence of this enormous energy, each of them seemed to be alive as they spun rapidly. The huge drop of energy was activated, and the whole floating city shook slightly. The estimated powerful energy wave spread quickly from the wizard tower to the surroundings. At the bottom of the adept's tower, multiple energy channels formed by magic crystals quickly connected with the surrounding ley network. The ground energy of the entire northern citadel area began to converge towards the adept's tower. As the elemental energy kept fluctuating, the surrounding elemental energy kept flowing towards the wizard tower. Soon, the concentration of elemental energy in the wizard tower doubled. Activate the elemental pool. Activate Earth Vein Network. Begin energy materialization. As the orders were given, the entire wizard tower was soon surrounded by an energy siphon. At the top of the wizard tower, an elemental siphon like a whirlpool reached all the way to the sky. A huge amount of energy kept converging there. At this moment, the whole sky had already darkened. Countless lightning bolts were swimming in the sky. Sulen, Chris, and Alex stood around each other. Powerful elemental energy was gathering around them. Prepare to weave the mystery lock. At this moment, Hathaway suddenly ordered. Magic reshape. Suren's team of 3 promptly took action. Next, powerful streams of mana surged out from their bodies. Thanks to their power, the originally chaotic streams of mana began reorganizing themselves. Strands of magic appeared in midair. These strands were completely formed by energy. Hathaway gently waved her staff, and runes quickly appeared. As soon as these runes appeared, they began to entangle with each other. Soon, a strange runic circle appeared in front of them. Magic weave. Under Hathaway's command, strands of magic strands quickly crisscrossed. At the same time, runes were constantly imprinted on the strands of magic strands. In just a few breaths, a fishnet-like mystery lock appeared in front of them. As the mystery lock continued to weave, the surrounding elemental energy was constantly absorbed by the mystery lock. The strands of magic strands formed by magic energy were quickly weaved under the effect of those strange runes. After these runes were completely formed by energy, they formed a huge network. This network quickly expanded as Hathaway and the others continued to weave. Soon, this huge network enveloped the entire wizard tower. The light blue mystery lock network lit up the sky of Northgard City. Hathaway's silhouette had already flown into the sky, her gorgeous magus robe fluttering in the wind, due to the rich elemental energy. All the runes were linked to her body, and then like a spider web, they kept spreading in all directions. Under the magus tower, a large number of runes were engraved on countless magic crystals, and at this moment, they were also linked to the runes in the sky. So beautiful! Xanthi looked at the layers of blue network in the sky, and her eyes sparkled. Karina looked at the network in the sky with a mesmerized expression. As a wizard, she could clearly feel the power of this power. The elemental energy that was originally like a runaway horse was suddenly bound by the huge energy network in the sky. Those wild horses were quickly tamed, and one by one, they moved according to the command of the leader horse. Grace stood on the astrology platform and looked at Sulen, Hathaway, and the others in shock. That energy network had shocked her. How powerful was this power? This is the power of a god. When it came to the mystery lock network, the stronger one's spellcasting ability was, the more deeply they could feel it. Being in the range of this network, they felt like they were little insects that had fallen into a spider web. The stronger one was, the more they could feel the restriction of this mystery lock network. Layers of the magic network were quickly woven, and the entire network extended outwards with the wizard tower as the core. The surrounding elemental energy was slowly bound. In the end, the entire Northgard City was covered by the magic network. On the astrology platform, Hathaway slowly descended from the sky. After the mystery lock network in the sky was completed, it slowly merged into the surrounding space and disappeared. Although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, the power from the mystery lock network had covered the area. In essence, the mystery lock network was originally unrestrained elemental energy arranged in frames according to certain rules. The mystery lock weaved by runes covered the surrounding space, and the energy in the area was also controlled by the mystery lock network. The originally unruly elemental energy was now very obedient. It was easy to command it, and the difficulty of casting spells had been greatly reduced. In this area, all the elemental energy was controlled by the mystery lock network. No one could control the energy to cast spells. The mystery lock network covered an area of 10 kilometers with the wizard tower as the center. The scale of this mystery lock network could only be considered a medium-sized mystery lock. During the ancient Arcana Empire, the mystery lock network of the floating city could easily cover hundreds of square kilometers. That kind of large-scale mystery lock network had unbelievable power. The surrounding energy waves slowly calmed down, and the huge elemental siphon disappeared. the power of the mystery lock network slowly retracted, and finally returned to the wizard tower. The light blue elemental energy slowly dissipated, and finally, a layer of energy barrier like a translucent eggshell covered the entire wizard tower. After the hard work of Hathaway, Sulen, and the others, the mystery lock network of the Northwind Tower was finally completed. At this time, the mystery lock network did not have many functions, and it would need to be constantly added in the future. The entire mystery lock network cost about 20 million kinnars worth of materials, which directly emptied half of the Northgard city's wealth. If all the functions of the mystery lock network were to be perfected, it would cost an estimated 50 million kinnars worth of materials. Building the mystery lock required more than just kinnars worth of materials. There were many rare materials that Kinnar could not buy. If Sulen had not obtained a lot of benefits during this period, he would not have been able to build such a large-scale legendary rune. However, a legendary rune like the Mystery Lock Network was indispensable because its effect was too powerful. As long as one was in the range of the Mystery Lock Network, the Mystery Lock Network's effect would be enhanced. The Mystery Lock Network was the home field of the Arcanists. Its effect was similar to that of the Gods' Kingdom of the Gods. Of course, compared to the Gods' Kingdom of the Gods, the Mystery Lock Network was far inferior. Of course, if the Mystery Lock Network could be mounted on the floating city and supported by the Mice Energy Nucleus, it would basically be comparable to the Gods' Kingdom of the Gods with intermediate divine power. According to the division of the Arcane Empire, the strength of a great Arcanist with a top-level floating city was close to that of an intermediate divine power. Of course, there were still some differences in the specific strength. Looking at the mystery lock in front of him, Sulen's heart was full of joy. After the mystery lock was completed, Sulen also obtained the authority of the mystery lock. A huge amount of elemental power entered Sulen's body from the mystery lock. Sulen's wizard profession, which had reached grade 4, began to improve in an instant. A little light flashed in his soul from between his eyebrows, and then his whole soul quickly transformed. His originally powerful soul became even stronger. A strange energy was integrated into Sulen's body. After a while, Sulen slowly opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed in the depths of his eyes, and then disappeared. After completing the weaving of the mystery lock, Sulen successfully advanced into a legendary wizard with the help of the mystery lock's feedback. Chapter 591. The Enigma of the Tower of the Northwind was not complete. Only the basic part was completed. The complete enigma had 4 effects. The first was the enchantment. The enigma had a strong protective enchantment that was used to protect the area inside the enigma from external damage. The second was the spell sequence. This part of the spell was stored in the enigma. As long as one became a wizard and obtained the authority of the enigma, they could use it. Of course, there was a limit to the number of times they could use it. After all, the energy in the enigma was limited. Not everyone could use it at will. However, Sulen and Hathaway were not restricted at all. The third was the anti-magic field. The enigma relied on the control of elemental energy to achieve the effect of anti-magic. However, the power of the enigma was limited and could only stop low-grade wizards. The fourth was the enchantment effect. This enchantment could be used to enchant creatures within the enigma. This enchantment effect could be used once every 24 hours. The fifth type was the permanent effect. For example, the creator of the mystery lock had set up the permanent effect to banish every evil otherworldly being that entered the mystery lock. As long as an evil otherworldly being entered the mystery lock, the permanent effect would be triggered and the target would be banished. According to Hathaway's calculation, if they wanted to complete the enigma, they would need to spend at least tens of millions of kinnar. The game was completed in a short time. Sulen opened the system panel to check the attributes of the enigma. Enigma, unnamed intermediate enigma range, 10 kilometers in radius, core, Tower of the North Wind enchantment effect. Not added can add up to intermediate spells, anti-magic field. Low-grade wizards are forbidden to cast spells within the enigma. Permanent effect. Not added can add up to intermediate spells. Activated spell sequence. Not added can add up to intermediate spells. Within the range of the enigma, all people on the same side will be enchanted by the enigma. The magic recovery speed will be increased by 50% to 300%. The difficulty of casting spells will be reduced by 50%. Within the range of the enigma, the difficulty of casting spells will be reduced. Within the range of the enigma, the concentration of elemental energy would also be increased. In the era of the Arcane Empire, even the ordinary civilians could live up to 150 or even 200 years old. In other areas that were not shrouded by the mystery, the residents did not have long lives. Hathaway and Sulen had to slowly add the spell effects on the Enigma lock. They would be even busier in the future. After making the Enigma lock, the next step of the Wizard Tower's transformation could be put on the agenda. Sulen. With the sound of footsteps, Hathaway came over and said, "Now it's time to consider upgrading the Wizard Tower to a floating space tower." "It is indeed time to upgrade it," Sulen nodded and said, "By the way, do you have enough materials for the floating ring and the elemental fission furnace?" "The materials needed for the elemental fission furnace have been prepared. We can begin the experiment. Also, the floating ring can be made. However, there are still some parts of the Magus Tower that need to be built. The base of the Sorcerer Tower needs to be reinforced. The foundation of the Sorcerer Tower needs to be replaced with obsidian. Obsidian was hard and had good magic conductivity. In the past, in order to save money, Sulen used some ordinary materials for the foundation of the Wizard Tower, and then added the hardening spell to make it so tough. In addition, the base of the Wizard Tower and the rocks below needed to be separated. Fortunately, Hathaway had taken these into consideration when building the Wizard Tower. The successful foundation transformation of the Wizard Tower was very boring, so these things were handed over to the rock golems. With the addition of obsidian and the hardening spell, the strength of the entire Wizard Tower had been improved again. Theoretically speaking, when building the Wizard Tower in the future, it was best to reinforce all the places with the hardening spell, because the floating space tower that roamed in the astral world must reach the strength of a strategic defensive fortress. Ordinary rock structures were completely inadequate. The enemies encountered in the astral world were very powerful, and ordinary equipment could not survive. In this way, the workload in the future would be even more terrifying. And when the floating space city was upgraded, the number of hardening spells needed would increase by several times. Under normal circumstances, a floating space city had a total of 3 layers of protection. The first layer was a super-large energy protective force field, which could withstand the impact of small meteorite showers in the astral world. It could withstand the energy pressure in a special environment, and at the same time, stabilize the ecological balance inside the floating space city. It could isolate harmful substances from the outside world, allowing the floating space city to be in an environment similar to the ground. The second protective barrier was the Maze Lock, which was a top-level rune that integrated strategy, attack, and defense. Because the energy consumption was too large, it would only be activated in a combat state. To keep the Maze Lock open for a long time, it required a huge amount of energy. The Arcanists could keep the entire Maze Lock open all the time, because they had the Mice Energy Nucleus. The last layer of protection was the strength of the floating space city itself. This was to ensure that the floating space city would not be destroyed so quickly when the first 2 barriers were broken. At the same time, its structure would be quite stable. A large number of buildings in the floating space city must be hard enough, otherwise, they would collapse and shatter before they could fly. The floating space city was the most outstanding building in the era of the Arcane Empire. It was the war fortress of the Arcanists. Those Arcanists relied on the floating space city to conquer and colonize countries in the multiverse. At that time, they directly drove the floating space city to leave the material plane and go to the astral world. When leaving the range of the main material world, it was easy to have problems if the base was not hard enough to escape gravity. Therefore, the floating space city needed to be built as strong as possible. When the floating space city was teleported as a whole, the pressure that the floating space city needed to withstand was extremely high. The pressure brought about by the space jump was very high. If the strength was not enough, the floating space city would directly collapse and disintegrate during the teleportation. From the era of the Arcane Empire to the present, the number of times that the floating space city had been teleported as a whole was very limited. The few recorded teleportations took place in the battlefield with the gods. The strategic space jump to stop the gods' consumed energy at the same time was provided by multiple mice energy nuclei. A single mice energy nucleus could not provide the energy. Sulen could only wait until the elemental fusion furnace was completed to try it. Milky Way scanned the overall structure of the wizard tower. Scanning. Perfecting the data. Drawing the three-dimensional image. Soon, a series of data flowed quickly, and the three-dimensional image of the wizard tower appeared in front of them. In addition, Milky Way also marked the situation of the wizard tower. The linked area needs to be disconnected. The link separation components also need to be reinstalled here to support the wizard tower when taking off and landing. The structure of the wizard tower is stable. The energy channel is normal. The energy budget of the elemental pool is insufficient. It seems that before the completion of the elemental fission furnace, the floating space city can only be airborne for a period of time after storing energy, Sulen said after looking at the energy consumption budget. Although using the elemental pool could allow the floating space city to take off, it could not be airborne for a long time, and the means of attack were limited. What is the energy transmission efficiency? 70%. The energy transmission consumption is a bit high. Sulen checked and said, the energy channel needs to be optimized, or too much energy will be wasted. Sulen swiped his finger on the three-dimensional image in front of him, and the three-dimensional image world was divided into two, showing the plane of the wizard tower. Then he tapped on some parts of the wizard tower a few times, and soon several images of the energy channel like a spider web appeared. Milky Way, calculate the energy consumption of all the energy channels, and calculate the energy channel optimization plan at the same time. It was a huge project to rely on manual labor to calculate the energy channel consumption, but with the help of the wizard tower spirit, Milky Way, it was easy to put her in charge. Soon, a large number of data flowed in front of Sulen's eyes, and a large number of red marks appeared on the energy channel like a spider web in the wizard tower. There were many areas of the floating space city that needed to be optimized. While Sulen was busy remodeling the wizard tower, Hathaway was not idle. After experimenting with the elemental fission furnace again, she finally began to try to make it. In addition to Hathaway, Alex was also assigned some tasks. As a legendary wizard, she also had the ability to make the materials needed for the floating space city. Alex was making the floating space ring. The floating space ring required a lot of precious materials. The main material was mithril, and some orichalcum and arcane dust also needed to be added. In addition to arcane dust, astral silver sand and arcane steel were also needed. In the case of using elemental fire and astral sand to forge, ordinary steel could be added with a small number of rare materials to make arcane steel ingots in batches. Arcane steel ingots were very durable and had good magic conductivity. Its strength was about 7 or 8 times that of ordinary steel, and it could be permanently reinforced with hardening. Its final strength was more than 10 times, or even more than ordinary steel. In the future, this material would be used in many places. The surface of the smelted arcane steel ingots looked similar to titanium alloy. In the future, a large number of arcane steel materials would be used to make legendary golems. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Sulen and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Sulen and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Sulen and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. About 1 pound of astral sand and 1 pound of arcane dust were added for every 100 pounds of arcane steel. The astral sand and arcane dust collected by Sulen and Hathaway last time were used very quickly. Chapter 592. Hathaway gently waved the magic staff in her hand. A light flashed and a few fist-sized magic pearls flew up. The energy in the elemental pool was constantly being drawn out, and the concentration of elemental elements in the room was shockingly high. Making an elemental furnace required a lot of energy, and now more than half of the energy in the elemental pool was being used here. On the enchantment table next to her, adamantine, mithril orichalcum, arcane steel, arcane dust, astral silver sand, magic gems, and other materials were all prepared. Along with the light, a few magic pearls of different colors turned into powder, and the colorful pearl powder quickly merged with the light. The originally blue spirit light now flickered with a rainbow-like radiance. Change form. Hathaway gently pointed the magic staff, and her eyes turned silver. Magic light flew out from the magic staff, and the arcane steel ingots on the enchantment table directly floated up and gradually melted. As the arcane steel melted, the rainbow-like light also merged with it. Creation. The melted arcane steel quickly turned into silver metal under the light, and this piece of metal continued to transform into the shape that Hathaway wanted. At the same time, the arcane dust on the enchantment table quickly disappeared, and a few blue-silver crystals appeared in front of her. Elemental fire. With a light shout, the surrounding mana instantly surged. In the next second, a cluster of light blue flames appeared out of thin air, and then instantly grew stronger like adding oil to a fire. The light blue elemental fire had a very high temperature, but this kind of fire that was researched by wizards was very easy to control. It was suitable for refining potions, and it was very useful for making other things. As the fire grew stronger, pieces of metal ingots quickly melted in the elemental fire. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and a few magic gems instantly turned into countless sparkling powder that merged with the fire. The originally silver liquid in front of her quickly turned into a blue-silver liquid. Large amounts of liquid metal continuously fused with various materials, and then transformed into various shapes under the spell of creation. The structure of an elemental fission furnace was very complicated, and it required a lot of parts. Hathaway constantly controlled the elemental fire to refine. A day quickly passed. Even a legendary wizard would feel a little tired after such a long time of high-intensity casting, but the results were very good. While Hathaway was making the elemental furnace, Sulen was also commanding a large number of workers to modify the bottom of the wizard tower. The bottom of the wizard tower had to be replaced with obsidian, and the connection to the ground had to be disconnected. This kind of work couldn't be done by ordinary workers. Fortunately, there were many gray dwarves in the northern city, and they directly dug according to the blueprint. The bottom of the wizard tower had to be completely hollowed out, and then connected with the metal runes. When the tower was lifted, the metal runes used to connect the tower would be separated, and they would be used to connect with the tower when it was landing. The Durgar's excavation skills were very advanced. Apart from the main support points, the entire bottom of the tower had been hollowed out. Next, a large number of metal constructs would be installed. The efficiency of the hundreds of gray dwarves was very high. It only took a few days for the bottom of the wizard tower to be completely excavated. A large number of hardening spells were cast on the excavated space, and the whole ground became very hard. In addition, a large number of wizard apprentices were installing the metal runes. In another laboratory in the wizard tower, Alex was refining a floating ring. In the middle of the experiment, a floating ring with a diameter of about 5 meters quietly floated in the air. Alex was concentrating on engraving runes on it. Silver spell energy constantly outlined runes, and then after fusing with mithril and astral silver sand, they slowly merged into the floating ring. The floating ring flashed, and in the next second, a rune appeared on the floating ring. At this time, a large number of runes had been engraved on the floating ring, and the runes were connected from head to tail, covering the entire floating ring. As the last rune fell, the floating ring suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and then the light dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The wizard tower's work lasted for 2 months. When Sulen finished installing all the metal runes at the base of the wizard tower, and the wizard tower's energy circuit was optimized, Hathaway's work was almost done. In the laboratory, a powerful energy wave shrouded this place. Hathaway embedded the last energy crystal in the rune body in front of her, and then put in the already prepared element fission fuel. With a strong light, the high-tech elemental furnace in front of her slowly started up. An amazing energy wave was transmitted from the elemental furnace, and the surrounding energy channels quickly lit up. The powerful energy filled the wizard tower in a flash. The whole wizard tower shook slightly at this moment, and a powerful elemental tide spread out from the wizard tower. Phew, it's finally done. Looking at the elemental furnace in front of her, Hathaway's tired face flashed with a trace of relief. Sulen, who was instructing the craftsman to check the metal runes, suddenly felt a powerful energy coming from the wizard tower to China. The energy wave was a little shocking, and the aftermath was more than 10 times stronger than the elemental pool in the wizard tower at full capacity. This is the elemental furnace. Sulen was slightly stunned, and then he reacted. Hathaway did it. Then a teleportation light flashed on Sulen's body, and in the next second, he appeared on the astrology platform. Without stopping, Sulen walked directly to the laboratory. As soon as he arrived at the door of the laboratory, the originally closed door suddenly opened, and a thin figure walked out. It was Hathaway. Seeing Sulen walking in hurriedly, Hathaway smiled at him and said, "It's done. You've worked hard." Sulen looked at the tired Hathaway, stretched out his arms, and directly pulled her into his arms. "Don't worry about these things for now. You're tired now and need to rest. Everything can wait until you've rested. Okay." Hathaway nodded gently, and then lay in Sulen's arms like a kitten. Sulen waved his hand gently, and the door of the laboratory suddenly closed. Then Sulen pointed his finger lightly, and streaks of lightning shot out from his hand. As soon as these streaks of lightning appeared, they quickly merged and connected, and soon formed a lightning net that enveloped the entire laboratory. Seeing that the lightning net had sealed the laboratory, Sulen nodded, and then smiled at Hathaway. He directly lifted her up with his arms, and in the next second, the teleportation light flashed, and the two disappeared from the wizard tower. Sulen put Hathaway on the bed in the bedroom, and then watched her fall into a deep sleep. Only then did he walk out of the room, and put away his smile, and restored his dignified expression. Guards. 2 guards appeared in front of him. "You two stay here. Without my order, no one is allowed to go in and disturb her," Sulen ordered directly. "Yes, sir." The 2 guards bowed and saluted. After arranging Hathaway, Sulen left. The preparation work in the wizard tower was almost done, and the next step was to wait for the test. Sulen came to the wizard tower. On the astrology platform, Karina, Chris, Grace, and the others were already there. When they saw Sulen coming, they all greeted him. "Sulen, that energy just now was from the elemental furnace? Sister Hathaway finished making the elemental furnace?" Chris couldn't wait to ask. Sulen nodded and said, "Yes, it's done. That energy just now was the energy wave when the elemental furnace was operating." "Really? That's so powerful. It's amazing," Karina couldn't help but say. "Since the elemental furnace is finished, does that mean our wizard tower can fly?" Phyllis asked excitedly. Sulen reached out and knocked on her head. "What are you thinking? We'll have to wait until Alex finishes making the floating ring." "Ouch, it hurts." Phyllis rubbed her head with a wronged expression. "After the elemental furnace is finished, the elemental pool can basically be eliminated. Even the elemental fission furnace at full power produces more than 100 times more energy than the elemental pool. The energy output is stable, and the size is small, so it's very convenient to use. We can also continue to increase the number of golems in our army. Originally, the Tower of Northern Wind could only use 2 to 3 legendary golems and 3 to 500 stone and steel golems. If there were more of them, the elemental pool would run out of energy. Now that they had the elemental furnace, They wouldn't have to worry about the energy shortage even if the number of golems doubled. Oh right. We got a lot of dragon blood from the dragon we killed last time. Get ready. I'll give you a dragon blood baptism in a few days to further increase the purity of your dragon blood. By then you should be able to use some spells. Sulan pinched Phyllis's pretty face. Really? I can use spells? Phyllis was pleasantly surprised. She grabbed Sulan's arm tightly with both of her arms. Those amazingly developed weapons kept rubbing against his arm, and they were very elastic. Of course. After the dragon blood baptism, your dragon blood will be further improved, and your strength will also increase. As a dragon disciple, you're born with the ability to cast spells. Of course, a warlock's ability to cast spells is weaker than a wizard's, but you should pay attention and try to be a wizard in the future. I understand. When will the dragon blood baptism be carried out? Phyllis asked eagerly. After I'm done with all the things I need to do. Sulan smiled and said, the dragon blood baptism can be carried out 5 times in total. If you encounter a black dragon, a blue dragon, or a green dragon in the future, you can carry out another dragon blood baptism. After a few baptisms, your body should be comparable to a legendary warrior's. Chapter 593. The dragon blood baptism was very effective in improving one's physical fitness. If the dragon blood baptism was carried out 5 times, it could almost raise the physical fitness of an ordinary warrior or adventurer to the level of a legendary warrior. They would also have some magic abilities and various resistances. If it was a dragon bloodline warlock, the effects of the dragon blood baptism would be even better, and all kinds of spells would be improved. But there weren't many people who could complete the dragon blood baptism 5 times. After all, dragons weren't kobolds that could be casually killed. Moreover, there weren't many true dragons in material planes. The dragon blood baptism use was at least that of an adult dragon. At the same time, one had to resist the corrosion of the dragon blood during the dragon blood baptism. The dragon blood baptism did not improve a legendary warrior's physical fitness by much. It could only improve their toughness and elemental resistance by a small amount. However, although a legendary warrior's physical fitness was strong, they also had to master combat skills. If one wanted to rely on the dragon blood baptism ritual to quickly become a legendary warrior, this kind of trick would be exposed in front of a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. It could be said that the gains did not make up for the losses. Alex completed the floating ring in the afternoon after Hathaway left. The complete floating ring was a silver-white ring with a diameter of 5 meters. A large number of runes were engraved on the ring. The whole floating ring was constantly flashing. Even if there was no energy to activate it, the floating ring would still float in the air. Is this the floating ring? It's so beautiful. Xanthi blinked her big eyes and looked at the floating silver ring on the astrology platform. What a powerful rune circle. It's so exquisite. Karina looked at the floating ring in front of her and exclaimed. During this period, she had seen a lot of top-level wizard creations and paid more attention to wizard knowledge. Now she was also spending a lot of time to improve her wizard level. After all, it was too difficult to rely on the bloodline ability of a warlock to become a legendary warrior. Although warlocks did not need to learn to cast spells, or materials, it was convenient and fast. It was easy to form combat power in the early stages. However, the potential of a warlock was limited. The bottleneck of most warlocks' growth was their bloodline. Only a very small number of geniuses could break free of the bloodline shackles. Of course, even if they knew this, many people still chose to become a warlock. After all, even with the bloodline restriction, most of the time, these warlocks could not even get close to the bloodline shackles. Many people couldn't even reach transcendent rank 4, not to mention legendary, in their entire lives. Therefore, the bloodline restrictions of warlocks were meaningless to them. After all, you're asking a bunch of people who can't even reach transcendent rank 4 to consider advancing to the legendary level? It was a complete waste of time. Although the Northwind Principality was located in the northern wasteland, it was still very hot during the summer. After all, the Northwind Principality was over 2,000 kilometers away from the northernmost tip of the continent. As for the Great Glacier and Icewind Valley, they were even further away. As the new pearl of the Northern Kingdoms, Northern Battlefront City was a famous trade city. Many caravans came and went every day. This damned weather is too hot. Hadding raised his head and looked at the sun. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the caravan in front of him. This caravan came from the Kingdom of Hytar in the southwest. Ever since the Northwind Principality's goods appeared in the Kingdom of Hytar, it quickly swept through the entire kingdom. The goods here were highly sought after by the entire kingdom. The Hytar people were shorter than the northerners, but taller than the southerners. Their skin was mostly light brown. Their bodies were well proportioned and more agile than the northerners. Of course, their strength was slightly inferior. Because the western part of the kingdom was close to the Desert of Death, half of the Kingdom of Hytar was barren, and the land yield was not high. Therefore, many people in this country did business. Because of the barren land, many civilians became mercenaries in order to survive. This country's mercenaries were very famous in the western continent. The Hytar mercenaries had always been known for their loyalty and trustworthiness. Many of the Hytar knights also swore loyalty to the nobles of other countries. Because the Kingdom of Hytar was barren and could not support too many knights, many of the knights in the Kingdom of Hytar would swear loyalty to the nobles of other countries. There were many such knights in the Kingdom of Florence. Hadding was a Hytar mercenary. He had followed the caravan to Northern Battlefront City several times. Every time he came, he would be shocked by the roads and the city. The 6-meter-wide stone road was wide and flat. The city was clean and tidy. This was something that other cities did not have. Aside from that, there was also Beifeng Dukedom's strict laws. Spitting and littering was punishable by death. There was also the city's taxes. Unlike other cities, Beifeng Dukedom didn't have all kinds of taxes. Beifeng Dukedom even had the urge to live here. The caravan moved forward slowly. Although many of the merchants were anxious, they could only line up obediently. As for cutting the line, no one dared to do anything. After all, if they dared to cause trouble here, they would lose the right to trade. Then, this trip would be equivalent to a wasted trip. Not many people could afford such a loss. Finally, it was the caravan's turn to enter the city. At the city gate, the tax officer carefully checked the goods and issued a certificate. The caravan slowly entered the city. As soon as they entered the city, the noisy atmosphere hit them in the face. Everyone relaxed as well. For the mercenaries, Northern Battlefront City could be said to be very safe. Other cities had more or less gray forces, but there was no need to worry about that here. As long as they did not violate the rules, no one would come looking for trouble. After nearly 2 months on the road, he could not wait to go to the tavern to relax. Northern Battlefront City's wine was very popular. Guys, let's go quickly. I heard that Fiery Bird Tavern has a new batch of wine. Let's go try it today. The voice of a bearded dwarf sounded. On the street not far away, a group of dwarf craftsmen noisily walked towards the tavern. On the other side of the street, a few gnomes looked at the noisy dwarves with disgust. Clearly, they were annoyed by the noise. A group of children rushed out from an alley and quickly shuttled through the crowd. The entire city was thriving. Should I get the reward for this mission and buy a house here? Hadding thought to himself. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Then, a loud sound spread throughout the city. People on the noisy street asked in panic. What's going on? Is someone attacking the city? Is there an earthquake? A large number of people ran to the street to look. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise. Look, what's that? Heavens! Is this a miracle? It's flying. In the center of the city, the symbol of Northern Battlefront City, the Northwind Tower, rose slowly under the shocked gazes of countless people. Northwind Tower, on the astrology platform. Hathaway floated in the air. In front of her was a three-dimensional model of the Wizard Tower and Northern Battlefront City. A large number of data appeared on the projection. The situation of the entire city was projected by the Wizard Tower. Milky Way. Scan the Wizard Tower. Check the tower's structural strength. Scan completed. Wizard tower operating normally. No abnormalities in the tower's structure. Begin separation of the tower. Increase the energy output of the elemental furnace. Prepare to take off. Boom. Powerful energy gushed out of the elemental furnace and entered the floating ring. The entire wizard tower shook slightly. A strong wave of energy spread out from the wizard tower. Wizard tower operating normally. Energy transmission normal. Floating ring operating normally. Energy channel operating normally. In the wizard tower, the nodes representing the energy channels lit up one by one. The energy channels of the wizard tower were activated. Under the control of Milky Way, the connecting metal structures at the bottom of the wizard tower began to separate. All connecting structures in the first area have been separated. All connecting structures in the second area have been separated. All connecting structures in the central area have been separated. On the three-dimensional image, the red dots representing the connecting structures all turned green. The wizard tower was completely separated from the ground. Energy output of the elemental furnace is stable. Activate the floating ring. In the center of the first floor of the wizard tower, a silver ring with a diameter of 5 meters slowly rotated. Countless runes lit up on the ring. A powerful energy flowed into the floating ring. The entire floating ring shone with a dazzling light. Kaboom! A huge vibration was heard. The wizard tower trembled violently. Then this giant structure that was more than 100 meters tall and 500 meters wide slowly rose into the air. It's flying! It's really flying! Karina shouted excitedly. It's incredible. It's really flying. It's like the power of God. Grace was shocked. Phyllis and Sandy were so excited that they couldn't speak. They looked at Sulan and Hathaway with admiration. The other wizards in the wizard tower were also shocked. This time, they were full of awe. The floating space tower rose slowly. As the floating space tower rose, a gust of wind swept around the floating space tower. Soon, this giant structure that weighed thousands of tons continued to rise. The whole city was getting smaller and smaller in everyone's eyes. Milky Way, report the status of the wizard tower. Energy supply normal. The structure of the wizard tower is normal. Energy operation normal. The wizard tower rose faster and faster. In just a few minutes, it rose 3,000 meters. The wind was howling, but the wizard tower didn't shake at all. The wizard tower's exterior was also blocked by the wind. Although it was thousands of meters high, the environment in the wizard tower was no different from the ground. Activate the star map to determine the location of the wizard tower. The wizard tower is officially undergoing flight test. Chapter 594. On the astrology platform, a beam of light rose, and in the next second, a three-dimensional model of the entire Tyrol world appeared in midair. The huge planet rotated slowly, and the continents, oceans, mountains, rivers, forests, and lakes were all marked out. Even the major cities of various countries were marked out. The information was collected by Sulan and Hathaway and transmitted to the Tower Spirit, Milky Way. Milky Way then integrated the information and the three-dimensional map of the Tyrol world to generate the current star map. Of course, the data on the star map was not 100% accurate. After all, there was no internet in this world, and there were no satellites, so it could not be updated in real time. Many of the information was collected in the past, so it could not be updated in real time. Even so, the star map was enough for now. At this time, on the star map, the light spots representing the wizard tower were constantly flashing. Sulan gently tapped on the star map, and the star map was instantly enlarged. The topographic map of the surrounding area of North City appeared in front of them. Sulan directly marked the location on the star map, and then let the Tower Spirit operate the floating space tower to move to the target location. The floating space tower moved quickly in the air, and soon appeared at the predetermined location. Then, Sulan began a comprehensive test of the floating space tower's flight ability, and whether there were any problems with the structure of the tower during the flight. 2 hours later, the floating space tower completed all the tests, and then returned to North City and began to land slowly. Arrived at the predetermined location. No abnormalities on the ground. Preparing for landing. Starting the balancer system. After Sulen gave the order, the tower spirit, Milky Way, operated the wizard tower to land slowly. Finally, after a slight shake, the floating space tower once again landed in its original position. The floating space tower's base structure was still a bit shabby. After further upgrades, the wizard tower would be equipped with a large number of auxiliary tools to ensure that the wizard tower could land smoothly under any circumstances. Landing successful. The floating space ring is closed. As the wizard tower landed, the voice of the tower spirit, Milky Way, sounded again. Success. Hathaway cheered excitedly as the voice of the tower spirit, Milky Way, faded away. That's great. We did it. This is our floating space tower. Chrissy, Karina, Alex, Sandy, Phyllis, and all the others in Northwind Tower cheered excitedly. In this era, the floating space tower was only built by the top wizard organizations based on their strength. The floating space tower was not just for show. Before the floating space city, the floating space tower was the wizard's most powerful trump card, and the wizard's most powerful battle fortress. The floating space tower has been successfully constructed. There will be a celebratory banquet tonight. Everyone must attend. After a moment of commotion, Sulen was in a very good mood. After hugging Hathaway, Chris, and the others, he announced directly. No problem. Awesome. After hearing Sulen's decision, everyone agreed. Hathaway, Alex, we have to make some minor adjustments to the floating space tower, Sulen said with a smile as he looked at the noisy crowd in front of him. Don't worry, the floating space tower is basically completed. The remaining adjustments will be completed later, Hathaway said softly. The tower spirit has just recorded the data when the elemental furnace was operating. We will also need to make adjustments when the time comes. It had been 3 years since the establishment of Northwind Tower. The original wizard tower had finally become a floating space tower. In addition to a lot of manpower and material resources, it also consumed a lot of energy. So far, a rough calculation showed that the floating space tower had cost about 300 million kinars. Many of the precious materials were found by Sulen and Hathaway through various methods. It could not be measured by money. If it were not for the rich mineral resources in the underground world, and the large amount of resources in the secret realm of Northern Town, the completion of the floating space tower would still be a long time away. Even if they spent 300 million kinar, there were still many aspects of the floating space tower that needed to be improved, such as the ecosystem and the gravity system in the floating space tower. Sulen's floating space tower could enter the astral world, but the astral world had no air, no water, and no gravity. Although it was protected by the Enigma barrier, it was still troublesome for others. Next, the floating space tower needed to be built with a series of supporting facilities. Although these facilities were not necessary, they were expensive to build. The Enigma barrier also needed to be improved, which would cost more money. Master. Where will the banquet be held tonight? I'll inform Frodo to prepare now, Chris said excitedly. Frodo, the halfling, was very skilled. In the past 2 years, Sulen had basically used up all the ingredients in his stomach, and his cooking had become better and better. Sulen felt that if the halfling held a cooking competition, he would definitely win the championship. Let Frodo prepare a sumptuous meal, Sulen said with a smile. The news of the floating space tower in North City spread like a whirlwind across the continent. As a commercial city, North City had a large number of merchants coming and going every day. It could be said that there were caravans from all over the continent. When the floating space tower rose into the sky, it made such a big noise that the entire city could see it clearly. After the floating space tower rose into the sky, these merchants in various churches had already spread the news in all directions. The news of the floating space tower in North City shocked many kingdoms and wizard organizations. Originally, the rise of the Bayfeng Principality had already caused many people to raise their eyebrows. In just 5 years, They had successfully opened up a territory in the northern wasteland, and finally established a principality. This was something that even a kingdom would not be able to accomplish easily. But Su Luan had easily accomplished it, which made many countries fear him. Now he had built a floating space tower quietly. Only a few large wizard organizations on the continent had floating space towers. The Duchy of North Wind could be said to have become a first-class force on the continent. The major temples and churches were also surprised by Sulan's strength. Although his importance had been raised many times, they did not expect that they still underestimated him. They became more cautious when it came to matters involving the Kingdom of Florence and the Duchy of North Wind. Sulan was naturally clear about the movements of the outside world. This time, he carried out the flight test with great fanfare on purpose. He wanted to show off his strength to the outside world in this way. After the floating space tower in North City, it had a great strategic deterrent force. In the past, several surrounding kingdoms coveted the Kingdom of Florence and secretly played tricks to provoke wars. But since then, they should consider how to resist the Kingdom of Florence. Due to the successful construction of the floating space tower, the North Wind Tower and the North Wind Academy had also become popular. Originally, those wizard organizations looked down on the North Wind Academy, which had only been established for 3 years. Although the legendary wizard Hathaway was there, its foundation was too weak. Compared with other wizard organizations that had been around for hundreds and thousands of years, the number of wizards and the variety of knowledge collected was far inferior. Therefore, when the North Wind Academy wanted to have some knowledge exchange with other wizard academies, it was not valued and was directly rejected. Now that the North Wind Tower had become a floating space tower, there were many wizard academies who wanted to have an exchange with the North Wind Tower. The goal of these wizard academies was very clear. They wanted to get some knowledge about the floating space tower. The floating space tower was a top-level war fortress that could not be built by just anyone. Even legendary wizards did not have floating space towers. After all, the technology of building floating space towers was only in the hands of a few wizard organizations. This technology could be said to be the secret of every wizard organization. Basically, it would not be spread outside. Even if some sorcerer organizations were willing to sell it, they would have to pay a very high price. After all, this kind of thing was equivalent to a nuclear weapon in his previous life, and it was no joke. Of course, those large sorcerer organizations would also use this knowledge to tempt some legendary sorcerers to join them. After the North Town had the floating space tower, those wizard organizations also wanted to pay some price to get information about the floating space tower from them. It was not that the information about the floating space tower could not be sold, but it was impossible to get it without paying a sufficient price. Moreover, Sulan did not intend to sell the elemental furnace. Although the energy provided by the elemental pool was not as good as that of the elemental fission furnace, it was barely enough to support a floating space tower. It was important to note that the wizard tower that had killed the abomination used the elemental pool as its energy source. The North Wind Tower in the North Town used the elemental furnace, which made the floating space tower qualified to travel in the astral world. To enter the astral world, it required a lot of energy, and ordinary elemental pools could not provide it at all. The floating space tower needed to maintain the ecosystem, gravity system, and other auxiliary facilities, which consumed a lot of energy. Ordinary wizard towers only needed to move in the material plane. They did not need the ecosystem, gravity system, and so on, so the energy consumed was greatly reduced. After the wizard tower that used the elemental pool was full of energy, it could also support the floating space tower to fight. Of course, this kind of wizard tower's endurance was limited. According to the current standard of the North Wind Tower, it could fight for a day after it was full of energy, and it could release the magic energy particle railgun 8 to 10 times. Because the floating space tower's puzzle used a single elemental pool, the opening of the puzzle did not affect the endurance of the elemental pool. If one wanted to prolong the combat time, one could also consider reducing the size of the floating space tower. The North Wind Tower in the North Town was built according to the top wizard tower. Lowering one standard and reducing the floating space tower to a height of 100 meters, the same elemental pool could increase the endurance of the floating space tower by about half. Of course, the power would be reduced correspondingly, but it was enough for a floating space tower in the main material plane. Chapter 595. Whether it was the floating space ring technology, the Enigma technology, or other technologies in the Wizard Tower, one had to pay a high price to obtain them. There were only a few wizard organizations that were qualified to exchange for them. Even so, it was enough for Sulen to make a lot of profits and add some strength to the construction of the floating space city. The northern town had become more prosperous. The existence of the floating space tower made the place even more dazzling. Seizing the opportunity, the North Wind Academy also spread the news that they were recruiting wizard apprentices. For a time, the nobles of several surrounding countries brought their children to the northern town. The North Wind Tower had always been short of manpower. The manpower referred to wizards. Sulen had less than 10 wizards under his command. After all, wizards needed a lot of time to grow. However, there were 20 or 30 wizard apprentices. If the harpies under Alex had not been promoted to winged people and could act as some low-level wizards, the North Wind Tower would have been in a more difficult situation. These winged people were basically bloodline warlocks. However, after becoming winged people, their intelligence was the same as that of humans. They could try to learn spells, but there were not many winged people who could become wizards in the end. These winged people who succeeded in becoming wizards would become the elites of the winged people. Since Alex merged with divinity and became a legend, the energy radiation around her body had become stronger. As the queen of the harpies, her bloodline radiation could make low-level harpies evolve from harpies to winged people. Now that this power had become stronger, the number of harpies who had successfully become winged people increased again. Now, the number of winged people in the northern town had reached more than 200. More than 200 bloodline warlocks. Although their levels were not high, they were still a very powerful force. The emergence of these winged people finally relieved some of the shortage of manpower. Now the secret realm in the northern town was basically taken care of by these winged people. Sulen and Hathaway had studied the Harpies' bloodline. To be honest, the Harpies' bloodline that originated from the god of wind had almost completely disappeared. The Harpies' bloodline was mixed with a lot of other bloodlines. Without Alex, the Harpies' bloodline would continue to degenerate. In the end, their intelligence would degenerate to a level higher than that of beasts. Alex's bloodline power could prevent these harpies from degenerating, and even slowly evolving. However, there was a limit to this kind of evolution. Most harpies were unable to become winged people. Unless Alex became even more powerful, and his bloodline evolved to that of a demigod. In the secret territory of Northern Guard City, Sulen took a moment to enjoy his afternoon tea in his treehouse. When the breeze blew, the fragrance of flowers floated over. The sun shone on her body, making her feel warm and comfortable. Sulen, stop sleeping. Go and take a look at the wisdom tree. At this moment, Phyllis ran over and grabbed Sulen's arm and shook it. What's wrong? Sulen, who was a little sleepy, immediately woke up. Phyllis said excitedly, The wisdom tree has borne fruit. Sulen was taken aback for a moment before he replied, All right, I'll head over right now. With that, he got up and quickly followed Phyllis to the botanical garden. From afar, Sulen could see the wisdom tree's towering crown. The aura of nature in the surroundings was even thicker. After arriving here, the surroundings were shrouded in a rich life force. The aura of nature around the wisdom tree had become even stronger. Soon, Sulen arrived at the wisdom tree's surroundings. The tall wisdom tree was lush with leaves and branches. On the branches, Sulen saw some round objects that looked like fruits. Sulen, look, those are the fruits. Sandy pulled Sulen excitedly and pointed at the fruits on the wisdom tree's branches with her other hand. The fruits looked like they were about the size of coconuts. They were perfectly round and green in color. There weren't many fruits. They were scattered around and grew sparsely. There were about 100 of them. They didn't look like anything special, but Sulen also discovered that these fruits seemed to contain an aura of life. These are the fruits of the wisdom tree? Sulen looked at the fruits in front of him strangely. He didn't know that the wisdom tree could bear fruit. Sulen, do you think the fruits of the wisdom tree should be called the wisdom fruit? Phyllis whispered. Will eating one make me smarter? Sulen rolled his eyes at her and said, I've never eaten the fruits of the wisdom tree. How would I know what they're used for? Also, I've never heard of such a thing. But I guess eating the fruits of the wisdom tree won't increase one's intelligence. Should we pick one to try? Chris waved her whip, looking eager to give it a try. Sulen quickly stopped her and said, Don't. These fruits don't look ripe yet. If they don't have any effect, it would be a waste. All right. Chris shrugged. It looks like these fruits still need some time to ripen. Let's wait for them to grow slowly, Sulen said directly. When did you find these fruits? They appeared this morning, Sandy gestured. Sandy gestured with her hands. In the beginning, these fruits were only the size of walnuts. I thought they were just tree burls. But soon these fruits began to grow. By the afternoon, they had grown to their current size. So fast. Sulen looked at the wisdom tree in front of him in shock. At this rate, it was very likely that it would ripen today. Then let's wait and see. Next, everyone waited under the wisdom tree for the fruits to ripen. As time passed, the surrounding nature power became denser, and the life energy in the fruits slowly increased. After waiting for about 2 hours, it was close to evening. The fruits of the wisdom tree were finally about to ripen. The life energy in the fruits of the wisdom tree didn't increase anymore, and the color of the fruits changed from green to yellow. At this moment, there was a cracking sound that sounded like an eggshell cracking. In the next second, a crack appeared on the hard and smooth outer shell of the fruit. With the cracking sound, the crack on the fruit became bigger and bigger. Finally, after a few minutes, the hard outer shell completely fell off. The outer shell of the fruit fell off, and a blue flower slowly bloomed inside. Seeing that these fruits were actually flowers, Sulen felt a little strange. At this moment, the flower completely bloomed. It was very beautiful, but at this moment, no one paid attention to the flower. After the flower completely bloomed, a palm-sized person slowly woke up in the center of the flower. This little person was about 10 centimeters tall, and had an exquisite appearance. She had green hair, and wore an exquisite blue dress. There was also a pair of translucent wings on her back. Her body was slender and her skin was white and tender. She wore boots that seemed to be woven from tree vines. Exquisite and cute, she looked like a miniature version of a stunning beauty. After the flower completely bloomed, this little beauty woke up from her sleep. After yawning, she slowly opened her eyes. However, when she looked up and saw the crowd, she was so scared that she immediately hid behind the flower petals. Is this a fairy? Phyllis said in surprise. It should be a flower fairy, Sandy said with uncertainty. This is born from the wisdom tree. It should be called a tree fairy, Chris said. Sulen looked at the little guy who was hiding in shock. He was also surprised that the wisdom tree could give birth to such a life. This is a flower fairy, but it can also be called a tree fairy, Hathaway said excitedly. I didn't expect the wisdom tree to give birth to such a miraculous life. Flower fairies were favored by nature. They were born beautiful and usually lived in forests with excellent environments. They were born timid and not very strong, but they were born with some nature spells. There used to be many of them in the forests of material planes. However, as humans hunted and killed these creatures, the number of flower fairies decreased greatly. They were almost extinct. Flower fairies were born with luck. Some wizards would kill them in a special way after catching them, and obtaining large amounts of fairy dust. This fairy dust contained the power of luck, and could increase the success rate of making various potions and magic items. There were also some humans who liked these flower fairies, and spent a lot of money to hire people to capture them, and keep them in cages as pets. For a period of time, many noble ladies were proud to own a flower fairy. I didn't expect the wisdom tree to give birth to a flower fairy, Sulen said in surprise. Flower fairies often appeared as companion creatures. Sometimes they would appear around some ancient trees. They could speed up their growth and reduce pests and diseases. They could also collect pollen and make honey. The trees would also provide them with protection. Sulen appraised the flower fairies in front of him. A spiritual light spread out. Although the flower fairies hid, the appraisal skill still showed the result. Target: flower fairy, tree fairy, fairy. Race: fairy, danger level, low skills. Vine entanglement, illusion, invisibility talents. Nature bloodline, high challenge level. 5. These flower fairies weren't very strong, but their survival ability in the forest was still very strong. Although they didn't have great strength, as long as they hid in the wild, it was very difficult to find them. Even wizards couldn't find them. Flower fairies usually lived with trees. They were also called tree fairies. They were a mystical companion race. At this time, other than the flower fairy in front of him, the rest of the fruits on the wisdom tree also began to crack. Sounds like eggshells cracking were heard. Soon flower fairies were born one after another. Chapter 596. Roughly an hour later, over 100 flower fairies surrounded the wisdom tree. These flower fairies hid behind the foliage, clearly wary of Sulen's group. On the other hand, Xanthi got along quite well with them. Perhaps her natural fairy bloodline was taking effect. Seeing this situation, Sulen allowed Xanthi to interact with the flower fairies. As for refining these flower fairies into fairy dust, Sulen wasn't that perverted. These flower spirits were nurtured by the wisdom tree. They were most likely used to take care of the wisdom tree. Moreover, these flower spirits could make a special 100-flower honey. They were quite pretty, so it was fine to let them live here. They could also take care of the demonized plants in the secret land. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These flower fairies were basically Tier 1 creatures. Although they looked small and cute, they were still very strong to ordinary people. Most flower fairies wouldn't change from the moment they were born. Only a small portion of them would grow stronger with the passage of time. If a flower fairy queen was born from these flower fairies, she would be Tier 3 at the very least. If she was lucky enough, she might even reach the mythic tier. However, the chances of that happening were very low. At the same time, it would take a long time for her to reach the mythic tier. After making arrangements for the flower fairy, Suluan left the secret realm. There were still a lot of resources in his storage space that he hadn't finished dealing with. He had obtained a lot of white dragon meat from killing the white dragon last time. Suluan wasn't about to let go of the dragon meat. White dragon meat wasn't something that just anyone could eat. According to the legends of his previous life, white dragon meat should be cold, or it should be cold poison. If one didn't have the corresponding ingredients, eating it would kill them. Of course, if one's physique exceeded 20 points, eating some white dragon meat wouldn't be a problem. According to Sulen's plan, the white dragon meat would be turned into dragon breast. The dragon breast was easy to preserve and tasted good. The meat of various demonic beasts in this world could more or less increase one's physique. Some special demonic beasts could even increase other abilities. Hence, demonic beast meat was very popular. However, although the demonic beast meat could increase attributes, it would lose its effect after repeated consumption. Moreover, the increase in attributes of the demonic beast meat was related to the original attributes of the demonic beast. The maximum attributes would not exceed the original attributes of the demonic beast. Therefore, it was impossible to rely on eating demonic beast meat to become invincible. There were also people in this world who had specially experimented and organized the eating of magical beast meat, and left behind a book called Magical Beast Mountain and Sea Scroll, which recorded the living habits of thousands of magical beasts in the entire Tyrant world, their living environment, their strength, preferences, and so on. In addition, there were also the customs of the world, famous mountains and rivers, geographical phenomena, local specialties, and so on. At the same time, he also recorded the cooking methods of these magical beasts, as well as what supplementary ingredients were added to remove the poison or improve the effects. It could be said that this book was all-encompassing, and was called a geographical encyclopedia. Of course, some people called it a geographical cookbook. However, although this book was widely circulated, most of it was incomplete. Sulen did not have a complete book in his hands. and this had always been a regret in his heart. The preparation of dragon breast was very simple. Sulen had done this before. All kinds of seasonings were prepared, and then it was time to cook. In order to make the dragon breast taste better, Sulen specially called the halfling human chef Frodo to help. "Oh my God, is this a dragon?" Frodo was shocked when he saw the white dragon corpses piled up on the platform. "I never thought that there would be a day when I would use dragon meat to cook. I have decided that I must record today's events. When I retire, I will write an autobiography for myself," Frodo said while dancing with joy. "How is it? Can you handle the dragon meat well?" Sulen said with a smile. Frodo circled around the dragon and said without raising his head, "Don't worry, I won't go wrong." "That's good. I'll leave it to you." Sulen directly handed the task of processing the dragon meat and making dragon breast to Frodo. "No problem. I was just about to study dragon meat." Frodo's eyes lit up. He looked at the white dragon corpse in front of him as if he was looking at a great beauty. He could not wait to cut it with his knife, but as soon as he started, he was stunned. The knife in his hand could not pierce the dragon's scales and skin. Although Frodo was a grade 3 rogue and had good strength, he was in a difficult position when facing a dragon with thick skin. Halflings were born agile, but they lacked strength. Even a grade 3 rogue's strength was limited. Even a grade 3 warrior might not be able to pierce the dragon's scales and skin with full strength, let alone a halfling. Thus, an awkward scene appeared. Frodo held his knife, but could not cut the dragon's meat. Looking at Frodo's darkened face, Sulen held back his laughter and called a few barbarian warriors to help. He asked them to separate the dragon's skin and flesh. With the help of a few barbarian warriors, the white dragon's skin was quickly separated. Except for some that were not suitable for making dragon robes, the rest were left for Hathaway to process. In addition, Sulen extracted all the dragon's blood. The lowest quality dragon blood was used to make dragon blood ink, which could be used to make magic scrolls. The better quality dragon blood could be used to make dragon blood potions or other ingredients for potions. As for the best quality dragon blood, it could be used to make dragon blood potions or for dragon blood baptism. Sulen divided all the dragon blood according to its quality, and then stored the white dragon's heart. This dragon's heart was a precious material that could be used by Hathaway. He then picked up a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball was red. It contained the dragon blood that Sulen had just extracted. The dragon blood did not seem to be much, but it was the most precious blood in a white dragon. Sulen planned to use this dragon blood to give Phyllis a dragon blood baptism. The amount of dragon blood was only enough for one person. Sulen put away the dragon blood, and then went to check on Frodo's work. As soon as he arrived, Sulen smelled a tempting scent. He looked up and saw a dozen large stoves on the platform. Large iron pots were placed on top of them. White dragon meat was simmering inside. The dark red soup kept boiling, and the dragon meat kept rising and falling. Frodo was stirring in one of the pots and adding all kinds of spices. From time to time, he would use a small spoon to scoop up some to taste. "Frodo, how's the preparation?" Sulen asked as he came to his side. "It's almost done," Frodo said. "The large dragon heads have been turned into dragon meat. I've also cooked the small dragon heads, and those that are not suitable for dragon meat. Look, this is fried dragon meat with scallions, this is braised dragon meat, and this is crispy dragon tenderloin." Frodo came to another table. There were more than a dozen plates on the table, and all of them were covered with lids. Frodo picked up a few of the lids and introduced them to Frodo. As soon as he opened the lids, Sulen immediately smelled the aroma that was far more delicious than before. It kept stirring his stomach. The cooked food was kept in special utensils. As long as the lids were closed, they could be kept for a long time. Northtown Palace. During this time, the Northtown Palace was very lively. Sullen's women were all there. It was the Harvest Festival in Northtown. There were 3 biggest festivals in Northwind Principality. The first was the founding of the nation, the second was the Harvest Festival, and the third was the New Year. As for the other festivals, Sulen was not interested in them, so he did not pay much attention to them. Other countries had fewer festivals. Usually it was the king's birthday or the national day. The Holy Church had many festivals, such as the Holy Birthday Day, Holy Sacrifice Day, and so on. However, these festivals were usually only celebrated within the church. Every country in the world was wary of the church. After all, the Holy Kingdom of Light had been a lesson. The kings of every country did not want to be replaced by the Holy Church. After seeing Frodo's delicious dishes, he decided to hold a banquet. After returning to the palace, he sent someone to inform the others. Then, he went back to the Hidden Realm to check on Xanthi's homework. As the weakest and the youngest among the girls, Sulen needed to supervise her. Xanthi was very hardworking. She was very cooperative with Sulen's teaching. She even had a real battle practice. Of course, Xanthi was defeated in the end. However, this was normal. It did not matter if she lost. She could learn more from him in the future. When she was familiar with the skills, her combat power would naturally increase. After a battle, Xanthi surrendered. In the end, she was led to the palace by Sulen. At this time, the palace was already brightly lit. A large group of maids were busy preparing the banquet. After Sulen gave the order, the maids went to prepare. As the chief steward of the palace, Annie was preparing all kinds of delicious food. She took out the most precious wine from the wine cellar. Of course, these were all non-staple foods. The main dish was still the dragon meat banquet prepared by Frodo. Everyone liked Frodo's dragon meat banquet. Soon, the sumptuous dragon meat banquet was served. 2 hours later, the sumptuous dragon meat banquet was over. After eating, Sulen got up and went upstairs. He whispered in Phyllis's ear, "Come to my room after you take a bath tonight." Phyllis's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Her white jade-like ears were like cooked prawns. Although Sulen's voice was very low, the people at the table were not ordinary people. They had sharp senses. Naturally, they heard Sulen's words clearly. They all looked at Phyllis with teasing and flirtatious eyes. But soon, Sulen got up and said to the others, "You can't run away. Remember to come tonight." White dragon meat was cold in nature. It tasted great and was very nutritious. However, there was also a problem. It had some side effects. People could not stand without eating it. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.